Goku fell to the ground, unconscious from Vegeta's brutal attack. The battlefield was silent, and things looked grim. Victory for the Saiyan Prince seemed certain. Then, out of nowhere, Chiaotzu appeared at Goku's side. Without hesitation, he placed the sensu bean into Goku's hand. Almost instantly, Goku's injuries healed, and his energy returned. But as Goku stood up, his relief was short-lived. He looked around and saw his friends defeated, unable to withstand Vegeta's overwhelming power.
Krillin!
Oh, gonna revive your friend again? Or have you learned to let the weak stay dead? Maybe now you understand what it means to be a Saiyan, Kakarot.
Damn! I'm all out of sensu beans!
Well, then it's time for me to conclude this battle. And you'll be reunited with your friends in one more painful moment. What?
That's enough!
Transformed?
No! What are you? You shut your mouth! With Piccolo dead, the Dragon Balls are gone. And Krillin, he's already been killed once and can never be revived again! I will never forgive you for this!
Goku had done it. He had become a Super Saiyan. But how did Goku reach this legendary form so early in the story? That's where Sparking Zero changes the game. This new story mode lets players choose between following the original timeline or exploring what-if scenarios that change the course of events entirely. The story is told through the perspective of different characters, giving players a chance to experience key events from unique angles. To uncover how Goku achieved Super Saiyan so soon, let's go back to the start of his journey and see how it all unfolds. One day, a mysterious figure descended onto Earth, bringing with him a revelation that changed Goku's life forever. The man, Raditz, claimed to be Goku's older brother and revealed the truth of Goku's origins. He was not from Earth, but a member of the Saiyan race, a warrior sent as a child to conquer the planet by wiping out its population. Raditz had come to finish what Goku had unknowingly failed to do, and demanded that his brother join him in completing the mission. Goku refused to aid Raditz in his plans. This enraged Raditz, who quickly demonstrated the vast gulf in power between the two brothers. Despite Goku's skills, he was powerless against his older brother. Raditz then turned his attention to Goku's young son, Gohan. Grabbing the boy, Raditz issued an ultimatum. If Goku wanted to save his son, he had to prove his Saiyan blood by taking the lives of 100 Earthlings and piling their bodies on Kame Island within a single day. Failure to comply or further defiance would result in Gohan's death. Man, I forgot how much the stakes and violence gets ramped up in the Z arc when compared to the Dragon Ball era. I mean, Dragon Ball has always had violence, but you can't really appreciate how much more intense it is during Dragon Ball Z without witnessing Dragon Ball. Raditz successfully kidnaps Gohan, however another figure was already closing in on him. Piccolo, recognizing the threat Raditz posed, understood that he couldn't defeat this powerful Saiyan alone. Reluctantly, he sought out Goku with a proposition, a truce. Though Piccolo made it abundantly clear that his goal of world domination remained unchanged, he proposed a temporary alliance. Goku, driven by desperation to save his son, agreed to this tenuous partnership. Borrowing the Dragon Radar from Bulma, Goku tracked Gohan's location, the 4-star Dragon Ball acting as their guide. Raditz, meanwhile, had confined Gohan within a space pod. Goku and Piccolo arrive with the hope of launching a surprise attack, but Raditz's scouter detected their movements long before they could close in. With his cover blown, Goku was forced to face Raditz head-on. Raditz scoffed at the audacity of his brother and his unlikely ally. Any pretense of recruiting Goku had long since passed. The battle began, with Goku and Piccolo combining their strength against the formidable foe. Raditz taunted them, certain of his superiority. Yet, as the fight wore on, the tide began to shift. Raditz, who had entered the battle with absolute confidence, soon found himself struggling to maintain control. The mighty Saiyan warrior faces the possibility of defeat and finds himself in a dire situation.
I don't think he's got the will to fight anymore. Someone who'd want to kill all my friends and family is no brother of mine! Now you better get the hell off this planet and never come back here again!
You're the poorest excuse for a Saiyan that I've ever seen. Now I'll teach you how a real warrior should act. Say your prayers.
What is he?
The hell? Special beam cannon! Ah! Faster! Damn it! Beaten by a filthy maggot!
You saved my life, Piccolo. If you hadn't made a perfect shot, I'd be lying on the ground with him.
Well, truth be told, I'd rather you both be dead and on the ground. But your friends would just revive you with the Dragon Balls shortly after anyway. The Dragon Balls? Yeah. All 7 combined have the power to grant any wish, even if it's bringing someone dead back to life. You can all go to hell. Still, I thank you for the information. Everything that has happened here today has been transmitted to my 2 Saiyan comrades deep in outer space. When they've learned that I've been killed, they'll come to avenge me.
Wait! The other 2 Saiyans! When are they gonna get here?
1 year. Just 1 short year. Damn. 2 of them? Even stronger than him? How sweet does that victory taste now? They're going to wipe you all out. They'll soon have you writhing in agony like the worms you are.
The grim warning left by Raditz lingered in the air. A pair of Saiyans would arrive in a year to lay waste to Earth. Goku wasted no time in proposing a partnership with Piccolo, their former animosity set aside in light of the threat. At Piccolo's urging, Goku also persuaded Chi-Chi to allow Gohan to join their training. Though reluctant at first, Chi-Chi eventually agreed, realizing the stakes were too high to ignore. As the months passed, the training intensified. Goku pushed himself to his limits, determined to grow stronger. While Gohan struggled to adapt to Piccolo's harsh methods, Piccolo believed the boy's progress could have been even greater if Goku weren't so soft-hearted towards his son. One day, Goku decided to test how far Gohan had come, engaging him in a sparring session. He marveled at his son's rapid improvement, but couldn't help wondering if it would be enough against the Saiyans. During the sparring, Goku suddenly froze. He felt something, a surge of immense, unfamiliar energy, rapidly closing in on Earth. He realized the Saiyans were near. He decided to make a quick trip to Korin's tower to get sensor beams for the inevitable battle. Before leaving, he entrusted Gohan's safety to Piccolo. At Korin Tower, Goku hurriedly explained the urgency of the situation. After receiving the sensu beans, he wasted no time returning to his companions. However, as he raced back, the sensation of the overwhelming energy struck him again. The invasion had begun. Yamcha struggled to fend off the relentless assault of the Cybermen. Their shrill screeches and coordinated attacks overwhelmed him, but just as it seemed over for him, Goku arrived. In a flash, Goku dispatched the attacking Cybermen. Goku's eyes locked on the two imposing figures standing at the edge of the battlefield, the Saiyans, Vegeta and Nappa. Even without engaging them, Goku could sense the monumental challenge ahead. But before confronting them, Goku turned his focus to the remaining Cybermen, aiding his allies in eliminating the creatures. Once the Cybermen were defeated, Nappa stepped forward, his towering form exuding raw power. Tien bravely volunteered to face him, but the Saiyans' overwhelming strength quickly turned the battle into a beating. Chiaotzu gave his all in a desperate bid to protect Tien, but it wasn't enough. Goku intervened just in time to pull Tien from the brink of death. Despite his rigorous training with Piccolo and Gohan, Goku found himself struggling against Nappa's brute force. The Saiyans' attacks were relentless, and Goku soon found himself pinned to the ground, Nappa's massive boot pressing down on his chest with crushing force. Helpless and battered, Goku's strength seemed to wane. It was then that Gohan, trembling, unleashed a powerful Masenko beam. The blast struck Nappa, forcing him to stagger back and freeing Goku from his perilous position. Seizing the moment, Goku reached into his pocket and consumed the sensu bean he had brought with him. Instantly, his wounds healed, and a newfound strength coursed through his body. He stood more powerful than before, ready to continue the fight. But his renewed confidence was shattered when he turned and saw Gohan kneeling beside the still body of Piccolo. The Namekian had sacrificed himself to save Gohan. Goku instructed Gohan to take Piccolo and leave the battlefield. Though hesitant, Gohan was reassured by Yamcha, who promised to escort him to Kame House. There, they hoped Bulma could preserve Piccolo's body. As Gohan and Yamcha departed carrying their fallen comrade, Tien voiced his concerns that Piccolo's death had rendered the Dragon Balls useless. Krillin, however, insisted that there might be another way to bring Piccolo back, but for now, their focus needed to remain on the Saiyans. The battle was far from over. Vegeta's sharp eyes followed Goku's every move, noting the subtle but undeniable growth in his strength. While Vegeta remained cautious, Nappa, brimming with arrogance, dismissed the idea that Goku posed any real threat. Eager to prove his superiority, Nappa launched a ferocious second attack, but the Saiyan brute quickly realized the grave error in his judgment. Goku moved with speed and precision, dismantling Nappa's attacks with effortless skill. The fight ended with Nappa crushed and paralyzed, his once formidable strength rendered useless. Vegeta, ever pragmatic and ruthless, saw no value in keeping a weakened ally. Without hesitation, he executed Nappa. Krillin and Tien offered their aid, but Goku refused, determined to face Vegeta alone. The two warriors ascended into the sky. Goku and Vegeta sought a remote battlefield far from any innocent lives before landing and squaring off. The clash between Goku and Vegeta began with an explosive exchange of blows, each fighter testing the other's limits. Vegeta, though initially confident, found himself astonished by Goku's resilience and skill. The longer the battle raged, the more Vegeta's frustration grew. Recognizing the need to assert his dominance, Vegeta unleashed his trump card. Calling upon the primal power of his Saiyan heritage, he transformed into his giant ape form. The immense size and strength of the transformation shifted the tide decisively in Vegeta's favor. Goku's speed and technique were no match for the sheer ferocity of the giant ape. Each strike from Vegeta's massive fist sent shockwaves across the battlefield, and Goku, battered and overwhelmed, eventually fell. As Vegeta loomed over his fallen foe, it seemed the fight was at its end. But then, unexpectedly, Chiaotzu appeared at Goku's side. He delivered a sensu bean, bringing Goku back from the brink of defeat. Revitalized, Goku stood once more, his body renewed and his power amplified by the Zenkai effect of Saiyan recovery. However, as Goku surveyed the battlefield, he he saw his friends, their bodies battered from their attempts to stand against Vegeta's overwhelming might. Rage surged within him. Golden light erupted around Goku as his hair lifted and turned to a radiant, shimmering gold. His eyes burned with a fierce teal glow. In that moment, Goku transcended his limits, becoming the legendary warrior Vegeta had only heard of in legends, a Super Saiyan. Vegeta stands no chance against the Super Saiyan and is quickly brought to the ground. Struggling to lift himself, his trembling arms gave out, leaving him face down in the dirt. With firm resolve, Goku warned Vegeta to stay away from Earth. Though broken, Vegeta refused to surrender his pride. His voice, though faint, carried a promise, a vow to surpass even the legendary limits of a Saiyan, and to stand on equal footing with Goku. Shortly after, the strain of the transformation and battle overcame Goku, and he collapsed. When he finally regained consciousness, he found Gohan at his side. The weight of their losses, friends, comrades, and the Earth's Dragon Balls pressed heavily on Goku's heart. Eventually, Krillin's earlier mention of the planet Namek resurfaced in his mind. Gohan too recalled a conversation between Vegeta and Nappa about Namekian Dragon Balls. With renewed determination, Goku sought a way to reach planet Namek. Bulma and Mr. Popo quickly devised a plan, securing a spaceship capable of making the journey. However, Goku, sensing the danger ahead, decided he must go alone. As Bulma worked tirelessly to prepare the ship, Goku focused on rigorous training, knowing the battles awaiting him would demand a great deal of strength. Before his departure, Gohan approached him with a simple but heartfelt request to return with the Dragon Balls and bring their lost friends back to life. Goku promised. The journey to Namek was long, but Goku finally arrived. Stepping onto the planet, he was met with a grim reality. The ground was littered with the bodies of fallen Namekians. Amid the wreckage, Goku noticed a young Namekian running away. Following the child, Goku stumbled upon a group of Frieza's soldiers ransacking the planet in search of the Dragon Balls. The soldiers, spotting Goku, attacked, but their efforts proved futile. Goku dispatched them effortlessly, offering them a chance to retreat, unwilling to kill unnecessarily. But before they could flee, powerful ki blasts flew through the air, disintegrating the soldiers in an instant. From the smoke emerged a figure. It was Vegeta, but he was different. His golden hair and blazing energy marked his awakening as a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's smug grin revealed his intentions. He had already eliminated Frieza and now sought the Dragon Balls for himself. Goku was the only obstacle remaining. Vegeta demanded Goku transform once more, eager to prove his strength in a final battle. The two Super Saiyans locked in a fierce and unrelenting struggle. Each blow shook the ground beneath them. Goku and Vegeta matched each other strike for strike, neither willing to yield. But after what felt like an eternity of battle, the tide began to turn. Goku's skill, endurance, and unyielding spirit carried him through, and with one final decisive strike, Vegeta fell to his knees. Even as a Super Saiyan, he could not surpass the low-class clown standing before him. Goku regarded Vegeta, explaining the truth behind the transformation they both shared. To become a true Super Saiyan was not merely a matter of rage or pride. It required purity of heart. Vegeta's transformation, born from anger alone, had given him power, but not the strength to wield it fully.
If you're taking your leave, you had better finish me off this time!
Oh, I'm not killing you. And no, it's not to make you feel any sense of shame.
What?
It's because I want to fight with you again someday. So the next time you feel ready, you can bet I'll be ready too.
Kakarot, you're a true Saiyan after all. Then the next time we cross paths, I'll be stronger. Strong enough to crush you once and for all!
Goku returned to Earth, greeted by the cheerful faces of his family and friends. Peace had been restored. Even in the midst of celebration, Goku's drive to improve, to reach even greater levels of power, remained undiminished. And that is the end of one of the many routes featured in Sparking Zero's story mode. And there is quite a bit more to just Goku Saiyan Saga. This means we have to go back. Back to the beginning-ish. Piccolo, relentless in his pursuit of Raditz, begrudgingly acknowledges a harsh truth: he alone couldn't defeat the Saiyan. Swallowing his pride, he proposed a temporary alliance to Goku, emphasizing that this truce was fleeting. His ultimate ambition, world domination, remained unchanged. Goku, even in his dire predicament, couldn't find it in himself to trust Piccolo. He declined the offer. Krillin, ever the loyal friend, volunteered himself and Master Roshi to stand by Goku's side. Goku hesitated. Krillin had already been resurrected once by Shenron, and a second death would be permanent. It was Master Roshi's practical wisdom that changed his mind. If Goku fell, the Earth would follow. Equipped with the Dragon Radar, they set off to rescue Gohan, tracking the 4-star Dragon Ball resting on his cap, even though in the cutscene it clearly shows that Goku in fact does not have the Dragon Radar in his hand. Bulma and Roshi boarded the aircraft while Goku and the others raced ahead to confront Raditz. However, their intended surprise attack was foiled by Raditz's scouter. Abandoning stealth, they resolved to meet him head-on. Raditz greeted them with contemptuous taunts, his confidence unwavering. It goes without saying that Sparking Zero is a fantastic looking game, especially when it comes to the characters. The cell shading just looks so good, but where the presentation is let down a bit is the animation and character expressions during the cutscenes. Sometimes the facial animation doesn't really match up with what is going on in a given scene, and it's not like these models are not capable of big expressions, as we get to see a lot of it during combat. It's just a shame it isn't used as effectively during the cutscene segments. During the fight against Raditz, there is still the risk of being pushed off the alternate story path. If you do not defeat Raditz quickly enough, Piccolo will end up showing up during the fight, and the timeline will correct itself and the events will play out as they did within the manga. However, if you are able to dispatch Raditz swiftly, then things will start to play out quite a bit differently. The tide of battle shifted when Gohan, fueled by fury, escaped his prison and delivered the headbutt that sent Raditz reeling. Krillin's Destructo Disc missed its mark, but Master Roshi's lightning surprise attack left Raditz vulnerable. Piccolo seized the moment, unleashing his special beam cannon and ending Raditz. With his dying breath, Raditz issued a chilling warning. 2 even stronger Saiyans would arrive in a year. Determined, Goku and his allies began rigorous training under Kami's watchful eye. Gohan struggled to keep pace, but Piccolo, deeming the others too lenient, took charge of the boys' training. And of course, Goku, being the father of the year like he is, agrees. This decision makes no sense considering the story path so far. Remember, in order to get to this point in the narrative, Goku refuses Piccolo's help for the reason that we assume is that Goku doesn't really trust Piccolo. Now maybe that has changed a bit, as Piccolo did help them out in the end, so there probably is a bit of trust built up. But even then, in the original timeline, the only reason why Gohan ended up training with Piccolo in the first place was because Goku was dead at this point, and there was no one left strong enough to stop Piccolo from just taking Gohan. In the grand scheme of things, this doesn't really matter, as the relationship between Gohan and Piccolo is one of my favourite aspects of the series, but it's just interesting to contemplate just how little changes in the story can have so many follow-on effects that you don't necessarily think about in the moment. I think this is one of the reasons why Dragon Ball games are so adverse to changing anything in the narrative, because it quickly snowballs into many things no longer making sense. As months passed, the group honed their skills, testing their strength in preparation for the Saiyans' arrival. Here we are given another choice, but this one doesn't matter all that much. Well, at least I don't think it matters all that much. We are able to pick who we would like to spar with. For this playthrough I picked Tien because he is hardly given anything to do during the Dragon Ball Z arc. Tien is such a strange character when it comes to the overall plot of the Dragon Ball franchise. He is set up as the next protector of Earth alongside Goku, but then he gets completely left behind not that long after. Which I guess eventually happens to everyone who isn't a Saiyan, but it happened the quickest with Tien. When the Saiyans finally landed, they unleashed Cybermen to test the warriors. The Z fighters, bolstered by their training, dispatched the creatures with ease. Then, Nappa, a hulking Saiyan, stepped forward. Because Goku was never killed during the fight with Raditz, he hasn't been to the other world to train with King Kai, which means you'll be fighting this battle with Nappa with a different moveset than in the canon timeline. I love that the game takes into account the different outcomes not only through the cutscenes, but also with the gameplay. The battle escalated until Vegeta, disgusted by Nappa's failure, mercilessly executed him. Goku and the others can sense Vegeta's overwhelming power. They divide into two groups. Along with Goku, Tien and Piccolo, who both have strength left to spare, engage in combat with Vegeta. Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Chiaotzu leave the battlefield. Once Gohan and the others have left, the remaining three begin their battle with Vegeta. It's funny how clunkily the game has to get rid of all the other characters. Things are going so well that there are too many Z fighters still alive that would make this fight too easy. The game does allow up to 5 fighters on a team, but like I just said, the devs probably figured that would make the fight way too easy. It is during this fight with Vegeta that the Z fighters learn about Piccolo being a Namekian and their magical abilities to create Dragon Balls. The banter during battle is a great way for the game to lay out some extra context for the narrative without slowing down the pace of the gameplay, but it does have its limitations as it can't really convey ideas that characters wouldn't really talk about, as Sparking Zero does stay very true to the characterization of each character. Personally, I prefer this than making them act out of character, but it does mean that some scenarios will be harder to follow if you don't know some of the lore already. Vegeta staggered, clutching his injuries, his pride as bruised as his body. The fierce battle had pushed him to his limit, and his Saiyan blood boiled with rage. With a guttural roar, he unleashed his ace in the hole, a transformation into a great ape. His power surged, shaking the battlefield. Goku, Piccolo, and the others, battered and weary, shared what few senzu beans they had left. With Vegeta's massive form looming above, they devised a desperate plan. Krillin unleashed his solar flare, a blinding burst of light that momentarily stunned the giant. As Vegeta roared in frustration, Krillin seized the opportunity, launching his Destructo Dish with pinpoint precision. The sharp energy blade sliced through Vegeta's tail, severing it cleanly. The transformation reversed instantly, and Vegeta shrank back to his ordinary form. Chiaotzu, summoning every ounce of his strength, used his paralysis technique to pin Vegeta in place. The Z fighters poured their remaining energy into a barrage of ki blasts, each one striking true. When the dust settled, Vegeta lay motionless, and the exhausted warriors allowed themselves a brief moment of relief, even during a small celebration. But their triumph was short-lived. Vegeta, bloodied but unbroken, staggered to his feet, his eyes burning with fury. Goku and the others, drained from the relentless fight, had little left to give. Only Goku and Piccolo possessed any reserves of ki, and even that was pitifully meager, yet they refused to give up. Goku lunged at Vegeta, buying precious seconds for Piccolo to gather his energy. Vegeta fought back vigorously, his blows nearly overwhelming Goku, but the Saiyan hero held firm, enduring the punishment. At last, Piccolo saw his opening. Channeling all his power into his fingertips, he prepared his ultimate attack. With a surge of adrenaline, Goku wrapped his arms around Vegeta, locking him in place. Piccolo unleashed his special beam cannon, the spiraling energy hurling towards its target. But Vegeta, even in his weakened state, managed to twist at the last moment. The beam missed his mark, striking Goku instead. Goku crumpled to the ground unconscious. Vegeta, battered but victorious, turned his fury towards Gohan. The young boy screamed as Vegeta's boot came down, pinning him mercilessly to the ground. When Goku's eyes opened, he was met with the horrifying sight of Vegeta stomping on his son.
No! Get away!
Vegeta staggered under the blow, his armor cracked and his body trembling with exhaustion. But even as his pain seared through him, his pride refused to concede defeat. Summoning his spaceship with the press of a remote device, the Saiyan Prince prepared to retreat. Krillin, fueled by the weight of their losses and a burning desire to end the Saiyan threat, advanced with deadly intent. But before he could strike, a faint sound stopped him, a weak, gasping plea. Goku, lying motionless on the ground, used the last remnant of his strength to stop his friend. His voice, barely above a whisper, carried an unexpected request. He wanted him to let Vegeta live. Though torn between vengeance and his comrade's dying wish, Krillin relented. The pod's door closed, and Vegeta escaped into the skies. Goku's chest rose and fell one last time before his body finally went still. With Goku's death, the Z-Fighters stood amidst the wreckage of their battle, their resolve steeling for the challenges ahead. Krillin swore to bring Goku back with the Dragon Balls. Krillin's final words will soon invite not only Vegeta, but even more terrifying enemies to attack Earth. Goku's spirit traveled to the other world, where Kami arranged for him to train under King Kai's guidance. The journey to King Kai's distant planet was a challenge, but Goku managed to get there in record time. Once under King Kai's watchful eye, Goku immersed himself in grueling training, mastering the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, on Earth, life continued, but not without uncertainty. Vegeta's cryptic mention of the term Namekian haunted Piccolo, igniting a suspicion about his origins and the true potential of the Dragon Balls. Determined to uncover the truth, he prepared to journey to planet Namek using an old spaceship left behind by Kami. Unexpectedly, Gohan volunteered to join him, eager to grow stronger in preparation for future battles. Despite Chi-Chi's protests, the young Saiyan's resolve was unshakable. 1 month passed, and King Kai, impressed by Goku's progress, sensed an ominous presence approaching Earth once more. Vegeta was returning. Alarmed, King Kai urged Goku to warn his friends, prompting the Saiyans' revival through the Dragon Balls. Goku wasted no time, reuniting with his companions to prepare for Vegeta's arrival. When Vegeta landed, the Z-Fighters braced for battle, yet this time, the Saiyan Prince's purpose was not immediate combat. Instead, he spoke of a far greater threat. Emperor Frieza, a tyrant who had learned of the Dragon Balls and was en route to claim them. Vegeta's warning came with a demand for an alliance to face this shared enemy. Distrust ran deep among the Z-Fighters, and Vegeta's intentions were questioned at every turn. When diplomacy failed, Vegeta attempted to seize the Dragon Balls by force, but Goku, bolstered by his training under King Kai, held him at bay. The fight was fierce, but Vegeta soon recognized that Goku's newfound strength far surpassed his own. Reluctantly, Vegeta proposed a truce. The looming threat of Frieza was too great for any of them to face alone. After much deliberation, the Z-Fighters agreed to a tenuous alliance, bound by necessity rather than trust. Together, they prepared for the arrival of Frieza's forces, knowing that the battle to come would test their limits and decide the fate of the universe. As Goku and Vegeta trained relentlessly, their rivalry evolved into a grudging partnership. The Gravity Chamber, a creation of Bulma's father, became their arena, pushing their limits as they adapted to fighting under intense gravitational forces. Their growth was evident with each sparring match. Meanwhile, Bulma maintained constant contact with Piccolo and Gohan, who journeyed towards planet Namek in their quest to uncover the truth about the Dragon Balls and their mysterious connections to the Namekians. The calm was broken one day when the team detected a massive oppressive ki approaching Earth. The arrival of Frieza was imminent. Faced with the looming threat, Tien made the difficult decision to leave Chaozu behind, ensuring his safety while he joined Goku and the others to intercept Frieza's forces at the landing point. Their journey was interrupted by Kui, Vegeta's former rival, whose arrogance had not diminished despite Vegeta's evident growth. The Saiyan Prince, bolstered by his training, dispatched Kui with relentless efficiency. You don't actually get to fight Kui here, he just dies off screen. I guess this makes sense as this is Goku's story, not Vegeta's. Kind of shows one of the weaknesses of having the character's stories separated. Shortly after, Zarbon, one of Frieza's trusted lieutenants, confronted the group. His disdain for Vegeta's alliance with Earth's warriors was palpable, his mockery sharp as he belittled their chances of survival. The mention of Goku being a Saiyan only fueled Zarbon's arrogance. His disbelief that the remnants of a race supposedly wiped out by a meteor could pose any real threat. It seems that even some of Frieza's closer henchmen don't know what really happened to the Saiyan race. Technically, Goku doesn't know either, and it doesn't really come up in this timeline. Spoiler warning, but a lot of the smaller lore details do not come up during the story mode. Despite Zarbon's confidence, the combined might of Goku and Vegeta proved too much. Vegeta struck him down without hesitation, a cold and calculated move that drew Goku's disapproval. But before the confrontation between the two Saiyans could escalate, a new threat arrives. The Ginyu Force appeared before them with an almost theatrical flourish. Their leader, Captain Ginyu, observed with quiet confidence as Gildo, the smallest and most peculiar of the group, stepped forward to fight. His psychic abilities, though impressive, were not enough to overpower the raw strength of the Z-Fighters. As Gildo's struggle became evident, Vegeta's patience wore thin. Frustrated by the one-on-one battle slowing their progress, insisting they had no time to waste on formalities, the Ginyu Force surprisingly agreed, accepted Vegeta's logic and shifted their tactic. With Gildo leading the charge, the squadron attacked in unison, a coordinated assault against Goku and his friends. This is one of the cutscenes that suffer the most from the constant freezing. Like, why do they have to freeze the animation here? All that needs to be moving is the background. It's not like it's saving much on animation. The combined might of Goku and Vegeta forced the Ginyu Force to retreat. That is a weird sentence. It was then that Frieza himself emerged from the shadows. Without a word, he ordered Ginyu to retrieve the Dragon Balls. As Ginyu complied, Vegeta took off in pursuit, determined to ensure the captain would not succeed. Meanwhile, Frieza turned to Goku and his allies, extending an offer to join his forces. Goku's refusal was immediate, though he could not ignore the overwhelming strength emanating from Frieza. This was a foe far beyond anything they had encountered. Before they could act further, Vegeta unexpectedly returned, though something was amiss. Without warning, he attacked Goku and the others. The truth revealed itself in chaos. Captain Ginyu had switched bodies with Vegeta. Despite the advantage of Vegeta's powerful body, Ginyu struggled to wield it effectively. Desperate to turn the tide, he targeted Goku for another body change, but Vegeta, still harboring enough strength, intervened at the last moment, reclaiming his own body. Ginyu, cornered and desperate, attempted the body change again, this time targeting Tien. But it was Chiaotzu who once again came to the rescue, thwarting Ginyu's plan and forcing him into a humiliating defeat. It's not really clear, but he was somehow able to transfer Ginyu's mind into a frog or something. I don't know. He's in the same pose as when he becomes the Namekian frog in the canon timeline, so I'm guessing he is a frog now, an earth frog. As the dust settled, the toll on Goku and Vegeta became apparent. Severely wounded and barely able to stand, the two Saiyans were given senzu beans by their allies, who recognized the dire reality. Goku could not defeat Frieza alone. Vegeta's assistance, however reluctant, was essential. But Frieza, enraged by the defeat of his elite forces, turned his fury on Goku and the others, intent on obliterating them all. Goku, unwilling to let his friends suffer further, challenged Frieza to a one-on-one battle. Before the clash began, Vegeta warned Goku of Frieza's terrifying ability to transform, a power that would only deepen the gap between them. This is one of the only games where the story has Goku actually facing off against Frieza's different forms. The only other games that does this that I can think of is the first Legacy of Goku, and it didn't do it because it had alternate paths. It did it because the game is inaccurate as hell when it came to representing the canon story of Dragon Ball, and the best part about that is that I don't think it was done on purpose. True to the warning, Frieza began to undergo his next transformation, his energy growing exponentially. To further crush their spirits, he summoned his remaining soldiers, ordering them to eliminate Goku's injured allies. As the soldiers descended from Frieza's ship, reinforcements arrived in the form of Master Roshi, who had come to take Chiaotzu to safety. Despite their wounds, the Z-Fighters stood their ground, entrusting the last of their senzu beans to Goku. Even with renewed strength, Goku found himself outmatched. Frieza's overwhelming power left him with only one option, the Spirit Bomb. But gathering the necessary energy required time Frieza had no intention of granting. As Goku prepared his attack, Frieza revealed his final form. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Vegeta stepped forward, throwing himself into battle against Frieza. His goal was not victory, but to buy Goku the time he needed. I'm so glad this was a team battle with Vegeta and Goku. I feel like Vegeta's pride would not let him just watch on the sideline, as the one responsible for destroying his home is being defeated by someone else.
What's this? Is that what I think it is? I've never seen a mass of energy that size. How unfortunate for you. Don't you hate it when a plan falls apart? I know I certainly do, but nice try.
No! No, damn it! Special beam cannon! Gohan! Piccolo! What are you doing here?
How is that brat and that Namekian still drawing breath? I thought they'd been taken care of. I'm beset on all sides by sneaky parasitic flies. You just won't rest until I've been pushed to the limits of my patience. You meddling brats! I hope you all enjoy suffering the same fate as this planet!
Okay, it's finally ready!
Do it!
Goku!
What have you done? This is child's play! Your beastly tricks, they're futile! I will not!
With the combined efforts of his friends, Goku unleashed the Spirit Bomb and successfully defeated Frieza. Goku, exhausted but triumphant, turned to his allies, his relief tinged with confusion. Among the gathered warriors stood Piccolo and a group of Namekians. Piccolo and the Namekians had managed to teleport to Earth using the Dragon Balls of their home planet. Among the newcomers, a young Namekian boy named Dende stepped forward with an innate power to heal. With quiet precision, he tended to the wounded. Just as Goku and friends are expressing their gratitude, a fully recovered Vegeta appears.
This is where our alliance ends, Kakarot. I will no longer be fighting alongside you people. And mark my words, one day soon I will defeat you. Seriously? I was this close to inviting him to the victory party too.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm totally starving!
Thanks to the bravery of Goku and the others, Frieza is defeated. The war was won, but the battles are far from over.
Wait, so there is a narrator? This game does so many questionable things when it comes to the story presentation, and the narrator has been one of the most perplexing. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, there are so many sections in the story where there is narrative text, but the text is not voiced, but then the characters' lines are voiced. It makes the presentation feel both inconsistent and unfinished. When I first played this, I genuinely thought there just wasn't a narrator at all. But no, here he is. Just a really strange choice. When you come to the end of a scenario, you'll be brought to the story mode map. At the map screen, you can get an idea of what fight is coming up next, as well as get hints at whatever branching paths you may have missed. While this map does look visually quite nice, functionally it does feel a bit clunky to use. Just moving between nodes is weirdly sluggish. The best part about this map is that it will give you breakdowns and summaries of events, in case you need some extra context. Now let's head back to the start of the map and begin the actual Saiyan saga. Goku, determined to rescue his son, accepted Piccolo's offer to team up. Borrowing the Dragon Radar from Bulma, the two warriors set out to track down Raditz. Raditz had secured Gohan within the confines of a space pod. Confident in his power, Raditz believed himself untouchable. Goku, however, was determined to prove otherwise. Facing each other at last, the confrontation began. Raditz wasted no time mocking his younger brother, declaring that his previous offer to join the Saiyans had been withdrawn. In Raditz's eyes, Goku was a liability, unworthy of their bloodline, an embarrassment who had betrayed their race. Goku would not leave this battlefield alive. One of the aspects of this section of the story that is often lost is just how much of a reveal it was that Goku was an alien. Sure, in Dragon Ball, Goku was always portrayed as being extraordinary, but it was never really hinted at that there were more people like him, let alone an entire alien race. Despite his efforts, Goku found himself overwhelmed by Raditz's sheer strength. Pinned to the ground, his body refused to move under the crushing weight of his brother's power. Suddenly, the space pod's hatch flew open, and young Gohan propelled himself headfirst into Raditz's stomach, with the force that the impact momentarily staggered him. Raditz stumbled back, turning his furious gaze to the small boy before him. Goku pleaded with his brother, his voice strained and urgent. He begged Raditz to spare his son. Another unique presentation choice that this game has is the ability to see events unfold from a first-person perspective during some of the cutscenes. Does it add much to the experience? Well, no, not really. Honestly, I forgot that you could even do it, but it's an interesting feature. Now I can finally experience what it is like to be impaled by Piccolo. Thanks to Gohan's unexpected burst of courage, Goku seized the opportunity to grab Raditz, locking him in place long enough for Piccolo to unleash his devastating special beam canon. The searing energy tore through both Goku and Raditz, leaving them mortally wounded. As Raditz's life faded away, he issued a chilling warning. 2 Saiyans far more powerful than he would arrive on Earth within a year. His grim words hung in the air like a dark omen as Goku too succumbed to his injuries. In the wake of Goku's death, Kami intervened, arranging for the fallen hero to journey to King Kai's planet. There, Goku began his training, refining his strength and learning new techniques under the wise yet eccentric King Kai. Meanwhile, Earth braced itself for the impending invasion. A year passed and the warning came true. The 2 Saiyans, Vegeta and Nappa, descended upon Earth, bringing destruction in their wake. Despite the valiant efforts of Earth's defenders, the Saiyans proved too powerful. Yamcha fell first, his life taken in an explosion caused by a self-destructing Cyberman. One by one, the remaining warriors met their tragic ends. Goku, his training complete, was revived by the Dragon Balls and returned to the battlefield. Surveying the battlefield, Goku's heart sank at the sight of Piccolo's lifeless body. The Namekian had sacrificed himself to shield Gohan. Anger rose within Goku as Nappa taunted him, but the Saiyan warrior's confidence was short-lived. Fueled by King Kai's teachings, Goku unleashed the Kaioken technique. His speed and strength amplified greatly. With a ferocity that caught Nappa off guard, Goku crippled the towering Saiyan, leaving him paralyzed and utterly defeated. Vegeta, cold and unfeeling, regarded his incapacitated comrade with disdain. Without hesitation, he hurled Nappa into the air and obliterated him with merciless precision. Sometimes I forget how much of a psycho Vegeta was. Sensing the overwhelming threat bearing down upon them, Goku urged Gohan and Krillin to retreat to the safety of Kame House. With their departure secured, Goku shifted the confrontation to a remote location, far from any signs of life. The chosen battlefield, barren and desolate, was an ideal stage for the impending duel. Vegeta, ever the arrogant warrior, radiated confidence. As a member of the elite Saiyan class, he viewed Goku as nothing more than a low-level upstart, unworthy of the power he wielded. His pride left no room for doubt. An elite could never lose to such a weakling. Despite all the talk of levels, the Scouters aren't really brought up in this story mode. They even omitted the meme to death over 9,000 scene. Vegeta's underestimation of his opponent quickly became apparent as Goku displayed a power far beyond the Saiyan Prince's expectations. Blow for blow, the clash escalated into a desperate contest of will and endurance. Goku, summoning every ounce of his strength, launched a final counterattack that struck true, forcing Vegeta to falter. Yet even as the attack landed, Goku's keen senses detected a faint trace of Vegeta's ki. In the aftermath, Yajirobe emerged from his hiding place. Yes, Yajirobe is here, just so you know. This is another weakness of the storytelling. Characters just come out of nowhere sometimes. Sure enough, Vegeta rises once more, ready to challenge Goku again. However, Vegeta has a secret technique known only to Saiyans up his sleeve.
Burst open and mix!
Huh? What was that? What are you planning?
Since when were we dealing with a 100-foot-tall monster?
On their way to Kame House, Gohan senses the new powerful energy level and decides to go back to help his dad, with Krillin following close behind. Thanks to the artificial moon, Vegeta is able to achieve his grade 8 form, and Goku's reaction is actually a bit different from the manga. In Sparking Zero, he acknowledges that he was the one responsible for the death of his grandpa due to his transformation into a grade 8. But in other iterations of this moment, Goku refers to his 8 form as a monster that is in a way removed from who he actually is. Personally, I prefer this version of the scene as it lines up with Goku's constant rejection of his Saiyan side that happens throughout the Saiyan saga. But the other interpretation also does make sense. The Great Ape's sheer size and destructive power left Goku with few options, and he realized that brute force alone would not be enough. In that moment of desperation, his thoughts turned to a technique imparted to him by King Kai, the Spirit Bomb, the solve everything technique of the Dragon Ball universe. With a burst of energy, Goku unleashed the blinding light of a solar flare, dazing his opponent momentarily. Seizing the chance, Goku put as much distance as possible between himself and the beast. Once he reached what he hoped was a safe distance, closing his eyes, he focused inward.
You coward! Where are you? Come out and face me!
Time's up! He found me! There, it's done! I've gathered energy from every corner of the world! Now!
Take this! Just for that, I'm going to crush you like a grape! Why don't I kick it up a notch? What's that I hear? Every bone in your body breaking?
Hey, Uncle! You put my dad down right now!
Yajirobe, seizing the moment, leaped from hiding and severed the great ape Vegeta's tail with a swift strike, forcing the Saiyan prince back to his normal form. Though weakened, Vegeta remained a threat, and with Goku incapacitated, it was up to Krillin. Entrusted with the spirit bomb, Krillin waited for the perfect moment to act. When the opportunity came, he hurled the glowing sphere towards Vegeta, but the prince dodged it with ease. The bomb sped towards Gohan instead, who froze in fear. Guided by his father's reassurance, Gohan redirected the energy, sending it back towards Vegeta. The spirit bomb struck true, engulfing Vegeta. And then another great ape appears. This is just a really weird transition from the last scene. There are so many places within this story mode that events are just missing. The story is so long that the devs had to cut corners somewhere, but they do try to bridge these gaps with the narration. Despite the devastating impact of the spirit bomb, Vegeta survived. His reprieve was short-lived. The artificial moon he had created earlier ensnared Gohan, and the young Saiyan transformed into a towering ape. The tables turned as Gohan's form unleashed chaos, forcing Vegeta into a desperate retreat. Krillin, seeing an opportunity to end Vegeta's reign of terror, prepared to deliver the final blow. But just as Krillin readied his attack, Goku intervened, insisting Vegeta be spared. Reluctantly, Krillin stood down, allowing Vegeta to flee. The end of the Saiyan saga. If you play the story mode in the order that I did, you get the impression that the devs weren't as interested in adapting the canon route than they were in the what if routes. The actual Saiyan saga feels a lot less detailed and overall more rushed. It's almost as though the devs are sick of telling the same story over and over and over and over again. I couldn't imagine why. With Planet Namek's Dragon Balls in sight, Krillin, Gohan and Bulma embark on a daring journey, leaving Goku behind to recover. A month later, Goku, fully healed, receives a distress signal from Namek. Boarding a spaceship built by Bulma's father, he trains relentlessly during the trip, surpassing his previous limits. On Namek, chaos unfolds. Frieza arrives to claim the Dragon Balls, while Vegeta, seeking the same goal, eliminates Frieza's minions. However, the Emperor summons the Ginyu Force. Just as all hope seems lost, Goku arrives, his training ready to tip the scales.
Goku! Fighting! Mama!
Sorry, you were wide open, so I just went for it.
After swiftly defeating Recoome, Goku warns Boruto and Jace to stand down. Driven by pride, they ignore him and launch a coordinated attack, refusing to surrender. This fight actually has two outcomes that will branch out into two different paths, but unlike other alternative routes, these two paths will both join back up onto the canon timeline. If you defeat Jace without him swapping out, then Boruto will flee from the battle. However, if you can get Jace to swap out for Boruto, then Jace is the one that ends up fleeing instead. The tricky part about this alternate path is how to actually get Jace to leave. At first I thought I just had to do a lot of damage in a short amount of time, but that didn't work. What you actually have to do is deflect one of his crusher balls. Depending on who you defeat will change who is in the following cutscenes, and that is basically the only difference between the two paths. Goku quickly defeated 2 Ginyu Force members, though one escaped. After hearing about the Dragon Balls from Gohan and the others, Goku sensed a powerful ki heading towards Guru, and sent the group to retrieve the Dragon Balls while he prepared to face Captain Ginyu. Intrigued by Goku's strength, Ginyu was eager for a challenging fight. Goku, confident and expecting Vegeta's help, was caught off guard when Vegeta abandoned him to claim the Dragon Balls. Alone, Goku fell victim to Ginyu's body swap technique, losing his body to the captain. Trapped in Ginyu's injured body, Goku chased Ginyu, now in his body, back to the spaceship with Jace. When the others arrived, they were confused to see Goku battling his own body.
That's not me, it's Ginyu! Using my body!
Meanwhile, Vegeta enacted his own ruthless plans, executing a hesitant Jace despite Goku's protests, calling his mercy a weakness. Vegeta then turned on Ginyu with relentless attacks. Desperate, Ginyu tried to swap bodies with Vegeta, but Goku intercepted the beam, regaining his battered body. When Ginyu attempted another swap to take Vegeta's body, Goku threw a Namekian frog into the beam. The technique backfired, trapping Ginyu in the frog's body and ending his threat. Floating in the medical machine, Goku's body healed while his sharp senses detected a fierce battle nearby. Vegeta and the others were struggling against an overwhelming power, Frieza. The tyrant's immense strength left them battered and desperate, and even Vegeta's pride was starting to crumble under the pressure. As Goku's treatment ended, he emerged fully restored. Without delay, he raced towards the battlefield, hoping his allies could hold on until he arrived. When Goku did eventually arrive, the scene was dire. Vegeta lay broken, his strength exhausted, while Frieza loomed over him. In his final moments, Vegeta turned to Goku, his weak voice carrying one last plea. Frieza had to be defeated, and only a Saiyan could do it. With those words, Vegeta passed, leaving Goku to face Frieza. Standing firm, Goku meets Frieza's piercing gaze, the air full of tension as the two prepare to clash. The Frieza saga has a lot less elaborate what-ifs, but to be fair, the huge one in the Saiyan saga does go through all the way to the end of the Frieza saga too. Before the Frieza saga concludes, there's another what-if scenario that can be activated. During this fight, you'll be encouraged to charge up and use the Spirit Bomb to defeat Frieza. However, if you ignore this and defeat him without using your ultimate, you will unlock an alternate ending to the saga. After intense, nearly fatal battle, Goku finally defeated Frieza, his strength and willpower pushed to the absolute limit. With Frieza's defeat, the once oppressive tension in the air lifted. Gohan and the others rushed forward, their faces lighting up with relief and joy, grateful that their friend had triumphed against the impossible. Yeah, that is how you can end the battle early. This is another what if where it would have been really interesting for it to have been continued, as I'd like to see how events would change without Goku achieving his Super Saiyan form and returning to Earth with everyone else. But alas, it was not to be, and we must return to the canon timeline. The battle between Goku and Frieza shook planet Namek to its core. Their fierce clash ravaged the landscape as each pushed beyond their limits. Seizing a critical moment, Goku gathered energy from the planet and its life force, unleashing the Spirit Bomb. The massive attack struck Frieza, erupting in a blinding explosion. For a brief moment, Goku and his allies felt relieved, believing the battle was over. But their hope was shattered when Frieza emerged from the rubble, battered but alive. That's what I wrote. This is alive. Battered but alive. In an instant, Frieza attacked. A death beam struck Piccolo, leaving him gravely wounded. Turning to Krillin, Frieza unleashed a deadly explosion, ending his life. Goku's anguished cries echoed as his closest friend perished. Frieza's gaze then shifted to Gohan, who stood frozen in terror amidst the chaos.
Go! Take Piccolo with you and get out of here now! Find Bulma, find the spaceship, and go!
But...
Do as I tell you right now, before I lose what little sense of reason I have left!
The air grew heavy with dread as Frieza unleashed his final plan. His rage boiling over, the tyrant descended to his full power. Deciding that no one would survive his wrath, Frieza began channeling an attack capable of destroying planet Namek itself. The ground quaked, and the skies darkened as the planet teetered on the brink of annihilation. With only 5 minutes until Namek's destruction, Frieza's full power now unleashed, the battle entered its final moments. Is it just me, or is Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan very underwhelming? I mean, the voice performance was good, but the lack of animation just takes all of the energy out of the scene. The in-game animation for transformations is way better. They should have just used that instead. An aspect of this saga that is missed out in this story mode is the elaboration on the actual legend of the legendary Super Saiyan. Thanks to hindsight, we know that this form isn't the legendary Super Saiyan, but one of the motivations for Frieza eradicating the Saiyans was his fear of the legend of the Super Saiyan, but this just never comes up during Goku's story mode. I guess it isn't essential to be able to follow the narrative, but it definitely does enrich it. Despite Goku's rage, he decides to show mercy to Frieza and let him live, but as Goku goes to escape the crumbling planet, Frieza attacks the Super Saiyan while his back is turned.
You must die by my hand!
You fool!
As planet Namek crumbled around him, Goku, exhausted, spotted a damaged spaceship. Though hopeful, his attempts to pilot it failed. The controls were beyond repair. Desperation turned to hope when he found a functional Ginyu Force pod nearby. Goku quickly boarded, programming the craft just in time to escape before Namek erupted. The pod's preset coordinates were leading him to an unknown destination, planet Yardrak. On Yardrak, Goku was welcomed by a peaceful and mysterious race who offered him sanctuary. While there, Goku learnt their unique technique, instant transmission, the ability to travel vast distances in an instant. A year had passed since the battle on Namek, bringing peace to Earth. Peace soon shattered by Frieza's return. Surviving his defeat, Frieza arrived with a vengeance, determined to destroy Goku. However, before he could act, a mysterious young man appeared. With quiet confidence, the stranger transformed into a Super Saiyan. In a swift and decisive battle, the youth obliterated Frieza and his forces, ending their threat in moments. Goku returned to Earth, greeted warmly by his friends. The mysterious warrior introduced himself as Trunks, a traveler from the future with a dire warning. He revealed a grim timeline where androids, creations of the Red Ribbon Army, would appear in 3 years, wreaking havoc and killing the Z Fighters. Even Goku would fall, succumbing to a deadly heart virus. Trunks gave Goku a vial of medicine and promised to return when the androids appear. Goku rallied his allies. He asked Piccolo to train with him and Gohan, and the Namekian agreed. The others chose to train with Master Roshi, each preparing in their own way for the looming threat. 3 years passed quickly, with the Z Fighters training tirelessly. On May 12th, the day Trunks foretold, they gathered at the designated location, ready for battle. And then they realized the androids were already among them. And then Piccolo says this line.
Up there, in the sky! He was attacked from above!
Which doesn't really make sense because it comes with little to no context. Who is Piccolo talking about? There's a lot of little moments like this where it seems like sections are just missing. The androids arrived without warning, their lack of ki making them undetectable until destruction erupted in the streets. As panic spread, Goku felt Yamcha's ki suddenly plummet. Rushing to the scene, the group found Yamcha gravely injured by one of the androids. Goku ordered Krillin to get Yamcha to safety, while he and the others confronted the threat. The androids, calm and unfeeling, ignored Goku's plea to move the fight away from civilians, instead unleashing an energy attack that reduced part of the city to rubble. Enraged, Goku repeated his demand. This time, the androids followed him to an open, deserted area. Once there, Goku demanded answers. The androids, led by Android 20, revealed their connection to the Red Ribbon Army, a group Goku had defeated as a child. Android 20 explained that they had studied Goku and his friends for years, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses to ensure their victory. Goku responded with a faint smile, knowing the androids had no knowledge of his growth since Namek. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura blazing brightly. Though momentarily startled, Android 20 remained confident, declaring that Android 20 was fully equipped to handle him. During this fight, Goku was supposed to start suffering from extreme fatigue from the heart virus that Trunks warned him about, but the game doesn't really even try to convey this through gameplay. Yes, this really is the scene that plays right after the battle. After his grueling fight with the androids, Goku collapsed, his body unable to endure the strain of the heart virus. Unconscious for days, he remained unaware as chaos escalated. During this time, androids 16, 17 and 18 awakened, following their agenda. A new threat soon emerged, Cell, a monstrous being with insatiable hunger for power. To reach his perfect form, Cell needed to absorb androids 17 and 18, growing stronger with each step towards perfection. As the world edged closer to catastrophe, Goku began to recover. When he finally awoke, the true battle to save Earth was about to begin. Now aware of his new foes, Goku enters the hyperbolic time chamber so he can complete a year of training in just a single day. Except this isn't what happens, as he explains his plan to Trunks and Vegeta and they end up entering the chamber first. So I don't know why the game says that Goku is in the hyperbolic time chamber, only to contradict this in the next sentence. As hours passed, Goku waited anxiously while Trunks and Vegeta trained in the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, Piccolo had gone to confront the androids alone, determined to stop them before Cell could reach them. Goku admired his resolve, but worried about the power gap. When Gohan offered to help Piccolo, Goku hesitated, unsure if there'd be more of a burden than a help. Suddenly, Gohan sensed Cell's menacing energy closing in on Piccolo. Desperation filled his eyes, and Goku knew they couldn't stay back. With a quick decision, Goku locked onto Piccolo's energy and used instant transmission, teleporting them to the battlefield. They arrived just as Cell struck Piccolo down, leaving him severely injured. Seeing their ally fall fueled Goku and Gohan with rage. Goku stepped forward, determined to hold off Cell and buy Gohan time to save Piccolo. This is quite a unique fight when it comes to the story modes in Dragon Ball games, as usually Goku only faces off against Cell in his perfect form. In fact, this what-if path makes Goku way more involved with the Cell saga than he usually is, as in the canon timeline, he is mostly there as a guiding force for the other characters, rather than being in the traditional main character role, which I think worked really well in the source material, but unfortunately makes for the game adaptations to feel like there are huge gaps in the narrative, because Goku wasn't there for most of it. As the battlefield dust settled, Cell's disintegrated form marked the end of one battle. Goku stood, weary as androids 17 and 18 shifted their focus back to their original mission. Goku suggested postponing their fight, urging the androids to recover first. His offer was met with rejection. Android 18 stepped forward, her calm demeanor hiding her fierce intent. Goku, steady and composed, prepared to engage. Their clash began with precision and intensity, but as the fight progressed, it became clear 18 was losing. Frustrated, 18 stepped back, declaring her lack of interest. Fighting, she admitted, was never her passion. Her retreat drew a smirk from Android 17, who stepped forward with confidence, but no malice. He complimented Goku's skill and composure, noting the stark contrast to Vegeta's brashness. Despite the light tone, 17 was ready to fight, and Goku prepared for a new battle. The fight did not last long, and Android 17 lowered his guard, his stance relaxing. He had realized he couldn't defeat Goku, but there was no bitterness in his expression, only a faint, amused smile. For 17, pursuing Goku had been more of a diversion than a mission. Now, having tested himself against Goku's strength, he felt oddly satisfied. Declaring his boredom, 17 suggested leaving. The thrill was gone, and he saw no reason to continue. With a casual wave, he signaled the end of his fight and turned to go. Android 16, however, wasn't ready to back down. His gaze remained fixed on Goku, driven by his sole purpose, Goku's destruction. As 17 and 18 began to walk away, 16 launched a fierce attack. Fatigued but determined, Goku defended himself against the relentless assault. Despite 16's power and persistence, he couldn't land a decisive blow. Frustration showed on his usually stoic face, and he prepared a final devastating move, revealing a self-destruct bomb embedded in his chest. 16 prepared to sacrifice himself to eliminate Goku, even at the cost of massive destruction to the surrounding area. But before he could detonate, his companions and even Goku appealed to him, urging him to reconsider. 16 hesitated, his internal programming clashing with his respect for nature. Slowly, he powered down, admitting he couldn't bring himself to harm the Earth he valued so deeply. Rejoining 17 and 18, 16 abandoned his mission. Together, the three androids departed, their conflict with Goku ending not in victory or defeat, but in a reluctant truce. Free from the shadow of the Red Ribbon Army, they set off in search of a new purpose. With that what-if path, Cell ended up being a bit of a nothing burger, but it was a nice ending nonetheless. Now we need to head back a bit to where the timeline splits. Gohan's heart wavered as Cell closed in on Piccolo. He desperately wanted to help his mentor, but Goku, thinking strategically, held him back. Aware of Cell's overwhelming power, Goku believed they would only hinder Piccolo and decided to wait for Vegeta and Trunks to finish their training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, Cell overpowered and absorbed Android 17, then managed to absorb Android 18 as well, completing his transformation into his perfect form. Standing in his new body, Cell declared the start of the Cell Games in 10 days, a deadly tournament to showcase his power and terrorize the world. As the days passed, Goku completed his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Though he admitted Cell's strength still exceeded his own, he remained calm and confident, reassuring his allies as the fateful day approached. When the Cell Games began, Cell stood at the arena's center. He invited challengers and Goku stepped forward without hesitation. The battle was extraordinary. Despite Cell's immense power, Goku fought with precision and determination, gradually turning the tide. Against all odds, he defeated Cell, destroying his perfect form and saving Earth once more. Relief swept over the Z Fighters as they celebrated their hard-earned victory. Goku, exhausted but satisfied, returned home to his family. For now, peace had returned, and Goku could enjoy the rare quiet moments with his loved ones. This is more of an alternate ending than an alternate pathway, and there are a few others like this within the story mode. So let's go back to the fight with Perfect Cell versus Goku. As the battle raged, Cell delighted in the intense clash with Goku. The back and forth of power thrilled him, and he decided the fight's conclusion shouldn't be confined to something trivial like a ring out. So, he destroyed the arena, leaving no boundaries to limit their fight. But Cell was stunned when Goku suddenly withdrew. The Z Fighters were shocked, but Goku remained confident. He believed his son, Gohan, held a power far greater than his own and entrusted him with Earth's fate. However, Goku misjudged Gohan's nature. While Gohan's power was immense, his gentle heart lacked the same love for battle. Gohan hated fighting, and the thought of taking a life, even Cell's, filled him with hesitation. Cell, sensing Gohan's untapped potential, devised a cruel plan to force it out. He created Cell Juniors, who swarmed the battlefield and attacked the Z Fighters mercilessly. Despite their small size, the Cell Juniors were overwhelmingly powerful. As the chaos unfolded, Goku's confidence wavered. His plan to draw out Gohan's strength had backfired, leaving his friends battered and vulnerable. Watching their suffering, Goku silently regretted his decision. As the fight rages on, Gohan is eventually pushed over the edge and transforms into a Super Saiyan 2, although this all happens off-screen in Goku's story mode. Gohan's overwhelming power left Cell defenseless, but instead of ending the fight, Gohan let his anger take control. Driven by vengeance, he toyed with Cell, wanting him to suffer for the pain he had caused. Despite Goku's pleas to finish the battle, Gohan hesitated, his rage clouding his judgment. Cell regurgitated Android 18, reverting to his weaker, semi-perfect form. Though severely weakened, Cell refused to give up. As Gohan delayed, Cell hatched a final plan. He began to swell with energy, preparing to self-destruct and destroy Earth along with himself. Gohan froze as the gravity of his mistake hit him. His arrogance and hesitation had put everyone in danger, leaving him powerless to stop Cell's plan.
I know that look.
Sorry, I've thought this over, guys. And well, any way you slice it, there's only one way to save Earth. Goodbye, my friends.
Goku! No!
You did good today, Gohan. Made me proud.
Dad? What are you?
Tell your mom I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna make it home this time.
Goku made the ultimate sacrifice. Using instant transmission, he transported himself and the self-destructing Cell to King Kai's planet. The explosion destroyed the distant world and claimed Goku, King Kai, and the others, but Earth was saved. However, Cell's regeneration abilities and Saiyan DNA allowed him to return stronger than before, with Goku's final words urging him to protect the world echoing in his mind. Gohan unleashed a powerful Kamehameha, guided by Goku's voice from beyond. The devastating attack ended Cell's reign of terror once and for all. When the battle was over, the Z fighters prepared to use the Dragon Balls to revive Goku, but he declined. Goku believed Earth no longer needed him, as it had Gohan and the others ready to defend it. With faith in their strength, Goku left Earth's future in their hands, and Goku was never brought back to life ever again. For 7 years, Earth enjoyed peace thanks to the heroics of Goku and Gohan. Life returned to normal until Goku, from the afterlife, learned that Gohan had entered the World Tournament. With help from fortune teller Baba, Goku was granted 1 day back on Earth to participate and reunite with loved ones. At the tournament, a mysterious fighter revealed a dire warning. The resurrection of Majin Buu, a being of immense destruction, was imminent. Goku and his allies shifted their focus from the competition to stopping this threat. Pursuing the sinister wizard Babidi, who sought to revive Buu, Goku swiftly defeated his subordinates. However, Babidi's cunning uncovered Vegeta's buried pride and desire to surpass Goku. Exploiting Vegeta's ambition, Babidi used his magic to corrupt him, enhancing his power but unleashing his darker side. Babidi then teleports Goku, Vegeta and others back to the tournament arena, turning their rivalry into a public spectacle. Chaos ensued as Vegeta, now consumed by his obsession, unleashed a devastating ki blast on the crowd. Goku, horrified, scrambled to deflect the attack and protect the innocent. Goku couldn't believe that Vegeta would surrender to Babidi's control, allowing himself to be manipulated merely for the chance to fight. But Vegeta's resolve was unshakable. He declared that his pride as a Saiyan and his unfulfilled ambition to surpass Goku outweighed anything else. With only one fleeting day on Earth, he refused to let it slip away, standing idle on Babidi's ship. The ship that doesn't appear in this game because they don't have enough stages, which not only gives players limited options while setting up battles, but also limits the storytelling. The Supreme Kai stood in shock at Vegeta's actions, unable to grasp how far the Saiyan Prince would go for his pride. Vegeta, unmoved, made his intentions clear. Majin Buu was irrelevant to him. His only goal was to defeat Goku, the low-born Saiyan who stood above him, an insult Vegeta could no longer tolerate. Realizing there was no reasoning with Vegeta, Goku requested they be teleported to a remote location, away from innocence. In an empty wasteland, Goku and Vegeta face off. Though under Barbody's influence, Vegeta's will was too strong to be fully controlled. Instead, his determination to surpass Goku fueled him, even as the Dark Margin energy enhanced his strength. Goku prepared to fight, aiming to stop Vegeta and prevent Majin Buu's resurrection. But Vegeta caught Goku off guard with a devastating blow. Stealing a senzu bean from his unconscious rival, Vegeta then left to face Buu alone. Vegeta confronted the fully awakened Majin Buu. Unleashing all his power, Vegeta fought ferociously in a desperate bid to destroy the creature. In the end, he sacrificed his life in a final selfless act to eradicate the monster. Yet, his sacrifice was in vain. Moments after the seemingly fatal blow, Majin Buu regenerated, and with Barbody's gleeful guidance, Buu's rampage began. The story transitions are kind of strange. I think the idea behind it is that you are going through memories of the events represented as photos. I'm pretty sure these are supposed to be photos, unless they are postcards or something. It is a way for the devs to save on animation, as they act as snapshots of moments, and this effect is also used during most of the cutscenes, with many of them being stills with very slight movements, mostly from the camera. The effect works great in some scenarios. For instance, during care attacks it can look really cool, but for the most part it comes across as disjointed and disrupts the flow of some scenes. I get that there was a lot of content that they had to cover and they needed to be efficient when it came to the animations, but I think they could have done a better job than this. And one way that I think they could have done this was, instead of it being photos being the motif that is showcasing the story, it could have been manga panels. It probably wouldn't have improved the animations or anything, but I think the overall theme of the presentation would have been better received, as it represents the Dragon Ball franchise a lot better. I feel like the games sometimes forget that Dragon Ball was a manga before it was an anime. I mean, isn't it obvious that these should have been manga panels, not postcards or photos or whatever the hell they're supposed to be? When Goku awoke, the battlefield was silent, with no trace of Gohan's energy. The loss of his son hit him hard, but the threat of Majin Buu left no time to grieve. Earth's survival depended on quick action and a solid plan. Goku decided to teach the fusion technique, a method to merge two fighters into one powerful warrior. He turned to Goten and Trunks, believing their combined strength could challenge Buu. The first step was retrieving the Dragon Radar from West City to locate the Dragon Balls and undo the damage caused by Buu. However, they learned Buu was already heading for the city. Trunks volunteered to retrieve the radar, his courage reflecting his father's. Knowing time was crucial, Goku made a bold choice to intercept Buu and buy Trunks the time he needed. Goku confronted the Pink Menace, unleashing a transformation that pushed his Super Saiyan powers to new heights. Goku braced for battle, determined to hold Buu off and ensure Trunks' success. As this fight progresses, Goku will transform from his base form all the way to Super Saiyan 3. If you are able to bring Majin Buu's health down quickly, then you will unlock an alternative ending to this saga. The battle reached its peak as Barbody relentlessly pushed Majin Buu with constant commands and insults. Buu, once destructive but childlike, began to crack under the wizard's cruelty. Finally, Buu snapped, turning on his master and silencing Barbody forever. Goku now faced the now freed Buu and sensed a flicker of something beyond his chaos. Speaking calmly, Goku urged Buu to abandon his destructive path. To his surprise, Buu listened and made a promise. He would stop his rampage if he could have endless candy and a strong opponent to fight. Returning to his allies, Goku shared the events. They used the Dragon Balls to undo Buu's devastation, reviving those lost in his rampage. With hope restored, Goku proposed a final solution, erasing Majin Buu from humanity's memory to end the cycle of fear. Though the decision was difficult, they agreed it was the best path forward. With the wish made, the skies cleared, and peace returned to Earth. The reformed Majin Buu now lives happily at Capsule Corporation and is a great playmate for Trunks and Goten, which is a kind of awkward outcome because Majin Buu was kind of responsible for Vegeta's death, and now his killer is living in his house and playing with his kid. That's weird. Of course, with this outcome, it means that Goku is also still dead, and Dragon Ball Super never happened. Anyway, we need to go back to the Goku vs Majin Buu fight and do slightly worse in the fight to continue the canon timeline. Goku's efforts to hold off Majin Buu succeeded, giving his allies the time they needed. Freed from Babidi's control, Buu turned on the wizard, ending his reign. However, the battle took its toll on Goku. With his time on Earth slipping away faster than expected, Goku turned his focus to preparing Goten and Trunks for the battles ahead. Pouring his remaining energy into training, Goku guided the young Saiyans through the fusion technique, knowing they were Earth's best hope against Buu. And as his final moments approached, Goku placed his trust in those he trained and loved. Before departing, he knelt to embrace Goten. You'll notice that this game is more willing to show the goings-on of other characters in another character's story if that character does not have their own story mode, which makes sense with the way the game is structured, but it just makes me wish that they just intertwined everybody's stories to make the narrative more cohesive. In the other world, Goku sensed the familiar energy. Using instant transmission, he arrived in the land of Kais, where Gohan was training intensely. Gohan shattered the ancient seal of Elder Kai, who, in gratitude, unlocked Gohan's latent power, unleashing strength beyond anything he had known. On Earth, Goten and Trunks fused into Gotenks. Despite their efforts, Gotenks couldn't defeat Buu, making it clear a stronger force was needed. Empowered by his new abilities, Gohan returned to Earth and initially overpowered Buu. However, the tide turned when Buu absorbed Gotenks and Piccolo, becoming an even greater threat and leaving Gohan outmatched. In a desperate move, Elder Kai sacrificed his life to restore Goku's. Armed with the Potara earrings, Goku returned to Earth, intending to fuse with Gohan. Before they could fuse, Buu absorbed Gohan, further increasing his power. Running out of options, Goku sought Vegeta, who had been revived through Fortune Teller Baba's help. Initially, Vegeta refused to fuse. That's a good sentence. But upon learning of Bulma's death and Trunks' absorption, his grief overcome his resistance.
Vegeta, let's do this!
Hand it to me, now! Alright!
Despite Majin Buu absorbing Earth's strongest warriors, the fused Vegeta proved unstoppable. However, destroying Buu outright would doom the countless souls trapped within him. Instead, Vegeta allowed himself to be absorbed, entering Buu's body to rescue Gohan and the others. With his captives freed, Buu reverted to his purest and most dangerous form, Kid Buu, a being of pure chaos and destruction. Kid Buu's rampage destroyed Earth, forcing Goku and his allies to flee to the land of the Kais. Their respite was brief as Kid Buu pursued them, using instant transmission. A fierce battle ensued, with Goku unleashing his Super Saiyan 3 form. Despite his immense power, Goku struggled to maintain the transformation. As Goku faltered, Vegeta stepped in to buy him time, but even his bravery couldn't match Buu's overwhelming strength. In an unexpected twist, Mr. Satan confronted Kid Buu, prompting the original Majin Buu to split off and defend him. This act of defiance brought precious time, but Fat Buu was no match for Kid Buu. Exhausted and out of options, Vegeta devised a bold plan. He ordered Dende and the others to gather the Namekian Dragon Balls, using them to restore Earth and revive everyone killed by Buu. With the planet and its people revived, Goku began creating a spirit bomb, drawing energy from the Earth's population. Though hesitant at first, the people of Earth responded to the call, uniting to share their energy.
It's ready! Go!
You're an incredible warrior, Buu. It was you against the universe, and you nearly won. I hope you can come back once more, but good. I want to fight you again, one-on-one, without all the loss. I'll be right there waiting for you, only stronger. Later.
The spirit bomb struck Majin Buu with overwhelming power, ending the universe's greatest threat. As the battlefield grew quiet, a profound sense of relief washed over everyone. Peace had been restored. Goku, weary but victorious, returned to Earth with his allies. Families reunited in tearful joy. Among them, Goku's own family waited, Chi-Chi's worry faded into relief, and Goten beamed with pride. Surrounded by loved ones, Goku embraced the peace he had fought so hard to protect. Life returned to normal for the first time in a long while. I am so used to the story ending here, but Sparking Zero is the first in the series to actually cover the Super Saga. The Super Saga? The Super Arc, whatever you call it. The Super Era. That's probably better. After his battle with Majin Buu, Goku found himself revived and eager to grow stronger. Training consumed his days, his mind fixated on pushing past his limits, but his routine was about to be shattered by the arrival of an unexpected and far more formidable foe, the god of destruction, Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus appeared unannounced at Bulma's birthday party. Beerus, on a quest to find a Super Saiyan god, was a being of overwhelming power, one who could erase everything with a flick of his finger. No one, not even the mighty Goku, could stand against him. But with the support of his family and friends, Goku found himself the power to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan god. As the fate of Earth hung in the balance, Goku boldly stepped forward, offering a deal to Beerus. If he could win the fight, Beerus would leave the planet unharmed. Beerus, ever confident in his strength, agreed, fully aware that no one had ever stood a chance against the Destroyer. I have to say, as the story mode goes on, it feels more and more rushed, with less branching paths and just less detailed storytelling in general, which really sucks because the Z portion of the story has already been covered so many times, but it still feels like it's been given even more time, while the Super portion, that has had way less attention, is rushed. Despite Goku's incredible transformation into a Super Saiyan god, it became clear he stood little chance against the might of Beerus. The battle was fierce, but the gap in their power was too vast. Though Goku didn't emerge victorious, his tenacity and strength left a lasting impression on Beerus. Satisfied, Beerus and his attendant Whis departed, bearing Earth from destruction. In the wake of the fight, Goku and Vegeta continued their training under Whis, pushing themselves further than ever before. Their progress, however, was overshadowed by a looming threat from Earth. Frieza, having been resurrected through the Dragon Balls, returned with vengeance. With a new army at his back, he launched an attack on Earth, hell-bent on taking revenge on Goku. Gohan attempted to stand against Frieza, but the tyrant's newfound strength overwhelmed him. By the time Goku and Vegeta received Bulma's SOS, Piccolo was already defeated, and Gohan was struggling to hold on. Unable to sense his father's ki from such a distance, Gohan fought with all the strength he had left, pouring his energy into a final desperate attempt. The surge of power was enough for Goku to sense him, and with instant transmission, he arrived just in time to confront Frieza once more. As the fight loomed, Frieza took a moment to thank Goku, his words leaving the Saiyan confused. For years, Frieza's existence had been consumed by one singular desire: revenge. Goku and his defiance had been the catalyst for Frieza's newfound power, and as a result, the tyrant could now hold the universe in his grip. It was Goku's victory over him that had driven Frieza to such extremes, and it was now Goku's life he planned to end as a token of his gratitude. The fight between Goku and Frieza erupted with fierce intensity, each combatant determined to settle the score once and for all. Goku, feeling confident in his newfound power, decided to unveil his latest transformation, Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, in impressive form, but with a really annoying name to say, so from now on I'm just going to be calling it Super Saiyan Blue, like everyone else in the world. Never one to back down from a challenge, Frieza responded by revealing his own transformation, Golden Frieza. The two locked into another fierce battle, their powers clashing in a spectacle of destruction. Each blow was a testament to the tension between them, a culmination of years of rivalry. But as the fight raged on, Frieza, ever cunning, saw an opening. In a bid to finish everything once and for all, he attempted to destroy Earth, planning to bring the battle to an abrupt end. Goku, realizing Frieza's move just in time, acted swiftly. He launched a powerful Kamehameha wave, striking Frieza and forcing him into defeat. The tyrant crumbled under the force of Goku's energy. His reign of terror finally brought to a close. Just as the dust settled, a new figure appeared. Beerus' brother Champa His presence immediately stirred tensions, and soon Goku and his friends found themselves caught in the middle of a heated argument between the two powerful siblings. And yes, that is really how the Resurrection F arc ends, with family drama, the most relatable ending in the series. The revelation came that there were 12 universes in total, each with its own wonders and mysteries. Their own realm was known as Universe 7, but that was not all. In the neighbouring Universe 6, the home of the formidable Champa, existed a legendary treasure, the Super Dragon Balls. These immense orbs scattered across Universe 6 and 7 had the power to summon Super Shenron, a being capable of granting any wish, free of any restrictions. It was this unparalleled prize that became the centerpiece of the Tournament of Destroyers. In a series of fiercely fought battles, Goku and his allies triumphed. This is completely skipped in the story mode, by the way. Maybe the devs didn't want to make a new stage or something. This game needs more stages. However, their victory brought them under the watchful gaze of a being of incomprehensible power, Zeno, the ruler of all universes. Their meeting with this cosmic overseer would alter the course of their lives forever. Not long after, an unexpected visitor arrived. Trunks emerged from a time machine, seeking Goku and his allies' help. His arrival was marked by tension. He mistakenly attacked Goku, only to apologize profusely moments later, explaining his confusion. He had thought Goku to be someone else, a sinister figure haunting his future. This imposter, clad in black attire, had come to be known as Goku Black. The name alone sent a chill through Trunks, who recounted the day Black appeared, declaring his intent to eradicate humanity in the name of justice. Black unleashed devastation upon the earth. For a year, Trunks fought valiantly, but the world crumbled under Black's relentless assault. All hope seemed lost. Bulma, upon examining the time machine, uncovered a message from her future self. The instructions were clear: repair the machine and accompany Trunks back to the future with Goku and Vegeta. Before departing, Goku sought to gauge Trunks' strength, challenging him to a sparring match. The two warriors moved to a secluded place, their energy clashing together in battle, yet their duel was interrupted by a sudden, ominous arrival, Goku Black, having traced Trunks across time. Goku seized the chance to face his dark counterpart, testing his skill against the enigmatic foe. The battle was intense, but an unexpected time distortion swallowed Black, forcing his retreat back to the future. Whis, ever observant, noticed a peculiar artifact on Black's hand, the Supreme Kai's time ring, an object that transcended the bounds of time and space. Suspecting a connection, Whis led Goku and his companions to Universe 10, where they encountered Zamasu, an apprentice Supreme Kai with a strikingly familiar energy. Zamasu's meeting with Goku was his first, and he seemed unaware of the time ring's existence. Intrigued by the young Kai's latent power, Goku proposed a duel. In the clash that followed, timelines intertwined, and the seeds of an even greater conflict were sown. I was very curious as to how well Sparking Zero would do at retelling the Goku Black arc, as one of the best parts of this arc was the mystery aspect of it. Unfortunately, because of the scope of the story, the game doesn't have time to play on the fun that a build up to a mystery can have, and in the story it falls a bit flat. You can follow what is going on, but it misses a lot of the intrigue, which can be said for every other saga, but I think the effects are felt most here. The tension hung heavy in the air as we studied Zamasu, the apprentice Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Between the antisocial aura emanating from him and the energy signature he carried, a shadow of Goku Black's ki, Whis found their suspicions circumstantially confirmed. Beerus, ever decisive, wondered aloud if he should eliminate Zamasu there and then. Goku hesitated, his instincts telling him Zamasu wasn't entirely like Black. The ki was similar, yes, but not identical. Despite their encounter with Zamasu, Goku, Beerus and Whis left Universe 10 without definitive proof that Zamasu was Black. Back on Earth, Bulma and the others worked tirelessly to repair the time machine, when a message from Zeno arrived, requesting an audience. As Goku prepared to meet Zeno, Beerus issued a stern warning. One wrong move could result in the erasure of the entire reality. The Destroyer also revealed a deeper concern. Should Zeno's wrath claim the Supreme Kai, Beerus himself would perish, as the lives of the two were intertwined. Whis, with his usual composed demeanor, added that even he would pale in comparison to the Grand Minister, Zeno's chief attendant. When they arrived, Zeno's request was disarmingly simple. He wanted Goku to be his friend. Goku agreed, a bit reluctantly, explaining that he was preoccupied with urgent matters. To seal their budding friendship, Zeno gave Goku a button that could summon him at any time. I'm sure it's not important for later. With their business concluded, Goku joined Vegeta, Bulma and Trunks to journey to the ravaged future. There they confronted Goku Black, who revealed a rather pretty transformation. Super Saiyan rose. Goku and Vegeta, wielding the power of Super Saiyan Blue, fought valiantly but fell to Black's superior might. Even with Trunks joining the battle, the combined efforts of three Saiyans were no match for Black and his ally Zamasu. Beaten and battered, Vegeta used his remaining strength to ensure their retreat to the past. Back in the present, that's such a weird sentence to say after that sentence. Back in the present, the Supreme Kai brought dire news. Zamasu sought the Super Dragon Balls. Whis deduced a horrifying truth. Zamasu likely used the Dragon Balls to create Goku Black and gain immortality. Though only an apprentice, Zamasu could bypass the time restrictions by stealing a Supreme Kai's time ring. Their fears were confirmed when they caught Zamasu attempting to murder the Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Beerus, with his power of Hakai, obliterated Zamasu, believing this would alter the future. Confident in their actions, the group returned to the future to assess the changes, only to find that nothing had changed. Trunks despaired as he realized Beerus' actions had no effect on his timeline. Goku Black and Zamasu were waiting for them. The truth of their alliance unraveled, a twisted tale of stolen bodies and murdered gods. Black revealed that he had used the Super Dragon Balls to switch bodies with Goku, creating the ultimate war machine. Together, the two Zamasus, one from the future and one from the past, orchestrated a plan to eradicate all mortals, the Zero Mortal Plan. Through the time ring, they had circumvented Beerus' destruction, slaughtered the Supreme Kais across the multiverse, and shattered the Super Dragon Balls to prevent interference. With no gods left to oppose them, the pair wielded unmatched power. Their justification for this annihilation? To reclaim the purity of existence, untainted by mortal conflict and chaos. Goku Black's voice dripped with malice as he pronounced judgment, his words a venomous decree.
Because you are the ugliest, we are sentencing you to the heaviest punishment. A despair and terror that befits your wicked crimes. And none of you will escape it. This is it, Saiyans. For the sake of our most glorious project, you will die today.
The battlefield ignited as Goku launched himself at Zamasu, fury propelling his every strike. With unrelenting resolve, Goku gained the upper hand, his blows shaking the ground beneath him. But before the battle could be won, Goku Black entered the fray, his power a dark mirror of Goku's own. The clash of the two Gokus were fierce, their moves a blur of strength and speed. Sparks flew as their fists collided, each testing the limits of the other. Yet, Black's parting words cut deeper than any blow. Goku's entire family is gone in this timeline. Chi-Chi, Goten, all of them. Goku's heart filled with rage and grief, channeling every ounce of his anguish into his power. His final strike left Goku Black defeated. With Black vanquished, only Zamasu remained. Immortal and unwavering, Zamasu stood as an impenetrable wall. It doesn't take long before Goku has exhausted all his energy. And that is the ending of that pathway. Pretty grim. So don't do too well in this fight or you'll get a very unsatisfying conclusion. Okay, if we re-enter the fight and do much worse against Goku Black, Trunks will eventually interject into the fight. The battlefield was grim, marked by the bruised and battered forms of Goku and his allies. Their earlier clash with Goku Black and Zamasu had left them with devastating injuries, forcing them into a desperate retreat. It was only through Trunks' courageous efforts to hold off their relentless pursuers that they managed to escape into the time machine. But even as they fled, one haunting question lingered in their minds. How could such formidable foes be defeated? In their temporary reprieve, a sliver of hope emerged. Piccolo suggested the potential solution, the evil containment wave, a technique that could possibly imprison Zamasu despite his immortality. Acting swiftly, Goku sought out Master Roshi, who taught him the ancient skill and provided a sealing jar to complete the technique. Goku rushed back to Trunks and the others, only to encounter disaster upon his arrival. Black and Zamasu awaited him, and before Goku could act, they unleashed their power upon the time machine, obliterating it in an instant. Any chance of retreat was reduced to ashes. Now stranded in this desolate timeline, the two adversaries gloated over their prey. Their confidence was palpable, as though the destruction of the time machine had sealed the fate of their foes. But Vegeta, ever defiant, refused to cower. With sharp wit and unyielding resolve, he declared this world would not serve as their grave. It would be Black and Zamasu's. The tension grew as Zamasu spoke, mocking the naivety of the Kais, who had once believed mortals would wield intellect responsibly. Vegeta responded with scorn, his taunt aimed to provoke and distract their enemies. But the crucial jar, essential for the evil containment wave, was nowhere to be seen. Goku realized too late it had been destroyed along with the time machine. Vegeta's exasperation was evident, but his Saiyan pride refused to allow despair. With a smirk, he dismissed the jar's loss, vowing to end the fight with raw strength instead of ancient tricks. Goku shared his comrades' fiery resolve. Together, they prepared to face Goku, Black and Zamasu once more, despite the odds. I really love how they made a callback to the Piccolo saga, with trying to use the containment wave to trap the villain. It's just a shame that Goku had to screw it up. To be fair, it didn't end up working back then either. The tides of battle shifted dramatically as Goku and Vegeta unleashed their full power, their relentless onslaught overwhelming Zamasu and Goku Black. Desperation flickered in the eyes of the two adversaries, leading them to resort to fusing into a single entity. As gods, their fusion will be permanent. The newly fused Zamasu radiated immense power, but even this deranged Kai, now at the peak of his might, found himself struggling against the combined force of Goku and Vegeta. The Saiyans fought with unrelenting ferocity, their resilience proving greater than the fusion's chaotic power. Through sheer determination and raw strength, Goku and Vegeta pushed the fused Zamasu to his limits. Blow by devastating blow, the Saiyans dismantled their foe, each strike unraveling the divine snobbery that had once made him seem invincible. Finally, the fused Zamasu fell, his grand schemes reduced to nothing. As the dust settled, Goku and Vegeta stood battered and exhausted, but victorious. Their bitter struggle had ended. The threat that had loomed so heavily over the future was finally vanquished. Bulma rushed to the scene, her relief palpable as she approached the weary warriors. Trunks, standing nearby, felt the weight of his burden lift for the first time in what felt like an eternity. And that is the end of another alternative route. You probably are beginning to notice that the game blew its load early when it comes to the elaborate branching paths, at least when it comes to Goku's story. So we have to go back once again and make sure that we don't do too well in the fight, to make sure that we continue along the canon timeline. The battle against the fused Zamasu raged on. Goku and Vegeta fought valiantly, but the strain of the clash began to take its toll. Their bodies, bruised and battered, struggled against the seemingly endless power of the divine fusion. Yet amid the chaos, Trunks could no longer stand idly by. Pouring his strength into a mighty Gallic gun blast, Trunks unleashed his attack on Zamasu. The sheer force of his will drew his father, Vegeta, into the struggle, adding his own energy to the assault. The combined power of father and son momentarily pushed Zamasu to his limits. Goku joined the attack with a fierce Kamehameha, and the Saiyans' combined energy clashed with Zamasu's. But Zamasu, though wounded, was far from defeated. His body began to mutate, destabilized by the conflicting nature of his fused form, one half divine, the other mortal. The Saiyans realized they needed even greater power to end his reign of terror once and for all. Goku proposed an idea that Vegeta grudgingly accepted. Despite his reservations, they would fuse using the Potara earrings, just as Zamasu and Black had done. Their fusion created Vegeta, a warrior of unimaginable power. The fusion retcon is kind of stupid, because I always thought that the Potara earrings were supposed to be different from the fusion dance, because it's like, not, just who cares, forget it. That's stupid. No one cares, I don't care anymore. Transcending their previous limits, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, clashing with Zamasu in a battle that shook the very fabric of reality. Yet even this extraordinary power was not enough to secure a quick victory. As the hour-long limit of the fusion approached, Vegeta split back into Goku and Vegeta, leaving them vulnerable. The situation grew dire, but hope emerged once more in the form of Trunks. Drawing upon the energy of every surviving mortal, Trunks infused the sword with the collective power of humanity. With his radiant blade, he delivered a decisive strike cutting through Zamasu. Victory seemed within reach, but Zamasu's essence refused to fade. Humanity's final hope seemed extinguished as Zamasu's incorporeal wrath enshrouded the planet. And this is the image they decided to show to represent all of this occurring. In this desperate moment, Goku remembered the button given to him by Zeno. Consulting with the Supreme Kai, Goku confirmed that the Zeno of this timeline still existed. With no other option, he pressed the button, summoning the Supreme Being. Zeno appeared, unimpressed by the ruined world before him. At Goku's suggestion, the god opted to erase Zamasu, but Zeno's solution was absolute. He destroyed everything, leaving nothing of Trunks' timeline but a void. Goku and the others barely escaped, retreating in the time machine just as the destruction unfolded. Though Trunks and the remnants of his people had lost their home, Whis offered a glimmer of hope. They could return to a point in the timeline before Zamasu's corruption had spread and seal him away. With this chance to rebuild, Trunks bid farewell to Goku and the others, embarking on his next journey in his new world. Let's be real. This ending is kind of stupid in the source material, and the way Sparking Zero presents it kind of makes it worse. But thankfully there's a bit of redemption arc for this saga in another character's story mode. After Trunks departed, Goku brought the Zeno from future Trunks' timeline to join his own Zeno. United, the two Supreme Beings craved excitement, and Goku proposed an idea, a grand tournament to find the strongest warriors across the multiverse. This tournament of power came with immense stakes. The winning team would earn a wish from the Super Dragon Balls. While the losing universes faced complete erasure. To prepare, exhibition matches were held, where Goku and his allies met Toppo, a formidable fighter from Universe 11, foreshadowing the fierce battles ahead. The Zenos, thrilled by the exhibition matches, eagerly anticipated the main event. Goku and his team returned to Earth, racing against time to assemble a 10-warrior team to secure the universe's survival. From here, the game gives you 3 choices of who you want to recruit. There's Majin Buu, 10 or Android 17, and honestly it really does not matter who you go with, as it doesn't really change the story at all. You just have an extra fight with whoever you choose and some extra dialogue. So for brevity, we are just going to go with Android 17. Goku's search for allies led him to Android 17, whose secluded life as a park ranger made him hard to find. After getting no leads from Android 18, Goku sought help from Dende, who revealed that 17 lived on a remote southern island protecting endangered wildlife. When Goku arrived, he found 17 fighting off poachers and joined in to help drive them away. Afterwards, Goku proposed a sparring match to gauge 17's strength. Their intense battle showcased 17's impressive power. Amid the peaceful island setting, Goku learned about 17's life, including his devotion to his family and his role as protector of the island's wildlife. Goku then revealed his mission, recruiting 17 for the Tournament of Power, where the universe's survival was at stake. Initially, 17 refused, prioritizing his responsibilities over what he saw as a simple competition. However, Goku's persistence and the grave stakes of the universe's destruction changed his mind. Reluctantly, 17 agreed, motivated by fairness. Obliteration shouldn't spare the strong while targeting the weak. With Android 17 on board, Goku's team was nearly complete. However, Majin Buu fell into a deep slumber and couldn't be awakened, leaving Goku scrambling for a replacement. He came up with a daring idea, reviving the notorious Frieza to fill the spot. This suggestion faced strong resistance due to Frieza's treacherous history, but the stakes left no choice. Goku approached Frieza in Hell, offering temporary resurrection to join the tournament. Frieza agreed, on the condition that he be fully revived with the Dragon Balls if they won. Despite the risk, Goku accepted. The team was now ready. The 10 warriors of Universe 7 stood in the Tournament of Power arena. Across the arena, fighters from 11 other universes had gathered, each team showcasing their strongest warriors. Among them were familiar rivals and formidable new foes. Universe 6's team included the assassin Hit, known for his deadly precision and time-skipping abilities, Frost, a cunning counterpart to Frieza, and 2 Saiyans with transformation potential rivaling Universe 7's. Universe 11's lineup was equally intimidating, led by Toppo and anchored by Jiren, a silent powerhouse. The Grand Minister appeared at the arena's center, welcoming the fighters and introducing the 2 Zenos, who eagerly awaited the multiverse-spanning spectacle. He outlined the rules. The battle would last 48 Earth minutes, with special techniques allowed but no weapons or lethal attacks. Fighters could only be eliminated by being knocked out of the ring, and no healing items were permitted. With the rules set, the Grand Minister declared the Tournament of Power officially underway. Chaos erupted as the warriors clashed, each fighting to secure the universe's survival. Among the early battles, Goku faced Caulifla, a Universe 6 Saiyan who had achieved Super Saiyan. Despite her strength, Goku's skill gave him the upper hand, frustrating Kale, Caulifla's protective friend. Watching Caulifla struggle, Kale's emotion boiled over, unleashing her latent power and transforming her into a legendary Super Saiyan. Her energy erupted uncontrollably, shaking the arena and drawing awe from the spectators. Zeno cheered with excitement, while Vegeta dismissed her display as unrefined brute force. Consumed by rage, Kale charged at Goku, her ferocity unmatched. Though Goku fought back in Super Saiyan Blue form, Kale's raw strength made her nearly unstoppable. However, her lack of control turned into a greater threat to her allies than her enemies. As the battle spiraled, Jiren from Universe 11 stepped in. With effortless dominance, he subdued Kale, his calm, yet overwhelming power silencing her rampage. Jiren's efficiency left an impression, but he disappeared before Goku could challenge him, leaving Goku eager for another chance to face the warrior. Goku and the team regrouped with androids 17 and 18, battered but determined to continue. Their brief rest was cut short by an unexpected challenge from Universe 2. A trio of flamboyant warriors appeared, announcing themselves with dramatic flair. Their goal wasn't destruction, but spreading love and beauty. Before Universe 7 could act, the trio began a transformation ritual. Android 17 tried to disrupt them with precise attacks, but to no avail. Their powers amplified their whimsical yet destructive present, marked a new challenge, forcing Universe 7 to brace for another battle. The lead up to some of these fights is really bad. Most of them just seem like they just come out of nowhere. There is just so much shit that is going on at the same time. There's only so much that can be conveyed through stills. Honestly, some of the Tournament of Power could have been left out, just to make it a bit easier to follow with the storytelling method they had chosen. Goku and Android 17 stood firm against 2 opponents when a Yardrak from Universe 2 suddenly intervened. Using instant transmission, he whisked the 2 girls to safety, leaving Goku and Android 17 momentarily at ease. Always eager for a challenge, Goku parted ways with 17 to seek his next opponent. He soon encountered Hit, the Universe 6 assassin, locked in a fierce battle with Dispo, a lightning-fast warrior from Universe 11. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan God and joined the fray, intercepting Dispo's charge. While Hit voiced annoyance at Goku's intrusion, Goku simply replied that he was there for the excitement. Dispo's incredible speed pushed Goku to his limits, even outpacing his instant transmission. However, Goku adapted, analyzing Dispo's patterns and countering with precision to gain the upper hand. As Dispo faltered, Hit turned his attention back to Goku, reigniting their rivalry. Their intense clash was interrupted by Krillin's urgent cry. Master Roshi was in trouble. Without hesitation, Goku raced to Roshi's aid, saving him from danger. With Roshi safe, Goku returned to the chaotic battlefield. The Tournament of Power battlefield trembled as a colossal energy filled the Null realm. Frieza smirked, his calculating gaze fixed on the source. Jiren from Universe 11 had finally joined the fight. Toppo was urging him to secure victory for the universe. Jiren's red aura flared, a display of power so immense it left even the gods astonished. Watching from the sidelines, Krillin was awestruck. and Beerus recognized the extraordinary strength rivaling divine energy. Goku stepped forward, eager to face the opponent he had awaited. Their clash was explosive, with Jiren's overwhelming strength countering every move Goku made, forcing him to dig deeper into his arsenal. Reaching his limit, Goku unleashed the Spirit Bomb. Gathering energy from allies and the universe itself, he hurled the massive sphere at Jiren, only to watch in disbelief as Jiren pushed it back effortlessly. Goku powered up to Kaioken times 10, then times 20, pouring every ounce of strength into the struggle. But Jiren's unwielding power prevailed, and the Spirit Bomb detonated in a massive explosion, engulfing Goku completely. As the dust cleared, Goku emerged transformed, surrounded by a glowing silver aura. His movements were fluid and instinctive, marking the arrival of Ultra Instinct, a state where the body acts independently of the conscious thought. In this form, Goku's abilities stunned everyone. Jiren and Toppo's attacks failed to connect, as if Goku had transcended mortal limits. However, the power was fleeting. Goku's body couldn't sustain Ultra Instinct for long. As his strength faded, Frieza unexpectedly offered his ki, restoring Goku enough to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Hit faced Jiren in a fierce battle. Despite his mastery of time skip, Hit couldn't match Jiren's sheer strength and precision. Jiren countered every move, ultimately eliminating Hit and returning to meditation. Although still weakened, Goku rejoined the chaotic battles and sought out new challenges. Caulifla, the fiery Saiyan from Universe 6, challenged Goku again, this time joined by Kale, now in full control of her Super Saiyan form. Together, they launched a fierce assault, testing Goku's strength. Despite their teamwork, Goku gained the upper hand, forcing them to their knees. Refusing to back down, the duo revealed their secret weapon, Patara earrings. In a burst of energy, they fused into Kefla, radiating incredible energy, prompting Goku to ascend to Super Saiyan Blue. Their battle intensified, shaking the arena with each clash. Kefla's relentless strength pushed Goku to his limit, forcing him to awaken Ultra Instinct once more. His movements became flawless and instinctive, allowing him to dodge even Kefla's most powerful attacks. As she unleashed a fury of energy blasts in desperation, Goku adapted effortlessly, evading with unmatched grace. In a final, decisive moment, Goku leapt into the air, gathering energy for a powerful Kamehameha. Kefla countered with a massive energy wave, confident of her victory. Yet, Goku skillfully dodged midair and closed in. His Kamehameha struck Kefla, blasting her out of the arena and securing her defeat. As the dust settled, Goku stood victorious but weary, knowing the tournament was far from over. The looming threat of Jiren still remained. Universes 2 and 6 were eliminated. The remaining warriors fought desperately to avoid the same fate. From Universes 3 and 4 emerged a new threat, a massive colossus form from the fusion of their remaining fighters. Towering and with immense power, it unleashed a relentless assault. Universe 7 banded together, combining their strength to face the overwhelming enemy. In a decisive counterattack, the united efforts overwhelmed Analaza, shattering its defenses and knocking it out of the ring. Now only 2 universes remained, Universe 7 and Universe 11. The countdown to the tournament's end ticked closer, with just 8 minutes left. Off-screen, Toppo was eliminated, leaving Universe 11 in a dire position. Jiren, now their last warrior, responded with cold indifference to his teammates' losses. Dismissing Toppo's failure, Jiren reaffirmed his belief that strength was the only thing that mattered. Jiren turned his attention to the battered warriors of Universe 7. Acknowledging their strength and effort in defeating Toppo, his aura erupted like a storm, shaking the arena and revealing the depths of power he had held back. The ground cracked beneath him as his energy surged, dwarfing anything Goku and Vegeta had faced. Weary from their battles, they stood together, resolute, charging at Jiren with all they had. Their attacks were effortlessly deflected. Each strike and technique fell short as Jiren systematically overpowered them. As the battle reached its peak, Jiren unleashed a massive ki blast, aiming to end the fight. In this crucial moment, Android 17 intervened, stepping forward as a final shield. With quiet resolve, Android 17 accepted his fate, reflecting on his journey and newfound understanding of humanity. He activated his energy barrier, absorbing the brunt of Jiren's attack. His sacrifice granted Goku and Vegeta the time they desperately needed to recover. With Android 17 gone, the burden shifted to Vegeta. Drained and unable to transform, The Saiyan Prince was no match for Jiren's relentless power, yet Vegeta stood defiant, fighting not for himself but for the survival of Universe 7. In his final moments, Vegeta transformed his remaining energy to Goku, placing his faith in his ally. With that, Vegeta fell from the arena, leaving Goku to face Jiren alone. Rejuvenated by Vegeta's sacrifice, Goku rose again to confront Jiren. The battle raged on, a clash of sheer willpower. Though battered and nearing collapse, Goku refused to give in. The sacrifices and trust of his allies reignited a spark within him. As the tournament neared its end, Goku tapped into his strength, standing firm against Jiren. The arena quaked under the ferocity of their fight. Each strike and movement carried unimaginable force as their power continued to escalate. Jiren, who had relied solely on strength, began to falter under the strain of facing an opponent who wouldn't yield. For the first time, cracks appeared in his stoic demeanor. The fight reached its peak in a final exchange of overwhelming blows, the energy lighting up the arena. When the dust cleared, only one warrior remained. Goku stood victorious. Cheers erupted from Universe 7's fighters as they celebrated their champion. Goku, overcome with joy, raised his arms in victory. His friends gathered around him. Together, they stood as Universe 7's champions. The Tournament of Power had ended, and against all odds, Universe 7 emerged victorious. This is another alternate ending that you can get from doing really well in a fight. This ending is very unceremonial, and if you got this ending on your first time through and had never seen the anime or read the manga, you'll be very disappointed. It just has a couple of sentences, and then it just ends. No credits or anything. Luckily, this isn't the actual send-off intended for the end of Goku's story mode. The battle raged on as Goku and Jiren clashed with relentless power and determination. Goku's body, pushed to its limits, finally gave out, leaving him vulnerable to Jiren's decisive blow. Just as defeat seemed certain, Android 17 and Golden Frieza emerged from the sidelines, catching Jiren off guard. Their surprise attack forced him into a corner, reigniting hope for Universe 7's victory. From afar, Toppo's voice cut through the chaos, reprimanding and encouraging Jiren. He reminded him of the years of sacrifice and isolation spent cultivating his strength, urging him not to falter now. Strengthened by Toppo's words, Jiren rose again, his resolve unshaken. Across the battlefield, Goku found a spark of strength and stood once more. The two warriors, drained but determined, clashed again in a final exchange. Yet, Goku alone could not overcome Jiren's immense power.
I need you to throw me, Saiyan!
You got it! One alley-oop coming up!
Do it! Goku! Frieza! Go! This must be the secret of the 7th universe. The power of trust!
The battle ended with Universe 7 claiming victory. Exhausted but triumphant, the fighters gathered in the stands. Goku turned to Frieza with a rare gratitude, but Frieza brushed it off with his usual sharpness, though an unspoken respect lingered between them. The Grand Minister declared the tournament over, announcing Jiren's elimination and Universe 11's defeat. Despite his loss, Jiren maintained his stoic composure, exchanging a brief moment of respect with Goku. Android 17 stood alone as the Tournament of Power's champion. Granted a wish from the Super Dragon Balls, he briefly considered treating his family to a cruise, but seeing Goku's hopeful expression, he made a selfless choice instead. Android 17 wished to restore all erased universes. Zeno were unsurprised. This wish was expected, as any selfish desire would have triggered a total annihilation of all universes. With the universes restored, Zeno turned to Goku. Promises of future visits marked the end of the tournament. As Universe 7's warriors departed, a quiet determination settled over them. Goku, ever confident, looked ahead to new challenges, while Vegeta, unwavering in his pride, reaffirmed their endless pursuit of strength as Saiyans. The end of Goku's story. Sparking Zero definitely has its issues, but it is definitely one of the most extensive story modes in the series. There are a few more characters that have their very own campaign for us to play through. Goku's story mode is by far the longest, but the other characters' stories do flesh out some of the story details that were only glossed over in Goku's, as well as having completely new content. Vegeta, the proud Saiyan prince, was a warrior like no other. Driven by an unyielding desire for strength. After hearing of the Dragon Balls, he set his sights on Earth, eager to gain immortality. He clashed with Goku and his allies, but was ultimately defeated and retreated to Namek to find the Namekian Dragon Balls before Frieza. There, Kui, a warrior under Frieza's command, was sent to kill him. Kui ambushed Vegeta, pretending to offer an alliance before attacking. Vegeta, having grown stronger on Earth, effortlessly dodged the attack. Coldly, he told Kui that his speed and strength had increased, making the ambush pointless and only enraging him. Kui, realizing his mistake, knew his arrogance would be his undoing. Vegeta was in no rush to destroy Kui. Instead, he toyed with his would-be assassin, savoring every moment. He relished the chance to watch his enemies squirm. After, he mused that he only needed one Dragon Ball to stop Frieza and let the Earthlings gather the others. With all 7, he would wish for immortality and become unstoppable. With his goals clear, Vegeta turned his attention back to the search. He located Dodoria with little trouble and, as expected, dispatched the overweight warrior in mere moments, his power now leagues ahead of his former allies. Vegeta heard a mention of humans on Namek, but he did not waste time searching for them. Instead, he set his sights on the nearest Namekian village, knowing that there would be Dragon Balls awaiting him. He arrived at the village, crushing any in his path. The villagers stood no chance against the Prince of all Saiyans. He claimed the 4-star Dragon Ball with ease. He sank it deep into the waters, ensuring it would remain hidden, and his hunt for the remaining Dragon Balls continued. Vegeta encountered Zarbon, Frieza's loyal warrior, and confidently revealed he had defeated Dodoria. Zarbon was unfazed, questioning why Vegeta would defy Frieza. Vegeta expressed his hatred for Frieza and his desire for both immortality and freedom from Frieza's control. He was determined to prevent Frieza from getting the Dragon Balls, believing that once he was immortal, Frieza's empire would fall. Zarbon pointed out that immortality alone wouldn't be enough to defeat Frieza. The battle between them was intense, with Vegeta holding his own initially, but Zarbon's transformation shifted the fight in his favour. Overpowered and battered, Vegeta managed to escape. Vegeta's pursuit of the final Dragon Ball led him to Krillin, but as he closed in, Zarbon found him once again. Defiantly, Vegeta proclaimed the strength of the Saiyan race. The near-death experience had made him stronger, and he was finally able to eliminate Zarbon. Sensing the Ginyu Force approaching, he saw an unlikely alliance with Krillin as his best option to prevent Frieza from taking the Dragon Balls. Unfortunately, the Ginyu Force arrived before they could act, quickly snatching the Dragon Balls from them. In the ensuing chaos, Vegeta found himself locked in battle with Gildo, managing to defeat the Ginyu Force member. But he knew the real fight was yet to come, as the remaining members of the elite force approached. Recoome, a towering figure full of bravado, struck a dramatic pose, but the Saiyan prince wasted no time, unleashing a powerful blast. When the smoke cleared, Recoome stood unfazed, grinning as if the blast were nothing. Undeterred, Vegeta growled in frustration, refusing to be defeated so easily. Recoome charged forward, his overwhelming power pummeling Vegeta. For the first time in a while, Vegeta struggled, his body battered and energy fading. Just as things seemed dire, Goku arrived, and together they overpowered Recoome, ending the battle with the Ginyu Force member defeated. Goku had brought Senzu beans, healing everyone as they prepared for the final fight with the Ginyu Force. Vegeta's goal was clear: retrieve the Dragon Balls from Captain Ginyu. As he searched, Vegeta noticed Gohan and the others had found the Dragon Balls first, sparking a brief flash of annoyance, but his focus remained on summoning Piranha to secure his wish. Just as he was about to act, Captain Ginyu, now in Goku's body, arrived with Jace. Ginyu taunted them, but Vegeta was already moving, warning them to face him. Jace scoffed at the challenge. Vegeta declared he was getting closer to becoming a Super Saiyan. Dismissing Jace's mockery, he swiftly defeated him with a crushing blow. Turning to Ginyu, Vegeta closed in, but unexpectedly, Goku, still weak, dove between them, reclaiming his body and leaving Ginyu in the body of a Namekian frog. As Goku recovered, Vegeta took a moment to rest, preparing for a showdown with Frieza. Gohan and the others seized the chance to summon Piranha, but disaster struck when Guru, the ancient Namekian sage, passed away, turning the Dragon Balls to stone. The wish that seemed so close was now out of reach. Vegeta clenched his fist in frustration. His plans had been thwarted. The air grew tense as Frieza approached, his overwhelming power palpable. His rage radiated from him, his sharp voice promising retribution for those who dared defy him. Vegeta stood firm, unshaken by Frieza's wrath. With confidence, he spoke of the legendary Super Saiyan and the power coursing through him. Frieza scoffed, dismissing it as yet another hollow boast. Frieza lunged forward, but the prince refused to falter. Instead, he taunted Frieza, daring him to transform. But no matter how hard Vegeta fought, the difference in their power levels remained vast. Just as Vegeta's strength began to wane, a new force entered the battlefield, Piccolo. Now fused with the Namekian warrior Nail, he clashed with Frieza. The two were locked in a brutal deadlock, neither giving an inch. But Frieza was not finished. He still had more transformations to reveal, and so the battle continued. Vegeta, desperate for an edge, took a risky gamble. He ordered Krillin to deliver a near-fatal blow, relying on the Saiyan ability to grow stronger after surviving the brink of death. Though Dende hesitated, reluctant to heal Vegeta because of his past atrocities, Gohan's pleas finally moved the young Namekian. Dende heals Vegeta, reviving him with newfound strength. Vegeta stepped forward, telling the others to stay back. Frieza, now in his final form, mocked Vegeta's confidence, dismissing it as desperation. But Vegeta stood firm, proudly declaring himself the Super Saiyan destined to defeat the tyrant. Despite fighting with all his strength, Vegeta was no match for Frieza. Overwhelmed, he was beaten mercilessly and left broken on the ground. As he lay there, barely clinging to life, Vegeta turned to Goku. In a rare moment of vulnerability, he revealed the truth about their people. The destruction of planet Vegeta, the genocide at Frieza's hands, and the extinction of the Saiyan race. With his last breath, Vegeta begged Goku to avenge their fallen race and destroy Frieza, entrusting the pride and legacy of the Saiyan people to him. You have probably noticed that Vegeta doesn't get any ultimate pass during the saga, which is a bit disappointing, but the story segments do a really good job at filling in the gaps of Goku's Frieza saga. We get more insight into the lore of the Saiyans and of Frieza himself. It doesn't feel like a complete rehash of Goku's narrative, but a complementary component instead. After Vegeta's defeat on Namek, Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan marked the end of Frieza's reign. On Earth, the Dragon Balls restored those who had perished, including Vegeta. With no place to go, Vegeta begrudgingly took refuge at Bulma's home in West City, beginning an unexpected new chapter in his life. Peace was short-lived. Goku's return brought a warning from a mysterious young man from the future. Powerful androids would arrive in 3 years, threatening humanity's survival. Vegeta threw himself into intense training. When the androids arrived, Goku succumbed to a sudden heart virus during the battle. Vegeta, having achieved the Super Saiyan form through sheer willpower, stepped in and easily destroyed Android 19. However, Android 20, revealed as Dr. Gero, escaped to his hidden lab. In pursuit, Vegeta nearly ended the threat, but Dr. Gero activated 2 powerful androids, 17 and 18, who killed their creator. Joined by Android 16, the trio proved far more dangerous than expected. The encounter reignited Vegeta's determination. Android 18's overwhelming power had revealed his limits, pushing him to vow to surpass the androids. Seeking Bulma's help for a new battlesuit, he turned to the hyperbolic time chamber, where a year of training could be achieved in a single day. Accompanied by Trunks, Vegeta entered the chamber. Though Trunks hesitated to reveal his advanced transformation, he agreed to spar with his father. For Vegeta, this training was more than survival. It was a fight to restore his pride and surpass his Saiyan limits. This is such a cool alternate path, since we hardly ever get to see much of what happened with Vegeta and Trunks' training in the chamber, and this fight can go two ways. If Trunks does not show his father his grade 3 Super Saiyan form, then the story continues along the canon timeline, but if he is pushed into the form during the fight, then you will get to continue down the what if scenario, which I guess are called sparking episodes in this game, but I'm just going to keep calling them what if scenarios, because I'm old and stuck in my ways. During their sparring, Trunks unveiled the hulking grade 3 Super Saiyan form. While his power surged, the bulky transformation drastically slowed his speed. Vegeta immediately saw its flaws. Trunks struggled to land a hit, while Vegeta, in his refined Super Saiyan form, easily countered every move. The prince's blunt criticism made it clear. Raw power alone wasn't the path to victory. Humbled, Trunks took the lesson to heart. As their training progressed, an unspoken bond began to grow. Father and son pushed each other to new heights. Though Vegeta's pride kept him from showing affection, his respect for Trunks became evident. After emerging from the chamber with vastly increased power, Vegeta and Trunks were met with bad news. Cell had absorbed Android 17 and was now hunting Android 18. Wasting no time, they headed to the battlefield, where Cell closed in on his final target. Cell loomed over Android 18. Trunks, sensing the danger, urged caution, knowing Cell's perfect form could doom the world. But Vegeta, undeterred, welcomed the challenge. To Vegeta, Cell's perfection was the ultimate test, a chance to prove his unmatched strength. Despite his concerns, Trunks remained silent. Cell, initially surprised by Vegeta's bold demand to complete his evolution, quickly embraced the opportunity. He mocked Vegeta's arrogance before beginning his transformation. Trunks questioned whether his father's power would truly be enough for what was coming. The ground shook as Cell absorbed Android 18, his grotesque form shifting into something new. When the transformation ended, perfect Cell stood before them, his sleek appearance hiding the immense power he now possessed. Cell mocked Vegeta for foolishly allowing him to reach perfection, but Vegeta remained undeterred. Every strike from Vegeta was met with a counter from Cell, who remained composed while acknowledging his opponent's strength. Vegeta's relentless assault showcased his power, and though Cell endured, he couldn't help but admire Vegeta's tenacity. Cell remarked on Vegeta's resilience against a superior foe, almost reluctant to end the fight. Vegeta dismissed the idea of defeat, declaring that every battle only made a Saiyan stronger. The two warriors collided again, their power unleashing shockwaves across the battlefield. Eventually, Cell paused, fascinated by the Saiyan's potential. He announced plans for a martial arts tournament, the Cell Games, giving his opponents 10 days to prepare. Cell promised the ultimate stage to test their strength against the universe's strongest warriors. Vegeta returned to the hyperbolic time chamber with Trunks, determined to surpass his limits. When the Cell Games began, Vegeta was the first to enter the arena. Standing tall, he faced Cell, who greeted him with a mix of mockery and excitement, acknowledging Vegeta's strength from their last encounter. For Cell, this was the moment he had been waiting for. The battle erupted with explosive force as Vegeta unleashed his full power. Though the fight was evenly matched at first, Cell's immense strength eventually began to overwhelm Vegeta. Growing impatient, Cell charged a devastating ki blast to finish him off. As the attack closed in, Trunks jumped in to shield his father, taking the full force of the blast. He was sent crashing to the ground, lifeless. Vegeta rushed to his son's side, grief and fury consuming him as he cradled Trunks in his arms. Overcome with rage, Vegeta's power exploded. He hurled himself at Cell, unleashing a massive Big Bang attack that engulfed the enemy in a blinding explosion. For a moment, it seemed Vegeta had won, but the victory was fleeting. As Vegeta stood over Trunks, the others sensed something was wrong. Following their gaze, Vegeta's heart sank as Cell emerged from the rubble, stronger than ever. Cell revealed the truth. His nucleus had survived the blast, allowing him to regenerate. What's more, his body had adapted, much like a Saiyan's, gaining even greater power from the near-death experience. Cell stood renewed. Vegeta powered back up to a Super Saiyan. This time, he vowed there would be no survival, no regeneration. With a roar, he charged at Cell once more, determined to obliterate him completely, to avenge his son. Their battle raged on, a desperate struggle between the unrelenting fury of a Saiyan and the monstrous power of a perfect warrior.
I never thought I'd be pushed this far by you. But the game is over now, and it's about time I wrap this show up. Now you will suffer my wrath as I destroy this entire planet!
Have you forgotten? I can top a pathetic little attack like yours easily! Final Flash!
See you in hell!
Father!
Yeah! Yeah!
It's no good. Vegeta's energy is too weak. He's being pushed back. Damn it!
Well, it's been fun. But this is goodbye, my friend. Farewell! Huh?
Final Flash! That technique! Did you?
I've become stronger! Father, all thanks to your help!
Shut up! You did it yourself!
And I'll just show you!
You are impressive, boy! Just don't slow me down!
Of course not!
Now what say we end this?
Yeah, together!
Yeah!
No! This cannot be!
This has to be one of my favourite what ifs in Sparking Zero. I love how it expands upon Vegeta and Trunks' relationship. At the end of the day, it is basically just the canon story, but with Vegeta and Trunks being the father and son duo. But it just goes to show how strong the theming of the Cell Saga's conclusion is, where you can swap out the characters and it still hits. Well, I guess it's time to go back to canon. Vegeta faced Android 18 with the confidence of a Saiyan prince, transforming into a Super Saiyan with his golden aura blazing. Arrogant and relentless, he attacked believing his power would overwhelm her. However, Android 18's strength and precision outmatched him. Despite his efforts, she countered every move, finally defeating him and leaving him battered and humiliated. Fueled by frustration and a need to grow stronger, Vegeta entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Trunks. In the chamber, they endured intense training, compressing a year's growth into a single day. Emerging from the chamber, Vegeta's power had ascended to unprecedented levels, restoring his confidence. Confronting a now stronger Cell, who had absorbed Android 17, Vegeta remained unfazed. Declaring his superiority, he unleashed his immense power as Super Vegeta. His strikes overwhelmed Cell, proving the results of his grueling training. In a shocking move, Vegeta allowed Cell to absorb Android 18, seeking a greater challenge. When Cell achieved his perfect form, Vegeta met him head-on. Their clash was monumental, but Vegeta's strength proved superior. Even in his ultimate form, Cell couldn't withstand Vegeta's might and was ultimately defeated. Victorious, Vegeta stood triumphant, his golden aura radiating pride. Yet his thoughts were not of rest, but of future challenges. For the Saiyan Prince, the pursuit of ultimate power was a journey without end. I like to think this alternate ending is all happening within Vegeta's head. Like, this is one of the dreams he had while still in the hyperbolic time chamber. But as we all know, this isn't actually what ended up happening when Vegeta faced Cell for the first time. Super Vegeta stood firm, his golden aura blazing with power as Cell, in his semi-perfect form, posed no threat. The Saiyan Prince sought a greater challenge to push his limits. Driven by pride and curiosity, Vegeta allowed Cell to absorb Android 18, despite Trunks' desperate objections. Trunks, haunted by the vision of his ruined future, tried to stop his father, even turning against him in a brief clash. However, Vegeta's arrogance prevailed, and Cell completed his transformation into Perfect Cell. Confident in his own strength, Vegeta engaged Perfect Cell, unleashing devastating attacks, including his final flash, but Cell's power proved too great. Despite his efforts, Vegeta was outmatched, his pride shattered as Cell struck him down. Trunks fought valiantly to protect his father, but was also defeated with ease. Satisfied with his superiority, Cell announced the creation of the Cell Games, a tournament to showcase his power. As he departed, the defeated Saiyans were left to recover and prepare for battles ahead. The Cell Games brought tragedy and triumph. Goku sacrificed himself to prevent Cell's self-destruction, but it was Gohan who ultimately rose to the challenge, unlocking his hidden power to destroy Cell for good. For Vegeta, the loss of Goku left a profound void. Stripped of purpose, his pride and fighting spirit dulled. As Trunks departed, Vegeta stood alone, resolved to reclaim his strength and find a new path forward. With the World Martial Arts Tournament approaching, Gohan visited Vegeta to invite him to compete. The prospect of powerful opponents immediately intrigued Vegeta, and he agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the other world, Goku also decided to participate despite his otherworldly state, as in he is dead. Determined to prove himself superior to Goku, Vegeta immersed himself in training, sparring with his young son Trunks. To motivate the boy, Vegeta promised a trip to the amusement park if Trunks managed to land a clean hit on him. Energized, Trunks pushed himself, and during the match, he effortlessly transformed into a Super Saiyan, surprising and impressing his father. Though Vegeta's pride remained intact, he softened slightly, agreeing to the promised outing if Trunks continued to train hard and maintain his newfound strength. When the tournament day arrived, Vegeta relished the chance to face Goku, but chaos interrupted the event. Yamu and Spopovich attacked, sealing Gohan's energy before fleeing. Vegeta joined Goku in pursuit, leading them to Barbady's lair. There, Barbady's dark schemes unfolded, as the villains eliminated Yamu and Spopovich, and Deborah turned Piccolo and Krillin to stone. As Vegeta pressed on with the group, frustration grew within him. Watching Gohan struggle against Deborah only fueled his impatience and resentment, as this long-awaited battle with Goku seemed further away. Sensing this turmoil, Barbady seized the opportunity, whispering offers of power into Vegeta's mind. The temptations began to take root, drawing Vegeta closer to a fateful choice between his pride and the dark magic that promised the fulfillment of his desires.
Oh no! Vegeta! Don't let that creep control your mind! Vegeta!
Barbady's casting his spell on him.
Come on, Vegeta! Stay with us!
Silence, all of you! Just who the hell do you think I am? You fool! You're dealing with the proud prince of all Saiyans! And you actually believed you could control me?
What? He broke Barbady's mind control with his own will.
The only thing I care about is fighting you, Kakarot. Now show me the results of your training in the afterlife. Right now! And I'll demonstrate how much I've outclassed you! I've bridged the gap to meet your natural talent! And after all these years, I'll prove I'm the strongest of all by beating you in one last decisive battle! That is my goal, my sole purpose to fight!
You keep on surprising me. After what just happened, I can tell how much you want to settle the score. All right, let's you and me finish this once and for all.
Hold everything. Nobody denies becoming my servant. That's it. Now you all die. Deborah?
Yes, sir.
And for insulting my pride, I'm going to crush you all and throw you into the wind!
Fueled by the promise of the match he had yearned for years, Vegeta makes quick work of the Demon Lord. Majin Buu's resurrection was a failure. Babidi, realizing his plan was crumbling, panicked and tried to flee, but Vegeta struck him down without hesitation, ending the threat for good. At the same time, Gohan destroyed Buu's containment vessel, ensuring the creature would never awaken. With the crisis over, Goku remembered the original reason for being on Earth, the World Martial Arts Tournament. But when they rushed back, they found it had already ended. Disappointed, they were given a chance at an exhibition match. This was what Vegeta had been waiting for. He had one goal, to finally defeat Goku. However, Goku insisted they fight without transformations to avoid destroying the city. Though reluctant, Vegeta agreed. The battle was fierce, both warriors matching each other blow for blow. The stadium shook under their power until Vegeta found an opening, landing a decisive strike that sent Goku out of the ring. For the first time, Vegeta had officially beaten Goku. Goku, ever gracious, acknowledged his victory, and they shook hands in mutual respect. But Goku's time in the living world was ending. Before leaving, he revealed he had been holding back. Unleashing Super Saiyan 3, he left Vegeta in stunned disbelief. The victory Vegeta had cherished felt hollow. Goku still had another level beyond him. As Goku returned to the afterlife, Vegeta clenched his fists. He had won today, but it wasn't enough. He would train harder than ever. One day he would surpass Goku, no matter what it took. Such a dick move by Goku at the end there, but at least Vegeta sort of got a fight with him. However, there is a more satisfying ending that Vegeta can get if you go further along the canon timeline. The darkness in Vegeta's heart surged, and Babidi exploited it. Vegeta's singular desire to surpass and defeat Goku consumed him entirely. Babidi's whispers fanned the flames of his frustration and pride, promising immense power if he surrendered. Though the Supreme Kai urged him to resist, Vegeta's pride burned too brightly. Ultimately, Babidi's magic took hold. With a burst of energy, Vegeta transformed into Majin Vegeta. His power amplified but tainted. Babidi transported him to the World Martial Arts Tournament, where Vegeta made his intentions clear. Oblivious to the chaos around him, he unleashed destruction, forcing Goku to accept his challenge. To spare innocent lives, Goku demanded they fight elsewhere, and Babidi obliged, moving them to a remote wasteland. As the battle began, Vegeta's bitterness spilled out. He resented Goku's natural strength, a constant reminder of the gap he couldn't close despite his relentless efforts. Vegeta admitted that his pact with Babidi wasn't just for power, it was to strip away the attachments that had softened him. Yet, even as he claimed to embrace his old, ruthless self, doubt lingered in his heart. Their fight reached a fever pitch, but an ominous energy interrupted them. Majin Buu had been revived, his overwhelming presence unmistakable. Goku pleaded with Vegeta to join forces to stop the new threat, but Vegeta, consumed by guilt for his role in Buu's awakening, acted decisively. He knocked Goku unconscious, determined to face the danger alone. Vegeta confronted Majin Buu, whose playful appearance masked terrifying power. Driven by guilt and love for his family, Vegeta fought with everything he had. Each attack was fueled by his resolve to protect Earth and redeem himself. Against all odds, Vegeta managed to defeat both Babidi and Majin Buu, his strength and determination prevailing. The spell on Vegeta dissolved, freeing him from Babidi's control. When Trunks and the others arrived, the sight of his son's joy brought Vegeta a rare moment of peace. Well, that is it for Vegeta's happy ending. But since we are following the canon, we have to go back and fail to stop Majin Buu. Vegeta gave everything he had against Majin Buu, but the monster's overwhelming power made it clear that brute strength alone wasn't enough. When Trunks arrived to help, Vegeta turned to him with uncharacteristic tenderness. Speaking words heavy in finality, he embraced his son for the first time, a fleeting but heartfelt gesture. Then, with a swift strike, he knocked Trunks unconscious, ensuring his safety. Vegeta faced Buu one last time, channeling all his energy into the final explosion. He unleashed a devastating blast that destroyed Buu, but cost him his life. Vegeta's resolve was so pure that King Yima spared him from hell. Instead, fortune teller Baba returned Vegeta to Earth to finish the fight. Rejoining Goku, Vegeta reluctantly agreed to use the Potara earrings to fuse, becoming Vegeto, a warrior of unmatched strength. Vegeto dominated Super Buu, but allowed himself to be absorbed to rescue their loved ones trapped inside. This act freed the original Buu, triggering Buu's transformation into Kid Buu, the embodiment of pure evil. Kid Buu destroyed Earth, forcing Goku, Vegeta, and the survivors to retreat to the land of Kais. When Buu pursued them, Vegeta deferred to Goku, who fought as a Super Saiyan 3, but still struggled against Buu's endless stamina. When Goku needed time to prepare a final attack, Vegeta pushed himself beyond exhaustion to hold Buu off. Driven by his will to protect his loved ones, he stood firm, buying Goku the moments he needed. With Goku's energy fully charged, they launched a combined attack that obliterated Buu once and for all. Peace returned as the Dragon Balls restored Earth and everyone lost in the battle. Vegeta and Goku, standing as equals, reignited their rivalry. They prepared for a fight, not as enemies or reluctant allies, but as Saiyan warriors, eager to test their strength for the joy of combat. And this alternate ending does actually let you fight it out. For some reason I was expecting it just to end on a cliffhanger, but it doesn't, which is cool. Vegeta and Goku clash in a battle of raw power and skill. Their movements were a blur, every strike and counter showcasing their years of experience and unrelenting drive. Goku unleashed the might of his Super Saiyan 3 form, but Vegeta's determination and strategy kept him evenly matched. Blow after blow brought them closer to the battle's climax, and in the end, Vegeta claimed victory. Vegeta stood tall, finally achieving the triumph he had sought for so long. Looking down at Goku, who lay on the ground with a weary but contented grin, without a word, he extended his hand, helping Goku to his feet. The gesture spoke volumes, reflecting their mutual respect. Goku accepted with a smile, already looking forward to their next battle. For both, the fight wasn't just about winning, it was about pushing each other to new heights. Sharing a nod of understanding, they turned and left the battlefield behind. This is pretty much Vegeta's dream ending, but unfortunately for him, this isn't what really happened. You just can't catch a break. Vegeta, bruised and exhausted, fought fiercely to buy Goku enough time to gather energy. But despite his efforts, Kid Buu's relentless strength overwhelmed him, leaving hope hanging by a thread. In a surprising turn, Mr. Satan stepped forward, boldly declaring he would defeat Kid Buu. His bravado caught the monster's attention, but just as Kid Buu attacked, Fat Buu intervened, shielding Mr. Satan. Fat Buu fought valiantly but was quickly overpowered. Meanwhile, Goku, drained of energy, struggled to deliver the finishing blow. Seeing this, Vegeta realized they needed a new plan. Using the Namekian Dragon Balls, they restored Earth and revived its people. Vegeta then urged Goku to create a spirit bomb. While Goku began gathering energy, Vegeta and the Supreme Kais broadcast a desperate plea to the Earthlings for their energy. Initially, few responded, forcing Vegeta to rejoin the fight against Kid Buu to buy more time. It wasn't until Mr. Satan, leveraging his fame, urged the people to contribute that energy began to pour in. The spirit bomb swelled into a massive sphere of light. When the spirit bomb was ready, Goku launched it at Kid Buu, but his depleted energy left him unable to finish the attack. At the last moment, a wish to Puranga restored Goku's strength. Reinvigorated, Goku ascended to Super Saiyan and poured his full power into the spirit bomb, obliterating Kid Buu for good. With peace restored, the warriors returned to Earth, their wounds healed by the Dragon Balls. They were greeted with gratitude and relief from friends and family. Trunks beamed with pride for his father, while Bulma teased Vegeta about his unexpected skill at rallying Earth's people. Though Vegeta dismissed the praise, there was warmth in his expression. The battle was over, and a new chapter began for Vegeta. No longer driven solely by pride, he embraced his role as a protector. His rivalry with Goku remained, but so did his commitment to the world they shared. And that concludes Vegeta's story mode. That's right, there is no super content in Vegeta's story mode, which seems extremely odd considering that Dragon Ball Super is pretty much the Goku and Vegeta show. But since Goku and Vegeta's stories are so intertwined, maybe they would have been too similar to each other? I honestly don't know, and was really surprised to find that Vegeta's story ends here. Trunks struggled with doubt, questioning his strength and purpose, but instead of giving in, he continued training with Vegeta. During their fight, Trunks urged Vegeta to use Super Saiyan 3, but Vegeta responded with something far greater, Super Saiyan Blue. The sheer power stunned Trunks, making him realize how much further he had to go. Vegeta reminded Trunks that defeating Goku Black wasn't the end. There would always be new threats. A true Saiyan never stopped growing stronger. Inspired, Trunks vowed not only to win this battle, but to surpass his father. With the time machine ready, he returned to his devastated future with Goku and Vegeta. But things had worsened. Goku Black had ascended to Super Saiyan Rose, overwhelming even Vegeta. Worse still, Zamasu revealed his immortality and sinister plans to eradicate all mortals. Outmatched, the group retreated to the present, where Beerus destroyed Zamasu, hoping to erase his future counterpart. But when they returned, nothing had changed. Zamasu and Black still ruled. Goku was swiftly defeated, and Vegeta warned Trunks not to fight, but he refused to back down. He clashed with Black, determined to protect what remained of his world. Though Zamasu was immortal, Trunks realized he could still be contained. Summoning all his strength, Trunks used the evil containment wave, sealing Zamasu inside a jar. With Zamasu gone, Trunks turned to Black. Enraged, Black unleashed a massive energy blast. Trunks fought back, but the force was overwhelming, until Vegeta's voice rang out, pushing him to fight harder.
Think of everything he's taken from you! The peace he stole! Or did losing your mother to this monster mean nothing to you?
Trunks forced Black's attack back, making the fallen god taste fear for the first time. With a final explosive Gallic gun, he obliterated Black completely. The battle was over. The future was saved. Trunks entrusted the sealed Zamasu to the Supreme Kai of Universe 10, ensuring he would never return. Trunks was no longer just a survivor. He was a protector, and he would never stop growing stronger. Pretty good ending for doing well in the fight, but what we really want to do is carry on down the canon timeline, as there are some even better routes that can be unlocked. Trunks faced Goku Black and Zamasu alone, refusing to back down despite the overwhelming odds. Every strike carried the weight of those he had lost, his determination burning brighter than ever. Zamasu mocked his defiance, seeing it as nothing more than mortal desperation. But Trunks wasn't fighting to win, he was buying time. Goku and Vegeta had to escape and find another way, even if it meant sacrificing himself. The battle took its toll. Trunks was soon overwhelmed. Cornered with no way out, just as defeat seemed inevitable, his allies from the future arrived, forcing the enemy back and giving him a moment to recover. But no matter how hard he fought, Zamasu's immortality made him unstoppable. Trunks realized brute force wasn't enough. He needed another way. Returning to the present, here he learned the evil containment wave, a technique capable of sealing even the strongest foes. When the moment arrived, a fatal mistake became clear. They had lost the sealing jar. The technique failed, leaving Zamasu momentarily stunned but still alive. Enraged by the revelation that mortals could challenge him, Zamasu and Black fused using the Patara earrings, becoming Fused Zamasu. His power now exceeded all limits, overwhelming even Goku and Vegeta. One by one, the Saiyans fell before him. Watching his allies suffer, Trunks' fury ignited into something beyond rage. His world had endured enough. He had endured enough. He would not let this monster destroy what remained. Summoning every ounce of his strength, Trunks charged at Fused Zamasu, his sword crackling with raw energy. Unimpressed, Zamasu prepared to erase Trunks with a massive blast.
May my strength be a shield
For this world, and for all of us mortals, I'm putting all of our hope into this one blast! Gallic Gun!
You fools have already lost!
Never! I'll never give up! They're counting on me!
That's right! You show him, son!
Father!
Zamasu, listen well. Don't underestimate mortals. Especially not Saiyans! Eat this! Gallic Gun!
No matter how many of you mortals band together, you cannot prevail against the power of my light!
Come on, Trunks! Give it all you've got!
Right! This is the power of mortals!
I've had enough of you impudent mortals! Away with you!
Trunks!
Father!
Trunks, Goku and Vegeta's relentless attacks began to wear down fused Zamasu. His once perfect form was failing. By merging with Goku Black, immortal, he unknowingly tainted his immortality. Now his body struggled to regenerate, leaving him vulnerable. Seizing the moment, Goku and Vegeta fused using the Patara earrings. For a brief moment, victory seemed within reach. But the immense energy of their fusion was too much, forcing them apart before they could finish the fight. Now the battle rested on Trunks. Carrying the hopes of his fallen world, he stepped forward, ready to end the nightmare once and for all. Zamasu mocked him, calling his efforts futile. How many times had Trunks fled to the past, relying on others to save him? How could a mortal ever hope to challenge a god? But Trunks didn't waver. Strength wasn't about power alone. It was about unity, about fighting for something greater than oneself. As he clashed with Zamasu, the life force of every remaining survivor gathered around him. Responding to his unbreakable will, his sword became a beacon of hope, glowing with the energy of those who refused to be erased. With one final leap, Trunks raised his blade and struck. The energy surged through Zamasu, tearing him apart. His screams of disbelief echoed as he faded into nothing, a god undone by the very mortals he sought to destroy. But the battle wasn't over. Zamasu's presence lingered, stretching beyond the physical, threatening to consume reality itself. Thinking fast, Goku summoned Zeno. With a mere gesture, Zeno erased Zamasu completely, along with the entire corrupted timeline. With his future lost, Trunks returned to the present, carrying the weight of his victory. But his home was gone. Following Whis' advice, he chose to travel to an earlier point in time, to a world where his friends still lived, where a future could be rebuilt. As he prepared to leave, Bulma hesitated, wanting more time, and even Vegeta, though reluctant, accepted his decision. Trunks had grown, not just in power, but in resolve. With one final farewell, he stepped into the time machine, ready to protect a new future. That's the end of the canon route, but if you choose for Trunks to stay in the present, there is a whole lot more to Trunks' story mode, like quite a bit more. As Trunks prepared to leave, Bulma couldn't hide her sadness. She wanted more time with her son after everything they had endured. Though Vegeta remained stoic, she knew he felt the same. Sensing an opportunity, Bulma suggested that Vegeta might want to train with Trunks before he left. Vegeta scoffed, but Trunks saw the truth in her words. Staying a little longer could make him stronger, ensuring he would never again be powerless to protect his world. Trunks asked Vegeta for one final sparring session. Seeing his son's resolve, Vegeta agreed. Bulma, overjoyed, welcomed Trunks to stay as long as he needed. This would always be his home. Under Vegeta's relentless training, Trunks pushed himself, but his training took a new turn when Piccolo arrived, asking for help in reigniting Gohan's fighting spirit. Eager for a challenge, Trunks agreed. He faced several sparring matches, each opponent testing his skills. Finally, he stood against Gohan. Their battle was fierce, but in the end, Trunks won. Gohan admitted that Trunks had surpassed him, but Trunks reassured him his true power was still there, waiting to be unleashed. Though uncertain, Gohan was proud of Trunks and honored to call him a friend. Trunks, filled with emotion, promised once more he would protect his world, no matter what. Time passed, and Bulma revealed she was expecting another child. As her due date neared, Vegeta surprised everyone by staying by her side instead of training, because he's like a decent human being. Trunks quietly admired his change in his father. The once battle-obsessed warrior now prioritized his family above all else. But peace didn't last. Goku arrived with news of the Tournament of Power, a battle for survival among the strongest warriors across the universe. Vegeta refused to leave Bulma, and Trunks, focused on his training, also declined. Then, Whis used his angelic abilities to hasten Bulma's pregnancy, instantly delivering her baby. Holding his newborn sister Bola, Trunks felt a deep sense of purpose. In his future, she had never been born. This fragile life in his arms was a reminder of how precious every moment was. Later, Trunks overheard Gohan and Yamcha discussing the tournament's grand prize, a wish from the Super Dragon Balls, capable of granting anything without limits. The realization struck him. He could bring them back, his father, Gohan, and everyone who had perished in his timeline. With one wish, he could undo the tragedies that had defined his life. Determined to restore his fallen friends and protect his timeline, Trunks chose to enter the Tournament of Power. With weapons forbidden, he trained alongside Vegeta in the hyperbolic time chamber, refining his hand-to-hand combat for the battles ahead. But just before the tournament began, a chilling truth emerged. The losing universes would be completely erased. The weight of this revelation hit Trunks hard. His newborn sister, his mother, his father. If Universe 7 lost, they would all vanish. He had come with a goal, but now the stakes were higher than he had ever imagined. He would fight, not just for his wish, but for the survival of his entire universe. As the tournament began, Gohan's plan to stick together quickly fell apart. Warriors split off in search of individual battles. Sensing his father's energy, Trunks chose to fight at Vegeta's side, arriving just as warriors from Universe 6 attacked. But before he could help, a familiar face blocked his path. Cabba, Vegeta's apprentice. The battle ignited in a clash of golden energy. Trunks admired Cabba's resolve, recognizing in him the true spirit of a Saiyan warrior. Trunks emerged victorious, but a deep unease settled in. Was this truly the right thing to do? Before he could find an answer, Kale, Universe 6's berserker Saiyan, erupted in a rampage. Caught off guard, Trunks struggled against her overwhelming power. Vegeta stepped in, scolding him for his hesitation. Together, father and son fought back, pushing Cal onto the defensive. But just as they gained the upper hand, Cauliflower joined the battle, tipping the scales once more. Despite their efforts, Trunks and Vegeta overpowered the Universe 6 Saiyans, eliminating them. Vegeta spoke, not with arrogance, but with respect. He acknowledged their strength and made a promise. If they trained harder and impressed him, they would earn a rematch. Cabba, confused, reminded him that the losers would be erased. Vegeta's answer that he would simply have to win. With the Super Dragon Balls, he would bring them all back. Trunks was stunned. He had entered this tournament for his own reasons, but his father was fighting for more than just Universe 7. He carried the pride of all Saiyans, friend and foe alike. Realizing this, Trunks made his choice. The wish was no longer about him. Entire universes were at stake. If they won, they would bring everyone back. As the tournament neared its end, only a few warriors remained. From Universe 7, Trunks stood alongside Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, and Android 17. Against them, the last two fighters of Universe 11, Toppo and Jiren. Goku, unlocking Ultra Instinct, clashed with Jiren. Meanwhile, Toppo abandoned his ideals of justice, fully embracing his role as a god of destruction. His power becoming overwhelming, and Vegeta stepped up to challenge him. Vegeta struggled though. Toppo's destructive energy crushed everything in its path. As Vegeta was struck down, Trunks rushed forward, standing between his father and the god of destruction. Toppo scoffed. What chance did they have? He mocked their resolve, claiming that true strength required discarding all emotion and attachments. But Trunks refused to accept that. His father's strength came not from abandoning his emotions, but from embracing them. His love for his family, his promise to Cabba, his will to protect, those were the sources of his true power. Trunks launched himself into battle, pushing past his previous level. He refused to let Toppo charge his destructive energy, but even as he fought with everything he had, the sheer force of the God of Destruction was too much. If that was the power of a destroyer, then it was all the more reason he couldn't lose. His family, his universe, and every erased life depended on this moment. With his fists clenched and his heart ablaze, he made his final stand. This time, he would not lose.
This downtrodden oaf doesn't know what Saiyans are capable of! Let's show him!
Right! Gallic Gun!
Okay!
It's over!
Toppo fell, his godly energy fading into the void. But the battle was not over. Across the arena, the final clash between Universe 7 and Universe 11 reached its peak. Goku and Gohan, battered and drained, faced Jiren. In a final act of defiance, father and son used the last of their strength to drag Jiren down with them, and all three fell from the stage. With their victory secured, the Grand Minister presented them with their reward, the Super Dragon Balls. Trunks had long envisioned using them to restore his future, to bring back those he had lost, but as he glanced at Vegeta, he remembered his father's promise to revive the erased universes. Without hesitation, Trunks made his choice. The wish was granted, and in an instant, the lost universes returned. The warriors who had vanished, the lives erased, all were restored as if they had never been gone. Peace settled over the battlefield, but for Trunks, his journey was not yet over. The tournament had changed him. He had grown stronger, not just in power, but in confidence. Now it was time to return to his own timeline and protect the people waiting for him. As he prepared to leave, his friends and family gathered to say farewell. Goku reminded him that he was always welcome to return if he reconsidered reviving his fallen future. Bulma assured him that in time they could search for the Super Dragon Balls together, but Trunks had already made up his mind. Vegeta remained silent, but Bulma saw through him. His actions spoke louder than words, the selfless wish, the quiet pride. Trunks didn't need to hear it, he had always known. With one final farewell, he turned towards the future. Definitely one of my favourite what-ifs. Fighting Zero is a fighting game, so it is no surprise that the game leans more towards focusing on action, but getting to see the relationship between Trunks and Vegeta is such an insightful aspect to focus on and really stands out in the story mode. And it isn't the only route you can take in Trunks' Tournament of Power arc. As the tournament began, Vegeta and the others abandoned Gohan's plan for teamwork, each seeking their own battles. Trunks, however, remained committed to fighting alongside his allies to maximize their survival. The battle took a drastic turn when Kale of Universe 6 lost control. She targeted Goku, her raw power threatening to destroy everything. Trunks and Gohan stepped in to stop her, but even their combined strength couldn't contain her fury. Just when it seemed she would spiral out of control, Jiren intervened. With a single devastating strike, he ended the threat, sending Kale flying out of the battle. However, the shockwave from his attack sent Trunks and Gohan hurtling in opposite directions. Separated from his ally, Trunks found himself facing Toppo and Dispo of Universe 11. Their sense of duty made Trunks question his own motives. Was his wish to save his future truly selfless? Or had he been fighting for himself all along? Before doubt could take hold, androids 17 and 18 arrived, turning the tide of battle. Fighting alongside them was surreal for Trunks. Where he came from, the androids had destroyed everything, but here they fought with purpose, protecting those they cared about. In that moment, Trunks understood this fight was bigger than just his future. He was fighting for all of them. Android 18 was eliminated, but not before giving Trunks a nod of encouragement. Yet victory remained distant. Universe 7's warriors could not overcome Jiren. One by one they fell. With only moments left in the tournament, Universe 7 stood on the brink of defeat. In a final act of sacrifice, Vegeta gave the last of his energy to Goku, reigniting Ultra Instinct. The power was immense, but the strain was too great. Goku collapsed, and Trunks, exhausted, prepared for one last stand. But before he could move, Jiren struck. Gohan appeared in an instant, shielding Trunks from the attack. As Gohan fell, realization hit Trunks like a hammer. Once again, Gohan had saved him. He had sworn to fight alongside him as an equal, yet here he was, being protected once more. Jiren scoffed, declaring their power insignificant. He moved in for the final blow, but Android 17 reappeared, shielding Trunks once again. He saw the doubt in Trunks' heart, but chose to believe in him. If recklessness was their only option, then so be it. With newfound clarity, Trunks and 17 launched a desperate assault. Their fight pushed Jiren further than ever before, revealing a hidden fear. Jiren wasn't just fighting to win, he was fighting to escape his past, his own powerlessness. In that moment, Trunks understood. He too had been shackled by his past. But true strength wasn't about clinging to old pain. It was about surpassing who he once was. With one final push, aided by 17's sacrifice, Trunks struck Jiren down. The arena fell still as the Grand Minister announced Jiren's elimination. Universe 11 had no fighters left. The battle was over. As the weight of victory settled, Trunks struggled with the cost, but then a voice called out, Android 17. Against all odds, he had survived. His sacrifice had been a bluff, a gamble that paid off. With the tournament complete, Universe 7 was granted a wish. Without hesitation, they chose to restore the erased universes. With the cosmos saved, the warriors returned to Earth, but for Trunks, his journey wasn't over. Days later, he knew it was time to return to his timeline. As the others bid him farewell, Android 18 noted that 17 had chosen not to say goodbye. Trunks took one last look at the world he had fought for. Everything he had endured, every battle, every lesson, it had shaped him into who he was now. Three years ago, peace was shattered by Frieza's return, but a mysterious young Super Saiyan swiftly defeated him and warned of an even greater threat. Androids set to attack in 3 years. His message spurred intense training, but when the time came, the androids unleashed chaos, and Goku was sidelined by a heart virus, leaving the others to fight alone. After recovering, Goku proposed training in the hyperbolic time chamber to prepare for the growing threat. Inside the chamber, Gohan trained relentlessly with Goku, pushing himself to unlock his potential as a Super Saiyan. Father and son clashed in fierce sparring sessions, each strike forging Gohan into a stronger, more focused warrior. Meanwhile, outside the chamber, Cell was gaining power, absorbing androids to reach his perfect form. When Gohan and Goku finally emerged from their year-long training, Gohan was transformed. The Cell Games were announced soon after, setting the stage for the ultimate showdown. The day of the Cell Games arrived, and warriors from across the world gathered to face Cell. Goku stepped forward as the first challenger, his calm demeanor masking the gravity of the battle. Their clash was a spectacle of speed and power. Then, to everyone's shock, Goku surrendered, declaring Gohan would take his place. The announcement stunned everyone. Piccolo protested, doubting Gohan could face Cell's unmatched strength, but Goku's faith was unwavering. He believed in the hidden power within his son, waiting to be unleashed. Reluctantly, Gohan stepped forward, carrying the weight of the world's expectations. Though determined, doubts filled his mind. Why was violence always the solution? As he faced Cell, this inner conflict held him back. Cell, sensing Gohan's hesitation, struck with brutal force. Despite fighting back, Gohan's attacks lacked the rage Cell hoped to provoke. His gentle nature restrained him from unleashing his full power. Frustrated, Cell turned his attention to Gohan's loved ones, seeking to inflict suffering and force the boy to awaken his hidden strength. Amid the chaos, Android 16 seized Cell in a desperate attempt to self-destruct and end the battle. However, Cell easily overpowered him, destroying the android with ruthless efficiency. 16's sacrifice was in vain. The battlefield descended into further turmoil as Cell summoned his Cell Juniors to attack Gohan's friends and family. Their relentless assault pushed the Z-Fighters to the edge. Amid the struggle, Gohan's eyes locked onto Android 16's severed head. Even in ruin, 16's voice carried resolve. He urged Gohan to act, to embrace his power for the sake of life and justice. His words struck a deep chord, but before Gohan could respond, Cell crushed the android's head, silencing him forever. That act was the breaking point. Gohan's fury erupted, unleashing a surge of energy that transformed him into a Super Saiyan 2. His power soared to unimaginable heights, and with it, the tide of battle shifted. Effortlessly, Gohan obliterated the Cell Juniors, their menace vanishing in an instant. Turning to Cell, he fought with unmatched precision and strength, his every move a testament to his newfound power. Blow after blow, Gohan dismantled Cell's defenses, pushing the bio-android to his breaking point. In a final earth-shattering moment, Gohan unleashed his full power, ending the battle in a brilliant explosion of energy. Gohan stood victorious. The sky seemed brighter, as if the world itself celebrated the defeat of Cell. At least that's what would have happened if Gohan didn't let the power go to his head. With the Cell Juniors eliminated, Gohan faced Cell, but instead of ending the fight swiftly, he chose to prolong it, delivering calculated blows that inflicted pain but kept Cell alive. The once hesitant boy now wielded his power with chilling control, intent on making Cell suffer for his atrocities. As Gohan's onslaught continued, Cell's composure cracked. He vomited Android 18, reverting to his weakened, semi-perfect form. But Cell's desperation turned sinister. With a twisted grin, he revealed his final plan: self-destruction. Laughing maniacally, he declared his intent to take everyone and Earth itself with him.
I've killed us. It's all my fault. I could have finished him, but I didn't.
I know that look.
Goodbye, my friends.
Goodbye? You're not... Goku! No!
You did good today, Gohan. Made me proud.
Dad? What are you...
Tell your mom I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna make it home this time.
His energy, it's gone without a trace.
The weight of victory bore heavy on Gohan as he grappled with the memory of his father's sacrifice. The cost of defeating Cell lingered, and regret clouded his thoughts. Suddenly the ground shook, and a beam of light pierced through the dust, striking Trunks. He fell lifeless to the ground. Cell re-emerged stronger than before. By shielding his core, he had survived his self-destruction and regenerated into an even mightier form. Gohan stepped forward, his energy surging with renewed determination. He vowed not to repeat his mistakes. The battle resumed, fierce and unrelenting, with Gohan giving everything to honor his father's sacrifice. Vegeta, devastated by the loss of his son, joined the fight in a desperate fury. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, but Cell remained unharmed. In retaliation, Cell struck Vegeta down, leaving him vulnerable. As Cell moved in for the kill, Gohan intervened, taking the blow himself. Though his left arm was rendered useless, he stood firm, refusing to back down. Preparing a final, devastating attack, Cell sought to end it all. Gohan, battered and weary, felt despair creeping in. He blamed himself, convinced Earth's doom was his fault. In that moment of darkness, a familiar voice rang out. Goku's. From the other world, his father's words were filled with warmth and reassurance. Goku's encouragement reignited Gohan's spirit, reminding him of the strength and trust placed in him. Drawing on his last reserves of power, Gohan prepared a one-handed Kamehameha. Across the battlefield, Cell mirrored the attack, Their beams collided in a blinding struggle. As Gohan began to falter, Vegeta launched a surprise ki blast, momentarily distracting Cell. Goku's voice called out again, urging Gohan to act. Fueled by his father's encouragement, Gohan poured all his energy into a final attack. The father-son Kamehameha surged with unstoppable force, overwhelming Cell and obliterating him for good. With Earth saved and the nightmare over, the fighters considered using the Dragon Balls to revive Goku. However, Goku chose to remain in the other world, believing it was the best decision for Earth's future. Though they mourned his absence, Gohan and his friends returned to a peaceful world, forever shaped by their battle, but ready to protect the life they had earned. After the battle with Cell, life settled into a calm rhythm. As a high school student in Satan City, Gohan pursued his dream of becoming a scholar. Yet, his heroic nature remained. Disguised as the Great Saiyan Man, Gohan fought crime in secret, balancing his double life. One day, Videl, the daughter of Mr. Satan, uncovered his secret. She gave Gohan an ultimatum: join the world tournament or risk exposure. Reluctantly, he agreed. Goku would also return from the other world for the event. Gohan trained with his younger brother Goten, preparing for the tournament. At the event, a match between Videl and the menacing Spopovich took a dark turn. Despite her fierce efforts, Videl was outmatched by Spopovich's unnatural strength. She endured some brutal attacks, refusing to give up. When Spopovich placed his foot on Videl's head, her cries of pain echoed through the arena. Gohan's composure broke. Rage surged through him, and golden energy erupted as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Ignoring Krillin's pleas for restraint, Gohan's focus sharpened on one goal: protecting Videl. Spopovich, unshaken and cruel, kept his foot on Videl's head, grinning as her protest grew weaker. Unable to bear it any longer, Gohan charged forward, a blur of golden fury. Spopovich met him head-on, and their clash shook the martial arts arena. Gohan's rage burned fiercely, but just as he gained the upper hand, Spopovich and his ally Yamu revealed their true intentions. Taking advantage of a momentary opening, they used the device to drain Gohan's energy. Weakened, he collapsed, his golden aura fading. The Supreme Kai intervened, using his divine powers to restore Gohan's strength. Once recovered, Gohan joined the others in pursuing Spopovich and Yamu. Together with Goku, Vegeta, and the other Z fighters, they uncovered a dark plot involving the Wizard Babidi and the awakening of Majin Buu. Infiltrating Babidi's spaceship, the group faced a series of battles. Goku and Vegeta quickly dispatched their opponents. When Gohan's turn came, Vegeta cast him a doubtful look, questioning his readiness after years of peace. Gohan, however, met the challenge with a quiet resolve, proving the fire within him still burned. Their next opponent was Dabura, the Demon King. The Supreme Kai's face grew grim as Dabura descended, his arrogance and power filling the air. Unfazed, Gohan stepped forward, declaring his intent to face the Demon King alone. Dabura's strength and cunning pushed Gohan, but Vegeta's doubts proved unfounded. When pressed, Gohan's hidden power erupted, each strike echoing his past triumphs. Dabura fell, leaving Babidi's plans in ruins and halting Majin Buu's revival. Goku praised Gohan's efforts, teasing him with a playful challenge of a sparring match. Exhausted but smiling, Gohan admired his father's unending enthusiasm. Peace was restored, and for Gohan, the journey reinforced his resolve. Balancing his life as a scholar and a warrior, he embraced both his aspirations and Saiyan legacy. Well, at least this is the ending we would have got if Vegeta was wrong. But you can say what you like about Vegeta, but he knows what he is talking about when it comes to fighting. And he was definitely right about Gohan slipping a bit when it came to his training. The fight against Dabura tested Gohan's skills, but it took a dark turn when Babidi manipulated Vegeta's inner turmoil. Amid the chaos, Majin Buu was revived, his energy fueled by Goku and Vegeta's battle. The Pink Menace emerged, radiating a mix of childlike innocence and devastating power. Gohan, attempting to regroup with the Supreme Kai, was struck down and left unconscious. Vegeta, in a desperate act of sacrifice, self-destructed in a futile attempt to stop Buu. Gohan awakened in the land of the Kais, saved by the Supreme Kai. There he trained with the Z-Sword, unlocking new strength. However, the sword shattered, releasing the Elder Kai, who drew out Gohan's latent power through a ritual. The grueling process left Gohan stronger than ever, ready to face Buu. Back on Earth, Gohan arrived to find Piccolo, Goten and Trunks waiting, their hope rekindled by his return. Learning of Buu's atrocities, including consuming their allies, Gohan's determination hardened. When Buu appeared, Gohan confronted him, calm yet resolute. The ensuing battle showcased Gohan's transformation, every strike and movement precise and devastating. For the first time, Buu faced a foe who surpassed his strength, leaving him on the defensive against Gohan's relentless assault. Just as victory seemed near, Buu used a desperate tactic. His body swelled before exploding, leaving no trace behind. Gohan and the others searched for an hour, only for Buu to reappear stronger and more confident than ever. Turning his attention to Goten and Trunks, Buu taunted them into action. The two fused into Super Saiyan 3 Gotens, but before they could strike, Buu cunningly absorbed both Gotens and Piccolo, boosting his power to terrifying levels. Gohan claims that Buu had made a mistake by not targeting him first. The battle resumed, with Gohan maintaining the upper hand, his precise attacks overwhelming Buu. In desperation, Buu attempted to absorb Gohan, but Gohan dodged, forcing a final showdown. With no tricks left, Buu was defeated by Gohan. Earth was safe once more. Gohan stood victorious, carrying the sacrifices of his friends in his heart, ready to embrace a future of peace. This is kind of how I wish the Buu saga ended. I really did believe that Gohan should have taken over as the hero of this saga. I know Toriyama didn't think he was ready, but when he returned from the world of the Kais, it really felt like he was on the right path to becoming the main protagonist. But alas, this is not really what transpired. As Gohan struggled against Majin Buu's attacks, his strength wasn't enough to turn the tide. Just when all seemed lost, Goku arrived, revived by the Elder Kai's sacrifice and carrying the Patara earrings, tools that could fuse two warriors into an unstoppable force. Goku tossed the earring to Gohan, but the earring slipped through Gohan's fingers, and in that split second, Buu struck, absorbing him and growing even stronger. Sensing a familiar energy, Goku used instant transmission to find Vegeta, who had returned for a day. Setting aside their rivalry, they fused with the Patara earrings, becoming Vegito. Vegito dominated Buu, but allowed himself to be absorbed to rescue Gohan and the others. Inside Buu, Goku and Vegeta unexpectedly defused, but continued their mission. Buu transformed into a deadlier form and unleashed a blast that obliterated Earth. Goku tried to save everyone, but time ran out. Hope remained with the Dragon Balls. Earth and its people were restored, Majin Buu was defeated, and peace returned. Life had become peaceful for Gohan. Devoted to his studies, he embraced his role as a scholar while cherishing his family life with Videl and their daughter Pan. The quiet days were all he had ever wanted. Meanwhile, Goku had taken a different path, leaving Earth to train on Beerus's planet despite Chi-Chi's protest. Bloody typical. Unbeknownst to them, Frieza had been resurrected through the Dragon Balls. Fueled by vengeance, he quickly amassed an army to bring his wrath to Earth. When Frieza's forces arrived, Goku and Vegeta were unreachable, deep in training. The responsibility of defending Earth fell to Gohan, Piccolo, and a small group of warriors. Frieza's attention turned to Gohan, a familiar face that rekindled his hatred. The battle began with Gohan cutting through Frieza's soldiers with ease, his strength still formidable despite being past his peak. But when Frieza joined the fight, the tables turned. With sadistic glee, Frieza struck him down with a single, devastating attack, leaving Gohan crumpled and defeated. Frieza's cruelty reached its peak as he prepared to kill Gohan. At the last moment, Piccolo stepped in, shielding Gohan from the fatal blow. Piccolo's sacrifice ignited a surge of rage and power within Gohan, erupting in a tremendous blast of energy. Before the fight could continue, Goku and Vegeta arrived, their training complete. A fierce battle ensued between Goku and Frieza, each unleashing their full power in a dazzling clash of energy and skill. In the end, Goku prevailed, securing Earth's safety once again. In the aftermath, Gohan reflected on his near failure. The experience drove him to seek out Piccolo, humbly requesting to train and reclaim his strength, determined to protect his family and their future. This saga is very short in Gohan's story mode, but if you are able to do really well in the fight against Frieza, you will unlock one of the best what-if scenarios in the game. As the battle raged on, Gohan charged at Frieza, his energy surging. Frieza, though arrogant, quickly realized his mistake. Underestimating Gohan again had put him at a disadvantage. Forced to take the fight seriously, he transformed, yet, even at full power, Frieza struggled. Gohan's attacks were swift and unrelenting, driving the tyrant to his knees. From the sidelines, Trunks and Goten watched in awe, cheering for Gohan, but Frieza's pride wouldn't allow him to accept defeat. The thought of losing to another Saiyan enraged him. With a furious snarl, he unleashed a deadly energy beam, aiming straight for Piccolo, Trunks and Goten.
Frieza, I will never forgive you for this.
What? Well then, as long as we're letting pure arrogance take the wheel, I might as well follow suit. So let's step it up a notch, shall we? I've left you utterly speechless. If you surrender now, I might be merciful enough to keep your suffering to a minimum, but no promises.
Surrender? Not in a million years. All this time, I've worked hard to train myself so that I could protect the people I love. Frieza, you're done!
Gohan reacted instantly, intercepting Frieza's attack and reigniting the battle with newfound intensity. His full potential had awakened, and Frieza's once terrifying movements now seemed slow and predictable. Gohan gave his final demand. Frieza must leave Earth and never return. But Frieza scoffed at the idea of surrender. His pride and hatred ran too deep. Seeing no other choice, Gohan unleashed his full power, delivering a decisive blow that ended the fight. Piccolo, Trunks and Goten rushed to his side, admiration shining in their eyes. But beneath Gohan's calm exterior, doubts lingered. The battle had been harder than it should have been. He had the strength, but his combat instincts had dulled. Piccolo quickly picked up on this. Determined, Gohan made his choice. He turned to Piccolo and asked him to train him again. With a smirk, Piccolo agreed. Training resumed, pushing Gohan beyond his limits. He even travelled to the land of the Kais to further unlock his potential under the Elder Kai's guidance. Soon, Goku brought news of a tournament against Universe 6. Seeing it as an opportunity to test himself, Gohan eagerly joined. In the tournament, he faced Hit, a legendary assassin whose skills amazed gods and mortals alike. Even Goku and Vegeta took notice of Gohan's rapid growth. Though proud of his progress, Gohan remained critical of himself. He knew there was still much more to learn. But one thing was clear, he was no longer the fighter who had once stepped away from battle. With each challenge he grew stronger, steadily moving towards his true potential. Gohan was training Goten and Trunks when suddenly a time machine appeared before them. Inside they found future Trunks, unconscious and wounded. Gohan rushed to his side, checking his injuries, but the moment Trunks' eyes opened, confusion filled them. Without warning, Trunks attacked. Gohan barely defended himself, shocked by the sudden aggression, but as recognition dawned on Trunks, he stopped, the tension between them easing. Before Gohan could ask what had happened, a sinister energy pulsated from the city, sending a chilling warning something terrible was coming. Trunks' face twisted in horror. He rushed towards the distance, and Gohan followed.
It's him.
Is that me?
No, not quite. Only in body, but not in spirit. I never expected to see you here, Black.
Black? No wonder I couldn't find you, Trunks. That's bizarre. The ring must have created a tear in space-time. You're looking quite well, Gohan. Trunks! Truth be known, I've often wondered what it would be like to fight against you in this body. I can't begin to guess who or what you are, but my gut tells me you're the worst enemy I've faced yet. Oh, is that what you think? Fine then.
Every blow Gohan landed only seemed to make his opponent stronger, as if he fed off the pain. But before the fight could reach its climax, reality itself warped, and Gohan Black was suddenly pulled back into his own dimension. Meanwhile, Goku, training under Beerus, received an urgent call from Bulma. He rushed home to hear Trunks' chilling account of the future, how Gohan Black had appeared, claiming he would wipe out humanity in the name of justice. The world had been plunged into chaos, and Trunks had come seeking help. Yet, seeing Gohan, now at peace with a family and life beyond battle, could he ask him to return to a world that wasn't his? Gohan didn't hesitate. He couldn't ignore the suffering of innocence. The future needed him, and he would fight. When discussing Gohan Black's origins, Whis noted the villain had worn a time ring, an artifact meant only for Elder Kais. This led them to suspect Zamasu, an apprentice Kai of Universe 10. Beerus and Whis arranged a meeting under the pretense of a sparring match, but despite Gohan's battle with Gohan Black, they found no solid evidence linking Zamasu to the threat. With no other option, Gohan, Trunks, and the others travelled to the future. What they saw left them speechless. The city was in ruins, civilization reduced to rubble. Then, Gohan Black reappeared, but this time a new figure joined, Zamasu himself, watching with a twisted sense of satisfaction. They had assumed Gohan Black was Zamasu, but they were wrong. They were two separate beings, working together. Without delay, Zamasu attacked. He fought with eerie precision, but something was terribly wrong. No attack, no matter how strong, left a mark. Then it became clear. Zamasu was immortal. Gohan was running out of options. No matter how hard he fought, Zamasu remained unharmed. As exhaustion set in, Trunks saw the danger and made a painful suggestion. Gohan had to return to his own timeline. The battle wasn't over, but against an immortal foe, retreat was the only choice. While Trunks held off Zamasu, Gohan and the others escaped. Back in their timeline, they realized Zamasu had been plotting all along. With his treachery exposed, Beerus destroyed him, confident this would erase his future counterpart as well. But Gohan wasn't convinced. Determined to find a way to defeat an immortal enemy, Gohan turned to Piccolo. Understanding the stakes, Piccolo decided to teach him the evil containment wave, a technique designed to trap even the strongest opponents. Gohan and his allies returned to the future, but their worst fears came true. Zamasu was still alive, and Gohan Black stood beside him, watching as Trunks struggled alone. Wasting no time, Gohan and the others rushed to his aid. As Zamasu fought Goku and Vegeta, Gohan once again faced his dark reflection. Gohan Black, confident and cruel, taunted him. He spoke of a power beyond mortal limits, claiming he had surpassed the Saiyan race and embraced divinity. Then, with a sinister smile, he revealed the truth. His soul was Zamasu's. Using the Super Dragon Balls, he had stolen Gohan's body, taking his limitless potential for himself. The revelation sent a chill through Gohan, but he had no time to dwell on it. Their battle raged on, an intense clash of strength and skill. Then, in a horrifying turn, Gohan Black and Zamasu fused, becoming a single godlike being. Radiating overwhelming power, fused Zamasu declared himself the ultimate justice, demanding their submission. but Gohan and the others refused. They had seen too much suffering to bow to a false god. The battle was catastrophic. Fused Zamasu rained destruction upon them, his strength immeasurable. Gohan, Goku, Vegeta and Trunks fought with everything they had, but even their combined might struggled against an immortal enemy. Then, with a smirk, Fused Zamasu spoke words that froze Gohan's blood. He hinted at what had happened to Videl and Pan in the stolen timeline. The implication was clear, and something inside Gohan snapped. A surge of uncontrollable rage exploded from him. Blinded by fury, he attacked relentlessly, but even this power wasn't enough. Only Goku's voice pulled him back to reality. With Trunks and Vegeta critically injured, they had to retreat. Finding shelter, Gohan used the last of their senzu beans, healing their wounds as they prepared for the final battle. But then, something unexpected happened. Fused Zamasu was changing. His fusion with Gohan Black's mortal body had begun to unravel, warping his form. He was no longer invincible. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan and Goku unleashed a massive Kamehameha, striking Fused Zamasu with full force. His agonized scream echoed across the battlefield. His body twisted from the attack, but even weakened, he refused to fall. With Goku drained, the final battle fell to Gohan. Trunks, though injured, refused to step aside. This was his world, his fight. Standing side by side, he and Gohan prepared for one last stand against the so-called god. Even as his body crumbled, Fused Zamasu's arrogance remained. He roared in fury, unleashing what power he had left, but Gohan and Trunks stood their ground, refusing to back down. They charged forward, determined to end the false god once and for all.
Go ahead, mortals. Gather up your pitiful and futile strength. It will never match the strength of a god!
Masenko! You get him, Gohan! Trunks, finish this! Yeah! Quick! Use this, guys! Gohan!
This one's for you, Piccolo.
Evil Containment Wave! Ow! God overcome by a force, oh! It defies all logic!
Gohan stood breathless beside his allies. The long, grueling battle was over. Against all odds, they had won. Trunks' future was finally safe. Trunks took in the sight of his world, scarred but free. For the first time in ages, peace was within reach. When asked if he would leave with them, he stood firm. This was his home, and he would stay to rebuild it. Gohan, full of certainty, assured Trunks that he had the strength to restore his world. With final farewells, Gohan and the others returned to their time. Trunks watched them vanish, then turned to face the future he had fought so hard to protect. Back home, Gohan was met with the warmth of his family. Videl embraced him in relief, and little Pan reached for him, beaming with joy. He had fought many battles, but nothing compared to the comfort of this moment. This would have been awesome if it was canon. It just makes so much more sense for it to be Gohan Black rather than Goku Black. Gohan has more of a connection to future Trunks and adds so much more emotional weight to the saga. But alas, this never happens, and now we must move on to the Tournament of Power. Gohan, driven by the weight of his past inaction, resolved to reclaim the strength he had lost. Motivated by the looming threat of the Tournament of Power, he trained relentlessly. Under Piccolo's rigorous guidance, Gohan pushed himself harder than ever. When the tournament began, Gohan stood ready with Universe 7's warriors, determined to protect their existence. Gohan fought alongside his teammates, coordinating attacks and defending one another. As the fighting intensified, the team was forced to split, leaving each to face their own challenges. Gohan faced wave after wave of powerful opponents, yet his training paid off. He advanced through the tournament, his strength and strategy shining as he pushed past exhaustion. Meanwhile, Frieza, ever cunning, observed Gohan's progress. When Gohan's energy waned, Frost from Universe 6 emerged, exploiting his moment of weakness. Shockingly, Frieza revealed his treachery, aligning with Frost to strike at Gohan. Betrayed and outnumbered, Gohan realized the battle demanded not just strength, but resilience against both his enemies and the unexpected betrayal of those he once called allies. Frieza's apparent betrayal had seemed like the end for Universe 7, but in a cunning twist, Frieza eliminated Frost, revealing his true plan. Gohan, having suspected Frieza's deception, had played along, turning the situation in their favor. Though mistrust lingered, Gohan rose to fight again, forming a tense truce with Frieza as the battle raged on. Reunited with Piccolo, Gohan fought hard, their bond as master and student driving them forward. As the tournament neared its end, only Universe 7 and 11 remained. Gohan saw Frieza struggling against Dispo, a warrior of blinding speed. Despite his exhaustion, Gohan joined Frieza, and together they defeated him through surprising teamwork. The victory left Gohan drained and unable to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Frieza and Android 17 faced Toppo, Universe 11's powerful warrior. As Toppo embraced his role as a god of destruction, his overwhelming power forced the pair into a desperate defense. Unable to withstand Toppo's devastating attack, Frieza and 17 were left battered as Toppo stood triumphant, exuding destructive energy. Though weakened, Gohan watched the aftermath. Rising to his feet, he prepared to fight once more. Vegeta soon joined him, his fury ignited by Toppo's mockery of his pride and convictions. Vegeta and Toppo clashed, the Saiyan Prince defiant in his refusal to forsake his ideals. He fought for his family, for his pride, and for the promises he made to those who mattered most. Gohan, inspired by Vegeta's unwavering determination, joined the fray, standing shoulder to shoulder with his comrade. Together, the two Saiyans faced Toppo's attacks, their combined strength and conviction pushing them beyond their limits. Fueled by the bonds they had sworn to protect, Gohan and Vegeta launched an attack. Their blows broke through Toppo's defenses, overwhelming even the might of a god of destruction. With a final, devastating strike, Toppo was hurled from the arena. The Grand Minister's voice echoed across the battlefield, declaring Toppo's elimination and marking the end of the tournament. Universe 7 emerged victorious. Except this is not what happened. Frieza, his golden form flickering weakly, was on the brink of collapse after his grueling fight with Dispo's Universe 11 speedster. A final blow seemed imminent when Gohan intervened. Gohan grappled the rabbit, locking him in place. Seizing the moment, Frieza smirked and charged a powerful ki blast. With no way to escape, Dispo was struck, and both he and Gohan were blasted out of the arena. As Gohan sat in the spectator seats, he apologized for his elimination, but his teammates met him with pride. His sacrifice had ensured Dispo's defeat, preserving Universe 7's chances. Back in the arena, the battle intensified as Goku and his team faced Jiren, Universe 11's unstoppable powerhouse. Despite the odds, Universe 7 emerged victorious. Android 17, the last warrior standing, used his wish to restore the erased universes. Life was renewed across the multiverse. The Tournament of Power ended, leaving Gohan, Frieza and their teammates with the lasting memories of their struggles and triumphs. For Gohan, it was a reminder of his strength, leadership and resolve, a chapter in his journey that prepared him for whatever challenges lay ahead. And that is the end of Gohan's story mode. The conclusion to his story mode is honestly one of the best, as it holds true to the type of person he is. The battle with Raditz had ended, but the real threat was yet to come. Piccolo learned that two even stronger Saiyans were on their way, set to arrive in 1 year. The thought was daunting, but he had seen something incredible. Gohan's hidden power. If trained properly, the boy could be their greatest hope. Wasting no time, Piccolo took Gohan under his wing with harsh training methods. For 6 months, he left the child alone in the wilderness, forcing him to survive. Watching from afar, Piccolo observed as Gohan endured hunger, fear, and the elements, growing stronger and more resilient. When the boy emerged from his ordeal, Piccolo stepped in to begin the real training. Pushing Gohan to his limits, Piccolo forced him to rely on instinct rather than sight, demanding speed, awareness, and endurance. Though Gohan struggled, he adapted, growing stronger with each grueling session. At night, under the stars, Gohan groaned from exhaustion, but had clearly changed. He had grown fond of Piccolo, despite his gruff nature. He mused that while his mother fed the Namekian, his father believed he had changed. Piccolo scoffed, but didn't argue. Their training was cut short when the Saiyans arrived earlier than expected. With Goku still absent, Piccolo, Gohan, and the others were forced to fight. The Cybermen were only the beginning. The real threat was Nappa. The battle was brutal. Earth's defenders fought with everything they had, but Nappa proved too powerful. Then, in a shocking turn, Vegeta eliminated Nappa himself, showing no mercy to his only ally. Before Piccolo could process Vegeta's ruthlessness, Goku finally arrived, reigniting hope, but the fight was far from over. Vegeta was stronger than any opponent they had faced. Even with his newfound strength, Piccolo couldn't withstand the Saiyan Prince's relentless assault. Blow after blow, his body gave out, and the inevitable came. As his consciousness faded, he watched from the other world as Gohan and Goku continued the fight. Restored to life by the Dragon Balls, Piccolo arrived on planet Namek, the world of his ancestors. As he travelled across the war-torn land, he found a dying Namekian warrior, Nail. Recognizing Piccolo's strength, Nail offered him a chance to fuse, combining their power. Without hesitation, Piccolo accepted. The fusion brought an incredible surge of strength, along with Nail's knowledge and will. Wasting no time, Piccolo soared towards the battlefield, where Gohan and Krillin faced the terrifying Frieza. The tyrant toyed with them, but the moment Piccolo arrived, the tide shifted. With effortless precision, he deflected Frieza's attacks and launched his own relentless assault. Frieza was forced to transform, increasing his power drastically. Yet, Piccolo held his ground, matching him blow for blow. But when Frieza reached his final form, his speed and strength became too much. Even after being healed by Dende, Piccolo still couldn't match the tyrant. Frieza taunted him, vowing he would be the last Namekian to fall. Piccolo refused to give in, but he was outmatched. Then, Goku arrived. Fully healed, the Saiyan faced Frieza head-on. Piccolo, frustrated by his own limits, watched as Goku fought with unimaginable strength. Then, everything changed. Krillin was killed in cold blood, and in that moment, something inside Goku snapped. A legendary power awakened. His golden aura flared. His eyes burned with fury. Goku had become a Super Saiyan. Piccolo could only watch as Goku battled at a level beyond comprehension. When Namek crumbled and the fight ended, Piccolo and the others returned to Earth, their lives saved by the Dragon Balls. But the battle haunted him. Goku had ascended to something greater, while Piccolo had been powerless to help. That thought alone pushed him forward. Stronger enemies would come, and next time, he would be ready. This is one of the more minor alternative endings, as the outcome doesn't change all that much, but at least the game tries to take into account different outcomes, even if they aren't always that interesting. Gohan and Piccolo fought with everything they had, pushing Frieza to his limit, but the tyrant refused to be outmatched. With a smirk, he transformed once more, his final form unleashing an overwhelming power that even Piccolo and Vegeta struggled to withstand. Then, Goku arrived, fully healed and ready to face Frieza. But even with his restored strength, Goku struggled. Frieza's relentless power pushed him back, draining his energy with each brutal blow. Watching his father falter, Gohan clenched his fists, ready to help, but Piccolo stopped him. Goku had a plan. As Krillin's voice rang out, it became clear. Goku was gathering energy for a spirit bomb. The massive energy sphere grew, pulling in life from everything around them. Piccolo knew the danger. If Frieza caught on too soon, Goku wouldn't finish in time. Acting fast, Piccolo launched a surprise attack, sending Frieza crashing into the ocean below. It was only a moment's distraction, but it was enough. Rising in fury, Frieza prepared to retaliate. until Krillin and Gohan bombarded him with energy blasts, keeping him off balance. Then Goku was ready.
Do it!
What have you done? This is child's play! Your beastly tricks, they're futile! I will not!
Silence followed. Had they finally won? The answer came swiftly. Frieza had survived, and he was furious. With a ruthless attack, he struck down Piccolo, leaving him broken and barely alive. Then, in an act of pure cruelty, he lifted Krillin into the air. With a flick of his power, Krillin was gone, obliterated in an instant. Goku's breath caught. Grief, rage, and fury surged through him like fire. His hair turned bright gold. A legend had come to life. Goku had become a Super Saiyan. With this new power, he faced Frieza again. But now everything was different. Every strike sent the tyrant reeling. Every blow precise and devastating. Frieza, once invincible, was now the one struggling to keep up. As the battle raged on, Piccolo and the others were transported to Earth, saved by the Dragon Balls. From afar they heard the news. Goku had done the impossible. He had defeated Frieza. Relief filled them, but for Piccolo, victory felt bittersweet. He had given everything, yet once again, Goku had surpassed them all. A young warrior from the future arrived with a dire warning. 2 powerful androids would soon appear, wiping out Piccolo and the others. Determined to change this fate, Piccolo, Goku and Gohan trained harder than ever to prepare for the battle ahead. 3 years passed, and just as foretold, the androids appeared. Piccolo and the others fought to protect the city, while Goku faced Android 19. Something was wrong. Goku's movements were sluggish, his strength fading fast. Piccolo realized the heart virus had finally struck. He forced Goku to withdraw, stepping in to fight Android 19. But it was Vegeta's arrival that turned the tide. Together, they defeated the android. But Android 20, Dr. Gero himself, escaped. As Goku collapsed from the virus, Piccolo berated him for not taking the medicine sooner. With no other choice, Yamcha rushed him to safety while the others hunted down Dr. Gero. The pursuit took a turn when Dr. Gero launched a surprise attack on Piccolo, draining his energy. Just as he began to fade, Gohan arrived, saving him. But their relief was short-lived. Deep within Gero's lab, new threats stirred. The door burst open, revealing androids 17 and 18. Unlike the first androids, they radiated confidence and sought out Goku as their next target. Piccolo refused to let them proceed unchallenged. He confronted Android 18, battling fiercely, but when Android 17 joined in, the fight became hopelessly one-sided. Even with Vegeta's help, the androids proved too powerful. Through the chaos, Piccolo saw something incredible. Gohan had grown stronger than he ever imagined. His potential was undeniable. Realizing their current strength wasn't enough, Piccolo made a bold decision. He merged with Kami, unlocking his true power. But with this transformation came a terrifying revelation. Something far worse than the androids lurked in the shadows. A new threat had emerged. Cell, a creature created from the DNA of history's greatest fighters. Piccolo turned his focus to Gohan. Goku, still recovering, believed the boy held the key to their survival. He entrusted Piccolo with Gohan's training, knowing his hidden power needed to be awakened. They prepared to train in the hyperbolic time chamber, but Vegeta and Trunks claimed it first, forcing them to wait. Meanwhile, the androids arrived at Kame House, seeking their next fight. Piccolo stepped forward to challenge Android 17, ready for battle. Then, a chilling laugh echoed through the air. Cell had arrived. He had found them at last. Cell struck with precision, seizing Android 17 and transforming into a more powerful form. Piccolo and Gohan fought fiercely, but Cell was too strong, enduring every attack with ease. Their resistance was futile. Then, Goku arrived. As a Super Saiyan, he fought Cell head-on, creating a moment of hope. but the battle pushed his body too far. The heart virus took hold. Weakened and grasping for breath, Goku collapsed, entrusting Gohan to Piccolo before losing consciousness. With Goku out, Piccolo's resolve hardened. He would make sure Gohan was ready. As Vegeta and Trunks finished their training, Piccolo and Gohan entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Piccolo's goal was clear. Gohan had to become a Super Saiyan and surpass his limits. Days turned into months. Gohan struggled, but Piccolo pushed him relentlessly, teaching him to control his emotions and harness his hidden power. Slowly, Gohan adapted. His strength grew, his mind sharpened. When they emerged, he was no longer the same boy who had entered. But outside, things had worsened. Cell had reached his perfect form. In 10 days, the Cell Games would decide Earth's fate. Piccolo trained Gohan further, seeing his growth with pride, but knowing his own strength still had limits. When the day arrived, the battlefield was tense. Cell stood before them, waiting for his challenger. Piccolo stepped forward. Their battle was intense. Piccolo gave everything he had, unleashing the full extent of his training. But Cell's power was overwhelming. Defeated and pinned down, Piccolo could only watch as Gohan stepped forward, his energy surging with rage. Cell had found his true opponent. As Gohan fought, his anger darkened into something colder. He wanted Cell to suffer. But then he hesitated. Remembering Piccolo's teachings, he regained control. Yet Cell wasn't finished. Enraged, he fought recklessly. Gohan struck back with devastating force, causing Cell to expel Android 18 and reversing his perfect form. Desperate, Cell chose destruction. His body swelled, preparing to explode and take Earth with him. Then, in an instant, Goku acted. Using instant transmission, he teleported Cell away, sacrificing himself. But peace was short-lived. Cell returned stronger than ever. Turning his wrath on Gohan, he repaired the final blow. Weakened and barely standing, Gohan was helpless. Piccolo refused to let it end this way. Stepping forward, he put himself between Cell and Gohan. His body ached, his energy nearly gone, but his resolve burned stronger than ever. He would protect Gohan no matter the cost. Launching himself at Cell, Piccolo brought Gohan the time he needed.
With that much energy, he could actually beat Cell.
I don't think so.
No good. Their power's evenly matched, so I'd better tip the scale.
See you in hell!
No! Now, Gohan!
This can't be! I am...
This is such an awesome what if. Piccolo and Gohan make such a great pair. While Goku is able to see the potential in his son and who he could be, Piccolo understands who Gohan actually is, and Gohan really benefits from having both his father and Piccolo around to mentor him. As chaos unfolded, Goku fought Android 19, but something was wrong. His movements were sluggish, his strength fading fast. Piccolo realized the heart virus had struck. With Goku collapsing, Vegeta arrived, destroying Android 19 with ease. But their victory was short-lived. Android 20, revealed to be Dr. Gero, escaped. The pursuit led to an even greater threat. Dr. Gero awakened his ultimate creations, Androids 17 and 18. Their strength far exceeded expectations. They set off to hunt Goku. Realizing they needed more power, Piccolo merged with Kami, unlocking his true potential. But an even darker presence emerged, Cell. This bioengineered terror, created from the DNA of Earth's greatest fighters, sought perfection by absorbing 17 and 18. Piccolo tried to stop him, but Cell escaped using solar flare. As Goku and the others trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, the androids arrived at Kame House. To avoid destruction, Piccolo lured them to a remote island, facing Android 17 in battle. Piccolo's training paid off. His speed and strength rivaled 17's, but before he could claim victory, Cell appeared. But Piccolo refused to back down. He unleashed his full power, driving Cell into a corner. With a final, decisive blow, Piccolo obliterated Cell. But the fight wasn't over. He turned his attention back to 17. In the end, Piccolo emerged victorious, forcing the androids to retreat. Gohan rushed to Piccolo's side, admiration in his eyes. The battle was won, but the war was far from over. The androids would return, and Goku needed to be ready. Until then, Piccolo would continue training Gohan, preparing for the challenges yet to come. The end. If you manage to do well in the fight against Cell. But if the battle drags on, or you're playing on the lower difficulty, you'll be forced down the canon timeline. I actually don't like that playing on easy doesn't allow you to get any of the alternate routes. It wasn't like that in the other Sparking games. How did they change it? Piccolo fought with everything he had, knowing time was running out. His attacks against Android 17 were precise and relentless, but it wasn't enough. Then, the battlefield darkened. Cell had arrived, and before Piccolo could stop him, he absorbed Android 17, evolving into a stronger form. Despite Piccolo's desperate efforts, Cell continued his hunt, eventually absorbing Android 18 and achieving his perfect form. With his transformation complete, Cell announced the Cell Games, where Earth's greatest warriors would face him. To prepare, Piccolo trained alongside his allies. When the day arrived, Goku stepped up first, fighting Cell with incredible skill, but to everyone's shock, he surrendered, placing his faith in Gohan. Gohan entered the arena, but despite his best efforts, he was outmatched. Only when his friends suffered did something inside him snap. A surge of unimaginable power erupted from within, shaking the battlefield. Piccolo watched in awe. Gohan had ascended beyond anything he had ever imagined. For the first time, Cell felt fear. Gohan turned the tide, overwhelming the bio-android with devastating force. Desperate, Cell attempted to self-destruct, forcing Goku to sacrifice himself to save the Earth. But even that wasn't the end. Cell returned, stronger than before. Carrying the weight of loss and the will to finish the fight, Gohan unleashed one final earth-shattering Kamehameha, erasing Cell from existence. Piccolo looked at Gohan, not as a student, but as the warrior he had become. The timid boy he had once trained had surpassed them all. The battle was over, the world was safe, and though Goku was gone, Piccolo knew Gohan would carry on the fight. Frieza's ship cast a dark shadow over planet Namek as his forces spread across the land, hunting for the Dragon Balls to secure his immortality. But he wasn't the only one in pursuit. Vegeta, driven by his own ambitions, eliminated Frieza's soldiers at every turn, disrupting the tyrant's plans. However, the arrival of the Ginyu Force shifted the tide, allowing Frieza to gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Victory seemed inevitable. Before Frieza could make his wish, Krillin, Gohan and Vegeta intervened, preventing him from achieving immortality. Enraged, Frieza unleashed his wrath upon them, proving that even without his wish, he remained the most powerful being on the battlefield. Just as all hope seemed lost, Piccolo arrived, his strength amplified by his fusion with Nail. This fight starts with Frieza in his first form, even though he is clearly shown in his second form leading up to the fight. Oops. And during this fight, Frieza doesn't transform at all, but then after it concludes, he is then shown in his final form. Oops. Again. The battle intensified, but Frieza was relentless. When he prepared to finish Vegeta, a new presence changed everything. Goku had arrived. Frieza immediately recognized something familiar in Goku, a resemblance to a long-forgotten Saiyan Bardock, the warrior who had defied him before Planet Vegeta's destruction. But it didn't matter. His hatred for Saiyans burned as fiercely as ever. He attacked without hesitation, forcing Goku onto the defensive. Even with Piccolo's help, they couldn't overpower him. With Goku down, Frieza crushed his remaining enemies, seizing control of Namek. He finally made his wish and achieved immortality. The planet was now under his rule. This alternate ending reminds me a lot of the what if scenario in Budokai 1, where pretty much the same thing happens. Luckily for our heroes, this isn't what actually happens. Though Frieza seemed invincible, they continued to fight back, but just as victory seemed within reach, Frieza struck back. A single death beam took Piccolo down, and then, with a cruel flick of his finger, he lifted Krillin into the air and exploded him in an instant. Goku watched in horror as his friend perished. Something deep inside him snapped. His rage erupted. Golden light surrounded him as his hair turned bright yellow and his eyes burned with fury. The legend was real. The Super Saiyan had awakened. With his newfound power, Goku overwhelmed Frieza, delivering a brutal onslaught. But Frieza, unwilling to accept defeat, made a desperate move. He launched an attack at Namek's core, dooming the planet to destruction in minutes. As the time ran out, the battle reached its climax. In the true timeline, Goku emerged victorious, defeating Frieza before escaping the dying planet. But in this alternate fate, things played out differently. Goku faltered and Frieza stood victorious.
It's over, Frieza!
I will not be defeated!
You were too worried about getting caught in the wake of your own explosion. You failed once again. In case you haven't noticed, I'm still alive.
Damn! No matter the cost, I'm going to kill you! Okay! Rotten hell! I've done it. It's what you deserve. For I am the most powerful being in the universe!
Having defeated a Super Saiyan, his faith in his own power is stronger than ever. Satisfied with his dominance, he abandoned the Dragon Balls, focusing instead on expanding his empire. Though the Saiyan had perished, the fact that he had forced Frieza to fight seriously was unacceptable. The idea that another warrior could someday challenge him was intolerable. For the first time, Frieza made a decision he had never considered. He would train so his rule would be absolute. And everyone lived happily ever after. And by everyone, I mean Frieza. And he's the only one that matters, at least according to him. Namek's destruction had begun. With only minutes left, Goku and Frieza's battle raged on, shaking the dying planet. They clashed with immense force. Frieza, desperate to maintain his rule, fought ferociously. But Goku, now a Super Saiyan, was unstoppable. His power overwhelmed the tyrant. Frieza could do nothing as Goku delivered his final attack. The battle was over. The planet, destabilized by Frieza's own attack, reached its breaking point. Namek exploded. Frieza's body was torn apart, flung into the void. He had lost everything. Yet, even as he drifted on the brink of death, one thing remained: his hatred for Goku. Frieza would not accept defeat. Frieza had returned. His shattered body had been reforged with cybernetics, his power greater than ever. Fueled by hatred, he set his sights on Earth, ready to erase it from existence. But instead of Goku, he was met by a stranger, a young warrior with piercing eyes and a quiet confidence. Frieza scoffed at the challenge, but when the boy's hair blazed gold, amusement turned to horror. Another Super Saiyan. Their battle was fierce, but Frieza's mechanical enhancements made him unstoppable. The young warrior fought bravely, but he was no match. Frieza crushed him, his golden light fading. Victory was within reach. Then a space pod crashed to the ground. The hatch opened. Goku had returned. The sight of his greatest enemy reignited Frieza's rage. He attacked without hesitation, his strikes fueled by vengeance. Goku fought back, but this was not the Frieza he had defeated on Namek. Faster, stronger, and more ruthless, Frieza overwhelmed him. Blow after brutal blow, he broke the Saiyans' defenses, until Goku lay motionless at his feet. At last, Frieza had won, but victory was not enough. His hatred demanded more. Turning to the world itself, he unleashed his fury. Cities fell, voices were silenced, and Earth became nothing more than an empty graveyard. With nothing left to destroy, Frieza ascended into space. His reign of terror would continue. With no one left to stop him, the universe was his once more. Frieza's alternate paths are just filled with happy endings. At least from Frieza's perspective, anyway. The golden-haired warrior stood tall, his aura crackling. Frieza, once confident, felt doubt. Another Super Saiyan had emerged. Enraged, he lunged, his cybernetic body enhancing his speed. But the warrior was faster and stronger. Every strike Frieza threw missed, while each counter landed with crushing precision. Desperation took hold. Frieza unleashed a storm of energy blasts, but his foe cut through them with ease. One devastating strike sent him to his end. His power shattered. Frieza was no more. Man, Frieza's Android Saga is so short if you just take the canon route. Frieza's thirst for vengeance had been cut short. His life ended before he could destroy Goku, but death was only a temporary setback. Loyal remnants of his army scoured Earth, gathering the Dragon Balls to restore their fallen emperor. Resurrected with a burning desire for revenge, Frieza came to the realization raw talent alone had failed him. This time, he would refine his power through training. Pushing beyond his past limits, he emerged with a new transformation, his body gleaming in a golden aura. He was ready to erase his past failures. Descending upon Earth with his forces behind him, Frieza relished the moment as Goku and Vegeta stood in his path once more. He wasted no time unveiling his newfound power. The battle erupted in a storm of energy, Golden Frieza proving to be stronger than ever. Even as Goku and Vegeta fought together, they struggled against his overwhelming might.
And so, I bid you farewell.
Hold it!
Lord Beerus? I presumed my vengeance was of no interest to you. Was I mistaken? Or perhaps you are here at the request of the Earthlings? I never thought a god of destruction would hold any desire to preserve life.
Don't get the wrong idea. I'm a destroyer just the same. Under normal circumstances, I'd happily let you wipe out this planet, but I still have a bit of a use for it. Ironically, this new strength of yours, in a way, you owe these people for achieving it, no?
I suppose. If not for these Saiyans, I would have never pushed myself to uncover this newfound power. As you wish, then. I shall spare this planet from my wrath. However, I have but two conditions. First, I humbly ask Lord Beerus that you refrain from interfering any further with Frieza Force activities.
Fine by me. I don't tend to meddle in mortal affairs to begin with, quite frankly.
Secondly, in return for sparing the Earth, allow me to use its Dragon Balls to revive my faithful soldiers. Surely that's not too much to ask.
I have no objection. Next to yours truly, I'd say you're the strongest one in this universe. And with the Dragon Balls, there's little else that could stand in your way.
Then it looks like we have a deal.
Using the Dragon Balls, he resurrected his fallen clan and rebuilt his shattered army. This time, they would not remain stagnant. Under his brutal command, they trained relentlessly. The Frieza Force was reborn, stronger and deadlier than ever. Then came an unexpected offer. The god of destruction, Beerus, sought his aid in a battle that would determine the fate of the entire universe. If all existence was at risk, there would be nothing left to rule. Seeing the opportunity, Frieza accepted, on his terms. He would fight, but only alongside warriors of his choosing. The game then gives you 4 choices. There is Dodoria and Zarbon, the Ginyu Force, Frieza's father King Cold, or his brother Cooler. Frieza knew his father would approve of his plan. Though retired from ruling, King Cold remained a formidable force, nearly as powerful as Frieza himself. King Cold was brought into the team, not just to fight, but to observe the warriors of the other universes. Meanwhile, Goku and Gohan formed another father and son duo, preparing for the tournament's high stakes. When the battle began, Frieza moved effortlessly through the arena, eliminating opponents with precision. But then, something caught his attention. 2 fighters from Universe 6, Saiyans. Frieza was intrigued rather than angered. A race that was almost extinct in his universe still thrived elsewhere. This revelation sparked an idea. King Cold, however, was shocked. That Saiyans existed beyond their reach was surprising enough, but Frieza's interest in them was even more unexpected. One of the young Saiyans, bold and defiant, dismissed Frieza as just another Frost, underestimating his true power. With his father by his side, Frieza engaged the Universe 6 Saiyans in battle. They fought fiercely, but it wasn't enough. Desperation led them to a final gambit, fusing through the Potara earrings. Their power surged, their strength multiplied. Yet even their combined might fell short. Frieza remained in control, proving his dominance once again. With their strongest warriors defeated, Universe 6's chances crumbled, while Universe 7 conserved its energy for the final stretch. In the end, their universe emerged victorious, but Frieza's mind lingered on what he had discovered. A universe where Saiyans had never been purged, a world brimming with untapped potential. It was an opportunity, and Frieza never let an opportunity go to waste. Now let's go back and pick Dodoria and Zarbon. Probably the worst choice in my opinion. Frieza chose his team carefully. Dodoria and Zarbon. Beerus questioned the decision but saw the logic. Unlike Goku's allies who fought on instinct, Dodoria and Zarbon followed orders flawlessly. With the team assembled, preparations were complete. The tournament began. Frieza observed, analyzing threats and opportunities. Before he could make a move, a warrior from Universe 9, Bergamo the Crusher, challenged him with an arrogant confidence. Amused, Frieza regarded him as nothing more than a barking dog. Dodoria laughed, eager to see his master crush the so-called Crusher. Before the fight could begin, another interruption arrived. Kakunsa, another warrior from Universe 9, claimed Frieza as her prey. It didn't matter. Neither Bergamo nor Kakunska posed a real challenge. Without even using his golden form, Frieza easily eliminated them both, their boasts proving hollow. Then, a familiar face stepped forward. Frost, a distant relative from Universe 6. Cunning yet ultimately weak, he too fell swiftly, unable to match Frieza's power. With the lesser threats gone, Frieza focused on the battlefield. Dodoria and Zarbon moved in his wake, eliminating weaker opponents with ruthless efficiency. While Universe 7's other warriors exhausted themselves in intense battles, Frieza conserved his strength, waiting for the inevitable showdown with Jiren. By the tournament's end, Universe 7 stood victorious. Frieza's strategy had played out perfectly. Every move calculated, every resource used efficiently. Unfortunately, the game never reveals what Frieza wishes for after winning the Tournament of Power. I feel like it would have been the wrong thing, and all of existence was erased. Now that's an ending. Anyway, the next choice is the Ginyu Force. Beerus eyed Frieza's team with doubt. The Ginyu Force, warriors known for their more theatrics than raw strength, seemed like a risky choice. But Frieza was confident. Strength alone wouldn't win the tournament. Strategy, coordination, and adaptability mattered just as much, and in those areas, his former elite squad excelled. As the Tournament of Power began, Frieza wasted no time asserting his dominance, eliminating weaker fighters with precision. But then, something caught his attention. A booming voice echoed across the battlefield, followed by dramatic poses. The Pride Troopers had arrived. Their entrance, synchronized flair, and camaraderie stirred an unsettling sense of familiarity. Captain Ginyu, however, was thrilled. He saw kindred spirits in the warriors of Universe 11 and even mused about recruiting them. Frieza immediately dismissed the idea. Their theatrics were uninspired, their fashion sense garish. He had no need for such mediocrity in his empire. Refocusing on the battle, Frieza led the charge against Universe 2's Ribiana and her allies. With the Ginyu force at his side, they crushed their opponents one by one, shattering their dreams of a love-fueled victory. Their success drew the attention of Toppo, leader of the Pride Troopers. He had seen enough. Frieza was a menace that had to be stopped. If Universe 7 was to fall, it would start with him. Frieza smirked as the imposing warrior approached. He welcomed the challenge, but had no interest in outside interference. With a single command, the Ginyu force fell back, ensuring an uninterrupted fight. Toppo fought with immense power and unshakable justice, but Frieza was unlike any opponent he had faced before. Pushed to the brink, Toppo made a desperate choice. He unleashed the power of a god of destruction. The battlefield trembled under his transformation. Yet, even against the destroyer's strength, Frieza stood firm. With ruthless precision, he dismantled Toppo's power, reducing his divine strength to nothing, before casting him from the ring. With their leader defeated, the remaining Pride Troopers soon followed. The Ginyu force worked in perfect harmony, helping their master eliminate every last member of Universe 11. Universe 7 had won. As the celebration began, Captain Ginyu eagerly proposed a group victory dance, ready to commemorate their triumph in style. Frieza, unimpressed, turned away. Lastly, let's pick Cooler, the coolest of them all. Recruiting his own brother after years of rivalry was unexpected, but Frieza was confident. Blood ties meant little, but strength did. Cooler had once stood as one of the universe's most powerful warriors, and Frieza would not allow him to fall behind. With the team assembled, the Tournament of Power began. Frieza observed from the sidelines, calculating every move, but soon he noticed Cooler struggling. His precision and power were undeniable, but against an opponent like Hit, he was faltering. Frieza intervened. A surprise Ki Blast forced Hit to react, giving Cooler an opening. Cooler's frustration was evident. He wanted no help, especially not from Frieza, but Frieza was unimpressed. If Cooler needed assistance, perhaps he wasn't as strong as he thought. Hit remained calm, warning them to surrender. Frieza merely laughed. He was about to suggest the same. The battle was swift and brutal. Hit's time manipulation attacks met Frieza's ruthless adaptability. Exploiting every weakness, Frieza overwhelmed the assassin and eliminated him with a smirk. Despite his earlier irritation, Cooler acknowledged his brother's strength. Together, they tore through the competition, eliminating warrior after warrior until Universe 7 emerged victorious. And now we must return to the canon timeline, once again. Bathed in golden light, Frieza once again stood before Goku. The Saiyan immediately sensed it. Frieza had grown stronger. His attacks were sharper, his movements more refined. But Goku too had evolved. With a burst of energy, he ascended to Super Saiyan Blue. The fight ignited, shaking the ground beneath him as neither warrior held back. Frieza chipped away at Goku's stamina, pressing his advantage, until Vegeta intervened. The Saiyan Prince wasted no time, his attacks swift and brutal. Alone, Goku had been a challenge, but together, the two Saiyans overwhelmed Frieza. Brought to his knees, Frieza seethed with rage. Vegeta stood above him, Ki Blast in hand, ready to end him once and for all. But Frieza, ever defiant, had one last move. If he was to fall, he would take them all with him. He gathered his remaining energy, ready to destroy the planet itself. Goku had anticipated this. In an instant, he struck. A final Kamehameha engulfed Frieza, cutting off his last desperate act. His body disintegrated. His ambitions once again reduced to nothing. The battle was over. Frieza had returned to the afterlife, defeated once more. After his crushing defeat, Frieza was once again trapped in his eternal torment. But fate had other plans. An invitation to the Tournament of Power granted him a temporary return to the living, a chance he seized eagerly. Frieza treated the tournament like a grand game. manipulating allies and enemies alike to ensure his survival. As weaker fighters fell, only the strongest remained. Forced to cooperate with Goku, who had unlocked Ultra Instinct, Frieza found himself an uneasy alliance. His battle with Universe 11's Dispo pushed him to the brink of elimination. Just as defeat seemed certain, Gohan intervened, saving Frieza despite his past betrayals. Amused but weary, Frieza fought alongside him, and together they eliminated Dispo. But the real threat soon emerged: Jiren. Realizing they needed a new strategy, Gohan created an opening for Frieza to retreat while Android 17 took on Toppo. Frieza soon joined the fight, mocking the Pride Trooper's ideals, but his arrogance backfired. Toppo abandoned justice and embraced his role as a god of destruction, unleashing a terrifying power. Frieza, even in his golden form, was completely outmatched. Only Goku and Vegeta's intervention saved him from elimination. In the end, Vegeta struck Toppo down. Frieza then vanished, seemingly eliminated, only to rise from the dust, still in the fight. But there was no time to celebrate. Jiren remained, and Goku was barely standing. With no other choice, Frieza and Android 17 stepped up to challenge Universe 11's mightiest warrior. Jiren's strength was overwhelming, but his spirit wavered. Frieza too was reaching his limit, yet he refused to fall. Goku, battered but determined, rejoined the fight, and Frieza made him promise if they won, he would be resurrected. With one final effort, the three warriors launched their last attack. Frieza and Goku combined their strength, driving Jiren off the edge and securing Universe 7's victory. As the sole fighter remaining, Android 17 made a wish, restoring all erased universes. In recognition of his role, Beerus granted Frieza his life back. Ever the villain, Frieza vowed to continue his wicked ways, but Goku only smirked, warning him to behave or face him once more. Zamasu and Goku Black stood over a ruined world, their Zero Mortal plan nearing completion. One warrior refused to fall, future Trunks. Alongside Goku and Vegeta, Trunks waged a desperate battle against the divine duo, but the god's power was immense, forcing the Saiyans to retreat through time. Their victory was incomplete, and as the time machine vanished, Zamasu and Black turned their wrath upon the last survivors, wiping them out with ease. Moments later, the time machine returned, carrying the same warriors they had just driven away. This time, there would be no escape. Zamasu destroyed the machine, trapping them in the ruined future. He condemned their defiance, declaring their fight pointless, but the Saiyans, undeterred, charged into battle once more. Goku and Vegeta clashed with Goku Black in a storm of energy and destruction, while Trunks engaged Zamasu. Yet, as the fight raged, something was wrong. Zamasu, despite his immortality, began to falter. Realizing they could not risk further mistakes, Zamasu and Black took their final step. With the Patara earrings, they fused into one, ascending into a being of ultimate power, fused Zamasu. Radiating divine energy, he declared himself the ultimate justice, beyond reproach. His strength shook the heavens, and the Saiyans found themselves hopelessly outmatched. But just as all seemed lost, Goku and Vegeta made their move, fusing into Vegeto. The battle of the fused titans rocked the very fabric of reality, but as fused Zamasu unleashed his power, his form began to distort. The mortal imperfection of Goku Black's body became his undoing. His unstable fusion warped his form. Seizing the moment, Trunks rose for the final strike. With a sword forged from pure energy, fueled by the hopes of the fallen, he delivered a decisive blow, shattering Zamasu's body. Yet, even in defeat, the god refused to accept his downfall. Abandoning his physical form, he spread his essence across the sky. But his final act of defiance was in vain. Summoned by Goku, Zeno with a single command erased Zamasu completely, his existence wiped from reality. Zamasu's dream of divine rule had crumbled. Goku Black's canon route is probably one of the least interesting, since it is just so similar to the other characters' versions, but with even less context. The game does try to make up for it though with his what-if scenario. Seizing an opportunity, Trunks attempts to seal Zamasu away with the evil containment wave, but before the technique could be completed, Goku Black intervened, destroying their last hope of trapping the rogue god. Zamasu was shaken. His so-called perfection had been threatened by the very mortals he sought to erase. Goku Black mocked his counterpart for nearly failing. As Bulma tried to assist Trunks, he urged her to flee while he stood against Goku Black alone. Amused by Trunks' defiance, Goku Black quickly overpowered him. Just as the final blow was about to land, Vegeta arrived, intercepting the attack. He ordered Trunks to take Bulma and escape. Standing alone against their powerful foe, Trunks hesitated, but had no choice but to retreat, watching his father take on the enemy. Vegeta struggled against Goku Black. Sensing the battle slipping away, Goku used a solar flare to blind their enemies, giving them a chance to retreat. Goku Black moved to pursue, but Zamasu stopped him, warning that their enemies posed even a threat to the gods. Goku Black considered fusing with Zamasu to eliminate all risks, but he hesitated, believing their current power was already enough. If they remained separate, they could counter any new strategies. Zamasu, though reluctant, agreed. Before they could act, a powerful force tore through the battlefield. Vegeta had arrived, fused from Goku and Vegeta using the Potara earrings. He was stronger than ever, ready to challenge the self-proclaimed gods. Goku Black and Zamasu, though surprised, remained confident. Even fused, their opponents were still flawed mortals. The battle that followed was fierce. Zamasu urged Black to fuse with him, but Black refused, believing that he alone could win. Just as victory seemed close for Vegeta, his fusion suddenly reversed. Seizing their chance, Goku Black and Zamasu launched a brutal assault. Trunks, though exhausted, fought back, but Black easily struck him down. With Trunks defeated, only Goku and Vegeta remained. Enraged by his son's downfall, Vegeta swore vengeance. Goku, refusing to give up, stood by his side for one final stand.
How very like a mortal to defile reality itself with the usage of time travel.
And trespassing on the realm of the gods, warping the world in a futile attempt to correct your own sins. When the Zero Mortal plan is the answer. Black! Zamasu! I'm not letting either of you take another step! Shall we end this?
Yes.
The battlefield was empty, with no warriors left to resist. The Zero Mortal plan was no longer a dream, it was complete. Dark. But there is a nicer outcome that can be obtained. As Vegeta battled Goku Black, Zamasu grew impatient. His vision of divine justice could not be delayed any longer. He urged Black to cast aside his pride and fuse, ensuring their ultimate victory. Black hesitated, but with no other choice, they donned the Potara earrings, merging in a brilliant flash of energy. Fused Zamasu was born, radiating supreme power. At the same time, Goku and Vegeta's fusion reversed, leaving them vulnerable. Now, only Trunks stood against the newly ascended deity. Trunks charged forward with everything he had, but against fused Zamasu, he was powerless. The gods struck him down effortlessly, erasing the last flicker of resistance. Fused Zamasu raised his hand, divine energy gathering for the final blow. With absolute conviction, he unleashed his judgment, eradicating the last Saiyans and sealing his victory. No one remained to oppose him. With one final act of will, he wiped out all remaining mortals. The Zero Mortal plan was complete. Okay, so the outcome is still pretty bad, but it is fun to see what would happen if the villains were to win. There are actually a couple of variations of this ending, depending on how well you do in the fight. There's another where the fused Zamasu has become a bit corrupted from the battle, but the overall outcome ends up being the same, with everyone being dead. The final story we are going to be going over is Jiren, the main villain of the Tournament of Power. Well, I say villain, but he's more just like the main opposition of this arc. The Tournament of Power began with entire universes fighting to avoid erasure. Warriors clash, but one remains still, Jiren of Universe 11. Kale of Universe 6 lost control, unleashing her fury and even knocking out one of Jiren's teammates. That was when Jiren finally acted. With ease, he stopped Kale's rampage, proving his unmatched strength. Then, Goku stepped forward, eager to challenge the strongest warrior. But before their battle could begin, Toppo intervened, blocking Goku's path. Uninterested in wasting energy, Jiren withdrew, waiting for the right moment. That moment soon came. Universe 11's God of Destruction, Belmod, ordered Jiren to eliminate the greatest threat, Goku. The fight began, and Jiren easily overpowered Goku's Super Saiyan Blue form. In response, Goku gathered energy for a Spirit Bomb. Jiren allowed it, unfazed. When the attack came, he effortlessly hurled it back, consuming Goku in its explosion. But from the blast, Goku awakened a new power, Ultra Instinct. Now, he moved with speed and precision beyond anything before, dodging Jiren's attacks with ease. Their battle reignited, but even this power was not enough. Jiren still held the upper hand. Then, another challenger arrived, Hit, the assassin of Universe 6. Using time-based techniques, he tried to take Jiren down, but Jiren countered every move, rendering Hit helpless before eliminating him. With yet another opponent defeated, Jiren stepped back, letting his allies handle the rest. As the tournament neared its end, Universe 7's warriors took down Toppo and Dispo, leaving Jiren as Universe 11's last hope. Alone, he faced the remaining fighters. When asked what he would wish for, Jiren's answer was unclear, but his past was revealed, one of tragedy, betrayal, and a belief that only power could bring justice. Despite overwhelming odds, Universe 7 refused to surrender. Vegeta, fighting for those he loved, stood against Jiren, but was ultimately defeated. Now he faced Goku once more. Stretched to the brink, Goku unlocked the mastered form of Ultra Instinct, finally matching Jiren's power. The battle reached its peak, but in the end, Jiren's might alone was not enough. For the first time during the tournament, he faced an enemy stronger than him. Desperate, Jiren unleashed his full fury, but it was futile. Goku, Frieza, and Android 17 worked together, using trust and teamwork, something Jiren had never believed in. With one final attack, they sent him out of the arena. Defeated and facing erasure, Jiren was surprised when Toppo thanked him. Before disappearing, Goku promised a rematch, not as enemies, but as equals. Fate was kind. With the Super Dragon Balls, the erased universes were restored. Jiren returned to Universe 11, still carrying his past, but now with a new perspective. His pursuit of strength remained, but for the first time, he no longer walked the path alone. So that was the canon ending for Jiren's campaign, and since this is the final section we'll be going over in Sparking Zero, I wanted to end with a sparking episode. Goku and Jiren continued their clash, both using every ounce of their might. Jiren, once unmatched, now faced the daunting power of Ultra Instinct. Energy erupted around them as they exchanged blows, neither willing to yield. But just as Jiren prepared for another strike, Goku's body gave out, his newfound power faded, and he collapsed, completely drained. Jiren loomed over him. Goku had proven himself beyond expectations, pushing Jiren further than anyone before. Yet, the battle had reached its end. With no strength left to fight, Goku would soon be erased, along with his universe. Jiren, in his own way, acknowledged his fallen rival's strength. Before he could deliver the final blow, two figures emerged, Android 17 and Golden Frieza. Though battered, they were still standing, ready to fight in Goku's place. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza taunted Jiren, sensing the cracks in his resolve. He mocked the fear hidden beneath Jiren's strength, the dread of once again being powerless. Jiren, exhausted and wounded, found himself struggling under their combined might. Their attacks were swift and unrelenting, forcing him further back. Android 17 struck with precision, while Frieza exploited every hesitation. Jiren tried to counter, insisting he had learned their tactics, but his confidence wavered. Watching from the sidelines, Balmod, Universe 11's god of destruction, accepted that Jiren had done all he could, but Toppo, his comrade, refused to accept defeat. He called out to Jiren, challenging him to stand, to prove that his pursuit of strength had not been in vain. Frieza scoffed at the dramatics, but Toppo's words reignited something within Jiren. With renewed determination, he rose to his feet, unwilling to surrender. He launched himself back into battle, fending off both Frieza and Android 17, his strikes still powerful despite his exhaustion. Then, Goku returned. Even with all three of them united against him, victory was uncertain. The final clash erupted, shaking the arena. Jiren pushed back against their combined onslaught, his power seemingly limitless. One by one, his opponents fell. In the end, Goku was knocked from the battlefield, sealing Universe 7's fate. As Goku faded from existence, he turned to Jiren with a grin, not of bitterness, but of anticipation. He had fought the battle of his life, and he longed for more. Then, Universe 7 was erased. Before Jiren stood Super Shenron, its immense form illuminating the arena. The power to grant any wish was now his. The question remained, what would he choose?
I wish for all the universes that were erased to be restored.
Jiren!
Is that what you want? You sure?
Truthfully, what I want is to fight Goku once more. All this time, I've been shackled to my past, but I find myself with a new desire. No longer will I live with regrets, for I have a promise to fulfill.
Jiren.
We have a duty to return home. I've made my wish.
Dog Nogard! Sesvrino desari et folikab et ginurb. Peas and carrots.
The next time we cross paths, I'll defeat you again. Until then, Son Goku. Toppo!
Yes?
Give the order to return to base. Our work here is done.
Dragon Ball Z games often share a notable weakness that is frequently overlooked. They typically start their stories in medias res. If you don't know what in medias res is, it's just a fancy way of saying that the narrative begins in the middle of the plot, rather than right at the beginning. In such narratives, the backstory is usually interwoven into the unfolding events, or the timeline occasionally flashes back to earlier events to provide necessary context. However, this approach is rarely utilized effectively in Dragon Ball games. As a result, significant context and character relevance are often omitted, leaving gaps in the storytelling. This brings us to Sparking Zero, which, despite its flaws in storytelling and presentation, does a better job in this aspect than many other Dragon Ball games. The game makes an effort to interweave context into its narrative where possible. When it cannot do so directly, it compensates by providing supplemental text and character bios. While these materials are somewhat disjointed from the actual story mode's gameplay, they are a step in the right direction compared to leaving newcomers to the Dragon Ball universe entirely in the dark. Sparking Zero's story mode is far from perfect, but honestly, I had a great time with it. The what-if scenarios and alternate endings keep things fresh, and it's easily the most detailed story mode in the Sparking series. I know not everyone was a fan of it, but after recently playing the older games in the series, I do think this one stands out as the best. The only real competition is Sparking Neo, aka Tenkaichi 2, but that's more for its structure than the actual storytelling. At the end of the day, Sparking Zero feels like a love letter to Dragon Ball fans, and I'm just happy I got to experience it after many years. I honestly never thought this game was ever gonna exist, so yay. This video is so long I've lost my voice. Please like the video if you're still awake.